Soang walked slowly, tiredly up the stairs, and suddenly the key in his pocket fell out. But when he heard the sound of the key clattering against the stairway floor, he hesitated for a moment before turning back to look at it. Then he shrugged it off, as he wouldn't need it anyway. So he continued up to the rooftop, finishing off the beer can in his hand. At 26 years old, he was still a bachelor, and maybe you're wondering why this guy seems a bit off, even not needing a house key. The truth is simple: Soang wasn't going home anymore. 3 years ago, more precisely, 1,096 days ago, he and his old friend moved to this city to start their lives, leaving their rural roots behind. Life in the city was not easy, so they faced many hardships together, playing on the ground and dealing with months of debt. Eventually, things started to improve. But unexpectedly, on the anniversary of the company's founding, that bastard erased Soang from the records and took everything he had. After that incident, the first thing Soang thought about was starting over, but he had lost everything and saw no way to climb out of this abyss of suffering. Internally, Soang was furious, confused, but mostly in agony. He locked himself in his room for a month, completely cut off from the outside world, slowly chewing on loneliness and despair until it completely consumed his mind. And now, Soang didn't know how to end this state of mind. Except for death, he saw no brighter options. So he threw himself into the endless void, feeling like he could finally be free. In that moment, raindrops fell, wetting his back, making Soang feel like the rain was a signal. Finally, with a gasp, when he opened his eyes, he found himself lying in a pile of garbage. He then sat up, holding his head to calm himself, realizing he was still alive. Thinking about how he had such lofty thoughts of life and still hadn't died, he wondered just how much of a failure he was, not even able to die. But just as he raised his hand to cover his mouth, he caught a strong smell of blood on his hand, and surprisingly, Soang wasn't injured, but blood soaked his palms. Suddenly, next to the garbage bags, there were continuous rustling sounds that caught his attention. As Soang glanced over, he was astonished and stunned. From one of the trash bags, a hand poked out, then a head surfaced. Just as everyone could see, it was only a head and chest, while the stomach and legs were quite far away. Witnessing this horror-like scene, Soang instinctively turned and ran, screaming. As he ran, he questioned whether he had just seen a zombie, but how could that be? Was this the world after death? But he clearly felt the rain, the heartbeat, the breath, and the pain all were very, very real, which meant he was still alive. After running for a while to the outskirts of the city, he saw people wearing completely normal clothes, but their skin had turned gray. Everyone had faces just like the zombies in legends. Everywhere were zombies, making Soang wonder what catastrophic event had occurred while he had been at home for a month. Among the crowd of zombies, there were still a few who hadn't been infected, continuously running and begging for help. But in the end, the minority couldn't prevail against the majority. Those few had been ambushed and torn apart in the street. Soang stood directly opposite, witnessing them tearing into a living person, unable to close his eyes. But now was not the time to be shocked, for if he didn't escape, he would be the next prey. He ran for a while into the middle of the zombie crowd but saw one in the distance that didn't seem like the others. Just as he made that observation, the creature immediately stared at Soang, then screamed as if it was about to reveal itself. With a crazed, furious expression, it charged at him like a missile, making Soang nearly lose his mind, for it was far away yet it could still detect him. Seeing this, he could only run while leaping into the air to extend the distance. The crazed zombie navigated through every nook and cranny to hunt Soang. When it reached the intersection, it started to spin in confusion because he had managed to hide in a corner. The speed of the zombies had slowed down, but this one was much faster. And since he was unarmed, this time he surely wouldn't make it out alive. A person who just minutes ago wished for death now had to flee from it. At that moment, something behind Soang kept banging against him, as if someone had spotted him. At this stage, Soang didn't know if he was afraid of death or not, but one thing was certain: the door behind him wouldn't hold it back. How was it that just moments ago he had thought of jumping off to end it all? And now he was running for his life? Seeing them chase after him, Soang only wanted to run frantically. Every time he saw those grotesque things, he couldn't stop himself from halting. But clearly, if he let them bite him, he would be granted his wish. His body didn't listen, his mind insisted on fleeing. Was this fear instinct? He felt that even jumping off a building was not the same as being torn apart by these monsters piece by piece. Soang thought this way, forcing himself to believe it was for another reason. But as he was running, a group of zombies appeared on the stairs, making Soang's hair stand on end. In this moment, he realized what he was searching for wasn't death. Remembering a month ago, Soang was still hoarse, persuading himself, thinking that he and his friend were good brothers, but he mocked him instead. Such a simple principle, and Soang didn't know how he had ended up in this situation. A person without value to exploit was thrown into the trash. He had to secretly seek loans from banks, but they believed Soang's credit was too low, making him ineligible for a loan. Even after wasting a bucket of saliva to plead, the answer remained the same. At this moment, he simply wanted to escape the pit of despair in his own way. Shortly thereafter, Soang ran straight to the top of the stairs, directly kicking a zombie in the chest to block its path, filled with an intense desire to live more than ever. Every time he encountered an obstructing zombie that caught his eye, Soang chased it down and struck without fear of any consequences. Finally, he had to raise his voice to declare that he definitely would not die in this place, although just a few minutes ago he wanted to commit suicide. It was true, but now he had changed his mind. Committing suicide wouldn't solve the pain, so he decided not to die anymore. Behind him, the crazy zombie was chasing him closely, its eyes filled with rage, the murderous intent radiating out. It then immediately jumped straight at him, raising its hand to gain momentum, wanting to kick Soang to death. But he carried the grudge of wanting to beat that bastard friend to death, so he must survive. At that moment, he received a system activation notification, and at the same time, the arm of the zombie seemed to pierce straight into Soang's face but instead brushed past his ear. Waiting for the name of the Grim Reaper to be called, he realized he was still alive. Around him were sounds of host. Soang had activated the Apocalypse company system and received a new mission to hire the first employee for the company to eliminate the threat to life. The system was searching for potential candidates. A few seconds later, it announced a successful search, and the employee that could be hired was named Soeo. In front of him was a management system board with bright red circles glowing. At this moment, Soang had countless questions, such as whether the first employee was this zombie in front of him. The system continued to pop up, asking if he wanted to hire additional employees. After reading the question and hesitating, he saw the group of zombies discovering him and rushing towards him. In this situation, Soang immediately raised his index finger to the sky. As there were no other options left, he pressed the button to agree to hire. Immediately, the crazy zombie in front of Soang folded its hands together, howled like a newborn baby. At that moment, the system announced the successful hiring of an employee, with a stability rate of 89%. Shortly after, the crazy zombie no longer retained its old form, but instead had a robust body, healthy skin, with hair flying as if just used sunsilk, glowing from every angle. That unusual zombie now also had a name, Soeo. Standing opposite Soeo, even though Soang still didn't understand the situation clearly, the first job he assigned her was to deal with all the chaotic zombies. Receiving the mission, Soeo maintained a blank expression, saying nothing. But as soon as she took her second breath, her leg shot up to head level, delivering a powerful kick to the zombie's head, causing it to crash face-first into the ground. Before Soang could see the first one go down, the second one was already grabbed by Soeo's hand and dropped straight off its body. For the next move, she attacked from behind, delivering a blow that shattered the second zombie's head. Before the second one even fell, Soeo was already preparing to target the next two. Then, she spread her legs and eliminated the two in front of her simultaneously. Everything happened in exactly 1 minute. By the time Soeo landed on the ground, it hadn't been long before she extended herself into a somersault up the stairs. With both hands on the ground, she flipped again and with one swift move, each hand took down the two zombies, leaving nothing but smoke and fire. After handling everything, she held the scene like that for a few seconds, causing Soang to exclaim in astonishment. This zombie employee could truly only appear in the apocalypse. At that moment, Soang breathed a sigh of relief and scratched his head, thanking the heavens for the support. Just as he finished speaking, the system announced the mission was complete and began calculating the reward. The host Soang received a basic backpack. 100 accumulated points, and 1 chance to draw a prize. After receiving the reward, Soang opened the backpack to check and found it was full of food and even clothes. More importantly, there were weapons inside, but he still didn't know what the hell this system was and what it wanted him to do. In this situation, thinking too much wasn't appropriate because it was the apocalypse, so these things showing up weren't surprising at all. Instead, he thought he might as well see if he could draw something interesting from the prize draw. Then he pressed the system board to start drawing a prize, and the system board appeared with enormous blue circles, grand and magnificent. A few seconds later, it announced Soang received a random reward and continued to change the color of the system to deliver the prize. The first gift he received was an employee item, a fragment of Soyo's memory, which surely made Soang curious because he didn't know what it was for. He wondered if it was an item like in video games. It looked very appealing, but he didn't know how to use it. Just as he reached out to touch the fragment, a loud explosion occurred, accompanied by a very bright light. A few seconds later, when the smoke and dust cleared away, Soang was teleported to a completely different place. In front of him was a real estate building, but Soang still didn't know where this was. Suddenly, a bald fat man walked through Soang, causing him to feel even more bewildered. At that moment, the fat man approached and called the girl sitting at the desk Soyo. Upon hearing this, Soang realized that he was in her memory. No wonder the others couldn't see him and could walk through him. The fat man began to express that as a new employee of the company, Soyo's abilities and contributions were very good, but she also knew the company's recent situation, economic stagnation. So regarding her salary, when he spoke up to this point, Soyo assumed that as a person from the countryside coming to the city, with a low qualification, being able to work for the boss was already something to be grateful for. Therefore, when this month she only received half her salary, she had never complained. Upon hearing this, the boss held his head in despair because seeing his employee like this made him feel even more ashamed. After that, he decided to consider the remaining salary as the company's debt to Soyo and promised to pay in full once the situation improved. After hearing this, she smiled brightly, thanking her boss. The fat man then left the office, walking past Soang, but he looked at him with a somewhat doubtful gaze. Inside the office, Soyo held a ribbon and clipped it to one side of her hair. It turned out this ribbon was a portion of her salary to treat herself. This first gift, at this moment, as she sat at her desk, she talked to herself, recalling since escaping that place, she had sworn no matter how hard it was, she would still strive to live well. Therefore, the fact that only half her salary was paid didn't matter. After that, she sighed and encouraged herself, believing that sooner or later, she would have her own room and a house that belonged to her. Soang, seeing this attitude, also sighed with relief because at that moment, Soyo was genuinely optimistic. Suddenly, all the surrounding scenery around him quickly disappeared. At this moment, the system announced that a side mission had been activated, with the detail that the leader invited the host, because of the employee Soyo, to find the hairpin and the remaining salary. The mission location was the real estate office, and the reward would be 20 points and increased employee loyalty. Hearing about this reward made Soang wonder if this would determine the employee's attitude toward him, but he still agreed because earlier, Soyo had saved his life. Therefore, he was determined to complete this mission. However, dealing with the zombies on the street would still have to rely on her. After hearing this, Soyo nodded to encourage him, and soon after, Soang and Soyo changed into new outfits and went to the mission location. She wore an outstanding outfit with a black and gold tone, exuding an air of dominance like a throne because it wasn't a table. Even though he had seen it once before, Soang couldn't help but exclaim again at her combat abilities, which were overwhelming. Fortunately, she was his employee. At this moment, the two of them arrived at Soyo's old office. While she was dealing with the zombies outside, Soang took the opportunity to search for the hairpin. He remembered from her memory that this was the desk where Soyo often sat. Now, Soang bent down to open the drawer and suddenly saw the hairpin. Surprisingly, it was that easy. Afterward, he turned to call Soyo to inform her, but immediately, the zombies behind her kept flipping around non-stop. On her side, there was smoke and debris flying everywhere, mixed with the zombies, making it impossible to hide his astonishment. Even when Soang was nearly hit by a flying zombie as if he were being assassinated, looking at Soyo's demeanor, it seemed like she was addicted to killing zombies, paying no attention to her surroundings. At that moment, she suddenly glanced over at Soang, sending shivers down his spine. It turned out that the system issued a warning: the employee's loyalty was too low, which could lead to the employee not recognizing the host. Along with that notification was Soyo's appearance, her eyes like bullets and her mouth exhaling smoke fiercely like a rebel. At this very moment, Soang was shocked, realizing this was the effect of loyalty points, and he suggested to Soyo not to come over. As he spoke, he ran desperately toward the door to open it, but when he got out of the room, the door closed very loosely. It seemed that this was the second time Soyo had chased him, but this time, the system wouldn't help him block her anymore. Inside, Soyo was still wildly pounding the door, making Soang feel like it couldn't hold for long, so he had to hurry and complete the mission. After all, he had retrieved the hairpin, but the salary remained missing. Suddenly, behind him, an image appeared that made Soang's expression change. It turned out that the fat boss had turned into a zombie but was still standing there counting money in silence. Seeing this, he immediately scolded the man for standing back, silently causing others to be startled. Indeed, all the talk about poor business conditions was a lie. The boss's eyes in Soyo's memory were just like his sneaky friends, both were greedy. Even after becoming a zombie, all he cared about was counting money. At this moment, the sound of the door behind was still loud and violent, urging Soang to remember the word money. He then moved over, reaching for the pile of money, promising to only take the 2,000 renminbi that belonged to Soyo and leave the rest to rot with the boss. But just as he grabbed the money, the fat man immediately grabbed Soang's hand. In this moment, Soang looked at him with an innocent expression, while the fat man's eyes bulged, emitting a strange sound. Seeing this, Soang pulled out a knife as a warning, but the man stubbornly clung to his hand, growling menacingly. Seeing this, Soang used all his strength to step back 2 or 3 steps, gaining momentum, and swung the knife backward, wanting to test its sharpness. Immediately, Soang swung down, cutting off one of the fat man's arms. Sure enough, it was sharper than a supermodel's legs. Afterward, Soang asked the fat man if he was ready because the next target was his life. With the next strike, Soang slashed at the fat man, but somehow the man's speed increased, causing him to fling the knife out of Soang's hand. The weapon on which he pinned his hopes for survival spun 180 degrees into the air, following Soang's gaze. At that moment of distraction, the fat man let out a scream and leaped, pinning Soang to the ground. He shivered uncontrollably, moving at terrifying speed, and bit down on Soang's shoulder. At this very moment, Soang still hadn't come up with a new plan because if things continued this way, he would be eaten. He reminded himself to stay calm and find a way to distract the boss. Glancing back, he saw money scattered all over the ground. So he reached for it, grabbing a wad of cash in his hand. Soang called the fat man's attention to his money and threw it into the air. Smelling the money, the boss changed his target, pouncing on it without a second thought, leaving Soang behind. Taking advantage of the situation, Soang quickly grabbed the nearby knife. Thinking that companies like this only turned employees into soulless corpses, the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Seeing the fat man bending over to pick up the money, just as he looked back, Soang raised the knife high and declared that he wouldn't allow this kind of company to exist. And just like that, Soang swung down, splitting the fat man in half. Because of this, he was determined to create a company where there would be no exploitation of his employees. Soang wanted to treat them as family. A while later, leaving the office, the director saw Soyo standing calmly outside. As soon as Soang saw her, he approached, placed the hairpin in her hair, and apologized because when he found it, it was broken, but he had fixed it a bit. He told her not to get angry if it didn't look good. At this moment, he informed her that the task was completed, but Soyo stood there stunned, as if something had happened, slowly raising her head, which startled Soang because it was the first time he saw her smile. But then he scratched his head, thinking it was just an illusion. Just like that, Soang began his journey to start a business in the apocalypse. While walking on the path to success, he promised that he would definitely find a way to gather all of Soyo's memories. He wondered what would happen next. After finishing those fragments that had already prepared the end of his life, Soang unexpectedly encountered a zombie crisis and received an unexpected thing, a career system. So Meng shifted his focus, determined to live well in this world full of despair. 5 days had passed since he received the system, and Meng had been constantly researching it. So far, he had mastered 2 functions. One was the recruitment function, specifically for recruiting zombie employees. The second function was to complete tasks to earn rewards. Meng believed that as long as he made good use of these 2 functions, he would quickly establish a powerful army. At this time, he and Soeo had coordinated exceptionally well, killing countless zombies in the days they survived. It had been a long time since Meng's mind felt this at ease. He truly felt like he was finding himself again. Then he asked the system if there were any new missions, and it announced a mission to accumulate supplies. The content stated that to survive in the apocalypse, supplies were essential, requiring the collection of 50 portions of food and water. Note: the backpack provided has an unlimited item storage space. The reward would be 100 accumulation points and a chance to draw a prize. Just as he received this mission, he was standing in front of a supermarket. He then turned around to call Soeo to join him, but the more he called, the more she stood there in a daze. Seeing this, Meng asked Soeo what was wrong, but suddenly she ran toward him, making Meng feel that something was strange today. He then announced that they should start enjoying the benefits that only existed in the apocalypse, shopping without needing money. As soon as they entered, a horde of zombies surrounded them, but they were quickly dispatched by Soeo's kicks. Meng did not expect the supermarket to be so dark due to the power outage. He still needed to find the food section. Luckily, thanks to Soeo clearing out the zombies, he could casually search for items without worry. Suddenly, she kicked a zombie into the air, then directly kicked it away like a ball, causing Meng to exclaim that Soeo's attack power seemed to have decreased today compared to a few days ago, when it was a scene that was unbearable to witness. Just as the zombie crashed into the side of the shelf, a bunch of canned goods fell out, making Meng extremely excited. Thanks to this, he found some canned food. Fortunately, there were 3 portions of rice without meat. Moreover, he turned back to thank Soeo for her incredible kick, but before he could finish his sentence, her attitude was very indifferent, standing there in a daze by herself. So, he called out to Soeo loudly, and she turned around with a sad face and tear-filled eyes. Seeing this, Meng rushed over to check on Soeo, but as he took a step forward, a zombie at his feet held him tightly. This made him wonder why this one, which had been kicked away by her, was still alive. Just as this question escaped his lips, he heard running noises approaching. Looking up, he saw that all the zombies were not dead. Immediately, Meng rushed over and grabbed Soeo to pull her away while asking the system what had happened and why Soeo looked so pained. A few seconds later, the system revealed that Soeo was in a state of hunger, and her bodily functions were gradually declining. After hearing this, he could not believe that zombies could feel hunger too, and immediately asked the system what he should do. Should he feed Soeo human flesh? At that moment, the system announced that the host could use accumulation points to exchange for food to replenish the staff's strength. After hearing this, he ordered the immediate exchange of accumulation points. Soeo was in a desperate state and was in the process of preparing a suitable meal, with a completion time of 30 minutes. As soon as he heard this duration, it felt like an eternity, and the number of zombies kept increasing. Meng did not understand why so many zombies had appeared here, and they all looked bloody and ferocious, at least 10 of them swarming toward him continuously. At this moment, Meng suspected that perhaps he would really die here this time. Just then, a voice from nearby called for Meng to come over, and when he looked, he saw a girl who was still alive. Due to the urgency, Meng gritted his teeth and, while pulling Soeo with one hand, used the other to slash at the approaching zombies. Suddenly, one of the zombies jumped out, blocking Meng's path. But facing it, he maintained a determined expression. Meng spoke up, "Don't you see that I'm in a hurry because my staff is starving?" He then thrust his knife straight into the zombie's abdomen with tremendous force, causing both him and the zombie to be pushed back a considerable distance. At this point, when he entered the room that the girl had indicated, Meng thanked her for the earlier support. Without her assistance, the 2 of them might not have made it here. But just then, a knife was held at the back of his neck by the strange girl. She reminded Meng not to thank her too soon and demanded that he hand over all the food he had found. Inside, not only was she present, but there were also several other survivors, each wielding a knife. They all urged him to hand over the food. The strange girl claimed that she didn't want to hurt Xiaomeng, she just needed food, so please cooperate. At this moment, he realized that the situation was unfavorable for him, so he could only pretend to compromise while waiting for Soeo to recover. So, Xiaomeng reassured everyone to stay calm and promised to give them everything he had. First, he took out a can of stew and handed it to them, who grabbed it as if they were starving. Seeing this, Xiaomeng reminded them to eat slowly because there was enough for everyone. Suddenly, the strange girl turned to thank him and expressed that their supplies in the stock were depleted. For 3 days, they had nothing to eat and were almost going crazy with hunger, so she apologized for their recent rash behavior. In fact, they were not the kind of people to act this way, but the presence of zombies had changed everyone. After hearing this, Xiaomeng felt that he could understand, as everyone was just trying to survive. He silently thought that it was surprising how these people would rather starve in the stock than risk going outside to look for food. Indeed, the fear was incredibly daunting. Just then, a fat man with a commanding tone declared that they should share more food and water with them. Hearing this, Xiaomeng felt they were being greedy. But suddenly, an old woman behind him shouted, "Xiaomeng is so generous, he must have plenty left, so give us more or we'll die." Seeing this, he looked down on those who were weak, frightened of zombies but willing to bully their kind. Just as he finished speaking, countless ropes were thrown at him, coming from the old man sneaking up behind him. He reminded Xiaomeng to be careful in judging others after understanding them thoroughly. Seeing this, the strange girl, Soang, rushed over to remind them that Xiaomeng was the one who had given her food, so how could they do this? However, at that moment, the fat man pointed his finger directly at her, claiming that Soang knew nothing. He lectured her that this world had ended, and if one did not rob others, then others would rob them. After hearing this, Xiaomeng had no choice but to accept his fate, admit his defeat, and promise to give them everything. They then began to fight over Xiaomeng's backpack, cursing at each other, looking extremely pathetic in front of Soeo. Suddenly, a creaking sound came from above, and a tentacle, resembling that of an octopus, slowly emerged from the vents. At that moment, Xiaomeng shouted because they were tearing his food apart, and he was tied up, unable to resist. Then he began to worry because he still had a knife on him, and if it was taken, it would be very troublesome. Suddenly, a bold thought sprang to mind. Immediately, Xiaomeng announced that he had a lunch meat box tied to his pant leg. Upon hearing this, the group felt as if they had heard the name of heaven and all showed excitement. They rushed over to look closely at his pant leg, blaming Xiaomeng for not mentioning it sooner. After that, they started cursing at each other, arguing over who would get to eat it. Just as the food box fell from Xiaomeng's body, he seized the opportunity to observe their every move and swiftly kicked it away. Seeing this, the crowd all turned their eyes towards the flying food box and chased after it like zombies pursuing human flesh. One guy wearing glasses spoke up, saying, "A bunch of pigs wants to eat with me. Can you catch up with me?" And so, he also saw the meat box kicked into a corner, then crawled under a cabinet to grab it, announcing that he wouldn't hold back. At that moment, the two fat people finally realized the dangers of being overweight. They had lost their food in just a few steps. After running for a while, the fat woman noticed a food box on the ground and kept jumping towards it. Soang ran after them, urging them to stay calm. Suddenly, when the fat woman reached out to grab it, she fell backward in horror, causing Soang to loudly question her. At that moment, the fat man screamed, pleading for help from everyone, but his wife had already been tightly wrapped by that octopus tentacle. The scene unfolding left Soang stunned. Meanwhile, Xiaomeng was still struggling with the tightly bound rope, unable to move, and looked up to see them running back. He panicked, wondering why they were back, but just then, Soang quickly untied him and reminded him to run fast. Over there, Soeo sniffed, as if catching a scent. Here, Xiaomeng continued to ask Soang what was going on that made her so frantic, but Soang stammered 3 words, "It's been eaten." Upon hearing this, Xiaomeng thought she meant that someone had been eaten by zombies, but Soang increasingly denied it. Suddenly, Xiaomeng's instincts seemed to alert him to something because of a loud noise. He immediately hugged Soang tightly as the front door was smashed open by the monster. Suddenly, not far away, a monster appeared, looking exactly like a mutated octopus. It roared and continuously slammed its tentacles on the ground. This monster didn't hesitate to chase after the survivors, just as they had chased after the meat box earlier. Just like that, it successfully devoured nearly one of them. Witnessing this, Soang seemed stunned, while behind the door, the fat man, too scared to stay, reached for the door handle. Seeing this, Soang turned to advise him not to open it, but in the end, the foolish fat man opened that door. Immediately, he became the buffet for the zombie entering through that door. At this moment, Soang couldn't help but show a helpless expression as zombies began pouring in through that door. Soang was fighting them off while confirming that the creature that resembled an octopus seemed weaker than So-eo. All he needed to do was buy some time, but now he was surrounded. At this point, the system continuously sent out alerts, indicating that the task was in danger. Meanwhile, the zombies were rapidly being battered by the mutated octopus, scattering them. At this moment, the strange girl hid behind So-eo. Soang saw her from the front, but just then, a zombie approached him. Seeing this, Soang punched its chest and wondered if his life would end here. But deep down, he never wanted that to happen. The system simultaneously sent a task check notification, noting that the subject was in serious danger and activated a new function. A cooperative form with employees. As soon as this form was activated, So-eo spread her arms and unleashed a blood aura. Soang reached out and touched that blood aura, which transformed into a circle that circled around him. Thus, ropes similar to So-eo's appeared in Soang's hands. When he wondered how this cooperation system worked, a zombie charged at him with its tongue out. The system hadn't yet explained the details to the subject, but immediately, Soang lightly slapped the zombie, causing it to fall backward. At the same time, the strange girl was being attacked by another zombie. Soang harnessed So-eo's strength and swiftly used a weapon to slice through the zombie, killing it. At this point, no explanation was needed, he already understood from just one bowl earlier what the contents of this cooperative plan were. This form helped synchronize Soang's vitality with the employees, specifically synchronizing parameters. As soon as he caught the scent of zombies attacking from behind, it was the same moment they were devouring. A kick from So-eo, who held a large bun in her hand, announced that So-eo had recovered. At that moment, he breathed a sigh of relief because having her around made things much easier. Then he looked at the mutated octopus, wondering if they could deal with it in 2 to 3 minutes. But basically, he was just asking for conversation because, for the two of them, the octopus was definitely not an easy opponent. Both of them prepared to charge at the octopus. Soang veered to the left, and immediately after, So-eo attacked to the right. Finally, they managed to evade its tentacles and soared above the octopus's head. At that moment, he called out to So-eo to get ready. They coordinated perfectly, with one slashing while the other punched. In less than a blink of an eye, the octopus was torn into hundreds of pieces. Below, the looters, who had just witnessed this, were truly astonished and breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that Soang hadn't held a grudge against them. A moment later, they finally completed their task, and he informed So-eo to continue their journey while resting as they walked. At that moment, the strange girl approached, asking Soang to wait a moment and expressing that she and her brother really didn't know how to survive in this situation. Therefore, could he help them by allowing the two of them to follow along? But just as she said this, Soang bluntly replied with a decisive no. Before leaving, he left behind a plastic bag containing food, water, and even a weapon, which would likely be enough for them to hold out for a while. Along with the previous encounter where Soang dealt with the octopus to save her and her brother, this could be considered a complete repayment for allowing him to hide in the warehouse. However, Soang was a principled person and would never team up with someone who had once pointed a knife at him. Before departing, he wished them good luck and called for So-eo to set off. As they were on their way, he remembered he still had an opportunity to draw from the collection task, so he called the system to initiate the draw. Typically, while the system was spinning, Soang prayed for good luck regarding the item. This time, however, what appeared before his eyes left him utterly stunned. Like a deafening clap of thunder, he couldn't believe that this system even had such items. What appeared before Soang were a loaf of bread and a cup of coffee. Although he hadn't eaten for a while and felt a sense of nostalgia, he still felt that he had wasted a draw. At the same time, behind him, a dog had been staring intently at the food in Xiaomeng's hands. Realizing this, he moved the bread aside, and Xiao immediately followed its movement with her gaze. So, Xiaomeng had to give her half of his portion. A few seconds later, the system announced that the host gifted Xiao her favorite meal, which was the daily breakfast, increasing her loyalty by 10%. The affection of the staff reached 30%, unlocking the first skill. At that moment, he realized that increasing loyalty could unlock new abilities, which was quite a benefit. He then reminded her to speak up if she wanted anything, and he would make sure to prepare it properly. At this point, Xiaomeng was invited to choose one of the 3 skills below to equip for Xiao. She thought it was a good idea, but if she could test them a bit before confirming, it would probably be even better. The 3 skills displayed on the screen were Thunder God of Fury, Immortal War God, and Rampaging War God. It was noted that the system could open a testing feature for employee skills, but each type could only be tested once. The host had to choose which skill to keep after the test. This was exactly what he wished for, so he called Xiao to go test the skills. Coincidentally, 2 days ago while doing a mission, Xiaomeng accidentally discovered this area had open terrain with relatively few zombies, making it ideal for skill testing. At the large port in front of them, there weren't many zombies, they were still wandering at the edge of the port, sitting on the cargo boxes. Xiaomeng announced that the new skill test would begin. First, he activated the Rampaging War God skill. Upon receiving the task, she shot forward like a rocket. When she saw the optimal distance, she immediately dropped one foot down, while her other hand released countless streams of thunderous energy. Just punching the air sent the zombies in front of her spinning and crashing into the cargo boxes. Xiaomeng, witnessing this, was astonished that such a punch could be so powerful. The Rampaging War God skill reduced 20% of attack and agility but converted that into multiple target attacks with a chance of causing paralysis, allowing for wide-range zombie extermination with high efficiency. Indeed, this skill was decent. Xiaomeng then continued to activate the second skill, Immortal War God. After obtaining the skill, he crushed the skill ball in his palm. Instantly, a green energy flowed directly into Xiao. Since activating the power, all the zombies surrounding her had their eyes glued to her without blinking. Seeing this, Xiaomeng guessed it was a skill that attracted zombies. Taking advantage of the fact that they were fixated on her, Xiao raised her fist, and without even needing to hit them, the zombies fell dead all around. Not only that, but Xiaomeng also noticed a new point. The wounds on her body were gradually closing, and she was healing her injuries while also provoking the zombies. Using this skill to draw fire was simply excellent. The Immortal War God skill reduced all attributes by 30%. After defeating a zombie, she could recover health and wounds, decreasing the staff's food requirements slightly. Finally, Xiaomeng decided to command the system to open the last remaining skill, which was the Berserker War God. He thought this skill sounded quite formidable, so he found a place to hide to avoid getting caught up like before when Xiao went on a killing spree and turned around to demand his life. True to its name, she raised her face to the sky, letting her hair fly wildly as if a powerful force was backing her up. After that, when she turned back to normal with sharp eyes, her arm's speed accelerated to an astonishing degree. With this skill, Xiao only needed to run through an area, and the zombies seemed to die in the flames. Incinerated from a distance. Xiaomeng observed this skill, and it was indeed superior to all the skills he had seen before. After a few seconds of slaughtering those zombies, she noticed some nearby that fell straight down, targeting them. In just the blink of an eye, the zombies soared into the air, exploding throughout the port area. At that moment, a zombie that had just flown up, enjoying the sensation of being alive like a bird, was immediately pulled down by a hand, directly taking him out. Seeing this, Xiaomeng and Xiao focused their eyes on that figure. On top of the cargo box, a rather cool and formidable-looking zombie appeared. Noticing its horn, he guessed it was a mutated zombie and once again called Xiao to deal with it. Upon receiving the task, she leaped straight into the air, using both legs to repeatedly stomp down toward the mutated zombie. But the mutated zombie only needed to raise its hand to completely block Xiao's earth-shattering kick. This left Xiaomeng dumbfounded because Xiao's attack, while in the state of the war god of rage, was so easily thwarted. After observing for a while, Soang felt that something was wrong. This one was completely different from any zombies he had encountered before. If the war god of rage ended soon, both of them would be in serious trouble if they didn't quickly deal with it. Immediately, Soang rushed to activate the cooperation mode and ordered Soeo to withdraw. Instantly, both of them took off, running while being chased by the mutated zombie. But what Soang never imagined was how fast it could run. Just as they reached the end of the alley, he suddenly noticed someone hiding in the cargo hold. Soang quickly drew his weapon, thinking it was a zombie, but then he saw Rims, a chubby boy, covering his face and crying out not to be killed. Upon hearing this, he realized it was a living person, so he grabbed the boy's backpack to escape from the mutated zombie's pursuit. Seeing this, Rims was puzzled and told Soang to calm down and not panic. However, the moment he finished speaking and turned around, he saw the mutated zombie, and his mood seemed to change 180 degrees as he stumbled, carrying 100 pounds of flesh and chasing after them. While running, Soang reminded himself not to lose heart because a mutated zombie was still a zombie. There must be a way to deal with it. After running for a bit, Soang led Rims to the right, but suddenly discovered it was a dead end. Behind them, the mutated zombie let out a furious roar. Seeing this, Soeo shot a glance back, directly launching herself towards it, but Soang, observing from afar, immediately guessed that Soeo had no chance of winning. He had to think of a way to distract the white-haired zombie. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a smell similar to gasoline coming from the chubby boy's backpack. So, he told him to hand over his backpack. This made Rims wonder why he wanted to rob him at such a time. Soang shouted for him not to talk nonsense and to just give it to him if he wanted to live. Hearing this, Rims had no choice but to take down his backpack and reluctantly hand it to Soang. After receiving the gasoline-filled backpack, he called Soeo to come back. As soon as she turned around, Soang threw the backpack into the air, which was immediately shredded by the mutated zombie's claw. At that moment, the backpack tore open, spilling gasoline everywhere like a rainstorm over the white-haired zombie. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Soang pulled out a lighter and tossed it directly at the zombie. With just one collision, an explosion occurred in the alley where they had just stood, igniting a fire. The white-haired zombie, with its body in tatters, seemed on the verge of being burned to ashes as it let out a roar and tried to escape on one leg. Seeing this, Soang quickly grabbed Rims and ran away, covering a considerable distance before finally escaping the harbor area. At this moment, Soang felt extremely exhilarated to have returned from the brink of death, but Rims, in contrast to his mood, was helplessly holding his head and lamenting that while they survived, he had no idea what to do next. Behind them, Soang was unaware of his feelings and opened a new mission: complete 100 delegated missions. Each time a delegated mission was completed, rewards would be given based on its difficulty. Turning to Rims, he saw the boy still scratching his head in frustration over not having any materials. Rims was afraid that Meng would take him to feed the zombies. In response, Soang immediately ran over to suggest that Rims hire him. Meanwhile, in an abandoned apartment building, two young men were watching through binoculars, feeling that there seemed to be more zombies today compared to previous days. However, they had to accept that their group always had people coming and going, which attracted the attention of the zombies. Suddenly, the two of them noticed something quite surprising. It turned out that what they admired while looking through the binoculars was the scene of Soang rapidly eliminating the zombies in front of him. Inside their base, no one cared about each other's work. Outside, Soang had already run into the apartment complex, calling out "completed" as he went, causing Rims to chase after him, utterly exhausted. At this moment, the system announced the mission difficulty level D. The person delegating the mission was Rims, who had the task of protecting the target and escorting them to a designated safe location. The delegation was completed, and he received 20 accumulation points. Soang now realized that only mainline missions offered a chance for rewards, while all others contributed to accumulation points. Every 100 accumulation points could be exchanged for a reward draw, which seemed to have quite a few uses. Just then, people on the upper floor aimed their guns straight at Soang because he had intruded into their territory. Seeing this, Rims immediately spoke up, asking if the guy with the pompadour hairstyle was with Soang. Upon hearing this, Rims recounted that he had run into some trouble and couldn't gather materials, but Xiaomeng and Soeo had saved him, so he wanted to bring them to meet the leader. Upon hearing this, the pompadour guy cursed Rims for being useless and then announced that the big sister was on the rooftop and would lead them up. On the way to the rooftop, Xiaomeng murmured that he never expected to see such a clean place. Hearing this, the girl guiding them said that this hospital was not even in use when they occupied it, so the construction was still relatively intact. Seeing this, Xiaomeng expressed that he had thought everything would be chaotic in this era, but he was surprised that people were still very disciplined. In contrast to his mood, Rims seemed very anxious from behind, and as the guide talked about how they were able to have an excellent leader who organized everything neatly and orderly, everyone had their jobs and tasks. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, training was taking place, and below, the guide announced that Rims had returned with 2 newcomers. When they reached the door to the rooftop, they could hear the loud voice of a girl outside yelling, "Don't just stand there, rush in and kill it for me." The group in front of her cautiously expressed that it was their first real battle, but before they could finish, the leader shouted for them to shut up and asked what they thought: would zombies give humans a second chance? Think carefully about the characteristics of zombies. When the sentence was just finished, a trainer began to read. First, zombies are very afraid of light. When encountering sunlight or high-intensity light, their movements will slow down. As for the second point, the person next to him continued reading. Zombies are very sensitive to sound. At that moment, the leader struck directly down with a baseball bat and read the third point, which is to hit them directly on the head. After hearing this, they complied with the orders. But just at that moment, the guide informed the leader that Rims the Fat had returned. She immediately asked Rims the Fat if he had collected a lot of materials. Rims the Fat, standing quietly behind, stammered and admitted that he hadn't collected anything. Seeing this, the leader flew out with a serious expression and a firm voice, asking Rims the Fat why he came back without anything. Without fuel, they couldn't turn on the super pressure lights, and the recruits couldn't train in actual combat at night. You promised 3 times, and I gave you 3 chances. So what is the result? The leader scolded Rims the Fat as useless and untrustworthy and directly ordered him to get out of their territory. That night, she pointed the baseball bat straight at Xiaomeng and declared their territory did not need anyone introduced by a useless person, so he should leave with him. After hearing this, Xiaomeng sighed and reminded the leader not to be so hasty in chasing people away. He came here to do business. Seeing this, the leader showed a surprised expression and then immediately sneered and asked Xiaomeng if there was food, water, or medical supplies in their place. You two want to trade with me, so don't joke around. But immediately, the metal barrels suddenly clashed against each other because the pull of the zombies had broken loose from their restraints. As evidence, they rushed to attack those who were training. At that moment, one of them noticed that the sun had set, making the zombies grow stronger. He repeatedly called for the leader to save them. Seeing this, Xiaomeng snapped his fingers to order Soeo. Immediately, she stared at the zombies and spread her legs to both sides, exactly at a 180-degree angle. The guide and the trainers were incredibly astonished, not knowing what she intended to do. Xiaomeng spoke up, believing that since they needed fuel, he could help. Furthermore, it would be a lot, not a little. As for the conditions, they just needed to let him and Rims the Fat stay in the camp. At that moment, no one spoke, as they all focused on the battle between Soeo and the zombies. Seeing this, Xiaomeng reminded them to trust him, for in this era, friendship could not be relied upon too much. It could even be for various reasons that the female leader could also die at their hands. As a businessman, it was different. As long as there was benefit, Xiaomeng was the most trustworthy person for her. This is called an ally. After a while, Xiaomeng had arrived on the road to complete his task. While walking, he complained that he really didn't understand why the sun was about to set, yet that guy still insisted he had to take him to the supermarket. Moreover, that place was the lair of the zombies. With no water or electricity. He didn't know what to do there. After hearing this, Wang Xiao calmly said that since Xiaomeng had agreed to take on this job, he shouldn't complain. During the mission, he also received a quest from the system to escort the target to a designated location, with the mission difficulty changing to E. While on the rooftop, the leader introduced him as looking skinny but had been following them since the apocalypse began. After hearing this, Soang wondered why she wanted him to bring that kid along. At that moment, the leader revealed that his new mission was to go to the supermarket to play, only for the purpose of staying in their territory for business. So Soang had no choice but to go on this trip with the kid. While casually strolling, he heard the sound of a zombie running from behind. Seeing this, Soang reminded Wang Xiao to stay close to him. But before Soang could see where he was, immediately, a direct attack hit the head of a zombie, killing it on the spot. When he turned back to look, he saw Wang Xiao holding a hammer, revealing that he wasn't going to the store to play but wanted to find his father. After witnessing his actions, Soang realized that he must have been training hard in the camp. He then reminded Wang Xiao that the survival rate in this era was very small, but Wang Xiao believed he knew that and just wanted to confirm whether his father had turned into a zombie or not. If it was true, Wang Xiao declared that he would personally put an end to him. After hearing this affirmation, Soang was left speechless, unsure of how to respond. Immediately, he received the contents of the mission, which was to help the customer eliminate the target. The mission changed, and the difficulty level changed to be returning to the time before the apocalypse occurred at the supermarket. Wang Xiao's father disguised himself as a bear, performing magic tricks for passers-by. Wang Xiao had once asked his father why he liked to entertain others like that. Upon hearing this, he expressed that he wanted him to look at these passers-by, each of whom had gone through a period of loneliness, sadness, and suffering. If by chance someone felt down in spirit and saw him performing, and then became sober again, what then? After hearing this, Wang Xiao still doubted that his father was lying to him. But he spoke with such a confirming expression and tone that anyone who listened would have to believe him. He introduced himself as a magical brown bear, and this affirmation has deeply influenced Wang Xiao's subconscious until now. Upon entering the supermarket, he shared that if his father turned into a zombie, he would definitely not be able to forgive himself for becoming a man-eating monster. After hearing this, Soang guessed Wang Xiao's intention to come here to do that himself. However, as he entered, Soang found it quite strange because they had reached the third floor without seeing any zombies. He hoped they were not lying in ambush somewhere. Suddenly, Soang shone his light forward and discovered a creature that no longer resembled a human. The upper half looked like a zombie, but the lower half was extremely eerie. Immediately, this zombie let out a scream and sat on top, controlling the monster below to rush and attack the remaining survivors. The monster immediately ran at an incredible speed, following the shout of the zombie above. At this moment, the other zombies hiding around heard the noise and slowly crawled out. This group sniffed the scent of fresh meat, of course rushing towards it with a savage expression. Soang couldn't believe it, they had encountered a mutated zombie. He then ordered Soeo to take action. Upon receiving the mission, she began to assume a defensive stance, and soon after, she launched an attack that sent the zombies flying. While Soang was looking for a way out, he encountered another group of zombies. He realized that no one in the camp was willing to take Wang Xiao along for a good reason. At that moment, Soeo was dodging the strong zombies, aiming directly at the monster. After clearly determining the distance, she immediately lifted one leg, spun around, and thrust her entire body into the monster below. The zombie above was still in shock when it turned and saw Soeo's presence. Seeing this, it let out a roar, preparing to attack her. But out of nowhere, an explosion hit it directly. In the blink of an eye, the monster was obliterated, smoke and flames filling the area, leaving only dust in the air on the first floor of the supermarket. Soang shouted out loud but couldn't see her in the dust. He then shifted his focus to Wang Xiao, urging him to find a safe place to hide. However, Wang Xiao was frozen in shock at Soang's insistence. Slowly, he raised an arm, seemingly astonished by something. It turned out that in the distance, the brown bear his father had disguised as was slowly approaching. Seeing the bear's figure, Wang Xiao was momentarily stunned and hesitated, picturing his father smiling at him as the bear continued to walk closer. At that moment, Soang rushed over to help him escape, but Wang Xiao refused, telling Soang to go save Soeo while he would end this himself. After hearing this, Soang hesitated. But Wang Xiao insisted he not forget what a commission meant. Seeing this, Soang reluctantly accepted and cautioned Wang Xiao to be careful, then he climbed over the broken walls, expressing his surprise that such an extraordinary kid existed. Meanwhile, a zombie charged at Soeo, only to have its head blown off by her swift attack. However, it wasn't just one, 3 more zombies surrounded her. Soeo continued to fight with incredible speed, but then she was grabbed roughly by a zombie, losing focus due to this surprise attack, which allowed other zombies to pounce on her and tear at her mercilessly. Not only that, but more zombies continued to swarm around Soeo. Seeing this, Soang shouted orders for her to fight them off, and immediately Soeo received the command, turning aggressive and throwing the zombies outside. At that moment, he realized that without a master by her side, she wouldn't take action. So, Soang jumped down, planning to deal with those zombies first while Soeo held the fatty in place. After hearing this, Soeo also prepared for battle. Soang activated the battle mode, forming a cooperative strategy. Both of their skills activated simultaneously, granting them shared power, and they synchronized their attacks effortlessly. Meanwhile, at Wang Xiao's location, he was still holding the flashlight, moving toward the brown bear, reminding himself to stay calm. All the training he endured in the camp was for this moment. If his father hadn't turned into a zombie, he would bring him back to the camp. But if he had, he would have to end it because his father was a person who wouldn't forgive becoming a man-eating monster. At this time, Wang Xiao's father was slowly stepping forward, while he crouched behind a wall, observing every move his father made. As soon as he saw that figure, he sighed to regain his composure, then immediately took up his weapon and ran out onto the main road. Just then, a zombie's arm reached up from the ground, grabbing Wang Xiao's leg and causing him to fall face first onto the ground, knocking the flashlight away. Seeing this, Wang Xiao angrily wondered where that zombie came from. At the same time, his father was gradually getting closer to Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao continued to strike the zombie at his feet repeatedly with his weapon to fend it off, but he quickly realized he had been spotted. Meanwhile, Soang was fighting and lamenting why every time he went outside, he encountered different mutated zombies. Fortunately, this time, Soeo was not in the intense state she was during the encounter with the white-haired zombie. He believed she could kill the fatty in just a few blows. But just then, he noticed the fat zombie was skating across the floor at a high speed, showing its white teeth and letting out loud screams. Below, the multi-headed monster mimicked its master, howling with its tongue out. Immediately, bright lines appeared on the heads of the zombies, and instantly countless streams of electric fire surged out, nearly knocking Soang out. He was lucky to escape this time, but he never expected zombies could shoot energy blasts. Now it looked much more menacing, yet it continued to scream incessantly. At that moment, a thought crossed Soang's mind as he discovered a way to deal with it, taking advantage of the moment it lunged to attack. Soang stepped back, realizing that although this zombie was very strong, it was like a car without a driver, turning into scrap. He then called Soeo, directing her to aim a full power strike at its head. Upon receiving the mission, she immediately flew in, wanting to sneak attack from behind. As she got close, she raised her long leg and kicked, knocking the fat zombie's head off. The zombies below were also affected, groaning as all their heads exploded. According to Soang, it was quite similar to fireworks. It only took a few flashes of light before the fat monster exploded, leaving Soang very excited that he finally succeeded. However, he had no idea what the situation was with Wang Xiao on the other side. Meanwhile, Wang Xiao had dropped the flashlight but was still fiercely attacking the zombie at his feet without pause. Across from him, Wang Xiao's father had also turned into a zombie, directly slamming the bear's head down, slowly reaching out to grab him. Seeing this, the zombie pleaded with him not to come closer, but out of sheer fear, he shut his eyes tight and called for his father. For some reason, Wang Xiao's father stood frozen, staring at him. At that moment, Wang Xiao noticed that his father, in his zombie form, had not taken his eyes off him. Then, he suddenly broke into a creepy smile. Sitting below, Wang Xiao saw this smile from his father and remembered a time when he was still alive. He had once asked what they would do if an apocalypse occurred in an anime. Wang Xiao thought everyone would be engulfed in fear. But at that moment, what people lacked the most was optimism and hope. Remembering these words from his father gave him even more fighting spirit, despite tears streaming down both sides of his face. Wang Xiao immediately stood up, holding the weapon behind him, shouting to finish things quickly. Seeing the zombie face of his father reminded him of his dad's smile when he was alive, and without hesitation, he struck his father's head, ending half an hour of fighting. After leaving the mall, Wang Xiao recounted everything to Soang, who couldn't help but exclaim that his father's answer was very profound. As they walked, Wang Xiao wondered if he could become as strong as Soang in the future. He wanted to protect everyone and become a warrior that would make them proud. Upon hearing this, Soang felt uneasy but affirmed that Wang Xiao would definitely train harder. Soang believed that since Wang Xiao's father was so formidable, Wang Xiao would surely become much stronger than him in the future. Hearing this made Wang Xiao's tears flow down his cheeks. At that moment, Soang also completed the mission and received 40 accumulated points, bringing his total to 102. Returning to the shelter, Soang and the others played Joker together, and he finally won several rounds in a row. A few days ago, after fulfilling Wang Xiao's wish, Soang successfully joined the camp and began his plan to grind for missions. Thanks to these missions, he gradually integrated with everyone. Soang's goal was the reward points, so he wasn't too keen on the commission's compensation. Until one day, Wang Xiao gave him his favorite toy. When Soang held it in his hands, unsure of why he had this toy robot, it suddenly added 20 accumulated points to his collection. From that day on, Soang made a discovery: if the person commissioning him offered their most important item as compensation, he would receive additional accumulated points, and that item would be stored in the system's collection. Today, Soang received a mission from an elderly man named Li, urging him to quickly hand over Li's cigarettes. Upon hearing this, he wanted to exchange for something else, but Soang was adamant about not agreeing. Seeing this, Elder Li played dirty, directly pulling out a cigarette to smoke in front of a startled Soang. After taking the first puff, Elder Li started coughing violently, causing Soang and the others to burst into laughter. At that moment, one of them revealed that Elder Li kept the cigarettes not to smoke but to remember his wife. He loved to watch her smoke and enjoyed the scent of the tobacco lingering on her. Every time he missed his deceased wife, he lit a cigarette to smell it. The bespectacled young man also had to exclaim that Elder Li was the model husband. Hearing this, he reminded the young man not to chatter on, teasing Dae-san, who was already 30 but still relied on Soang to make a fabric doll. Upon hearing this, Dae-san immediately retorted, revealing that his daughter loved dolls. At that moment, Soang realized that Dae-san had a daughter, as he had never heard him mention it before. After hearing this, he revealed that his wife and child were in the county. A few days ago, before the telecommunications line went down, Dae-san had called home to talk to them. He believed that his wife and child were fine, so they wouldn't die. At this point, Dae-san took the opportunity to accuse Elder Roy of asking Soang to keep something for him without revealing what it was. Elder Roy, panicking, waved his hands, unwilling to disclose it. Then Elder Li raised a watch, asking Soang about the item Elder Roy asked him to keep so he would know what to exchange for compensation next time. But immediately, Dae-san interrupted, offering a bag of cookies, claiming it was worth much more than the watch. Upon hearing this, Soang shook his head vigorously, stating that he couldn't return clients' items. Seeing this, Elder Roy couldn't hold back anymore and directly raised his middle finger, declaring he wanted Soang to keep a bouquet of flowers. Upon hearing this, both of them looked dumbfounded, then burst into laughter, realizing that they had seen many paper flowers in the trash and that Elder Roy was the culprit. They curiously asked Elder Roy if he wanted to confess to someone or if it was for Xiaomeng, the leader. Immediately, Elder Roy shouted the name Socio from the logistics department. Hearing what Elder Roy said, they laughed even harder. Meanwhile, outside the refugee camp, zombies roamed the streets more abundantly at night. Suddenly, a thunderclap struck from the sky, causing a commotion. At that moment, he jumped in surprise and turned to ask. Seeing this, the three others thought it must be thunder. But just then, Xiaomeng burst through the entrance without putting on her coat properly, causing Soang to almost spit out his dinner from that evening. At that moment, Xiaomeng suggested that everyone stand up, making Soang's actions even more panicked. Shortly after, she ordered Elder Roy to take the elderly and children to the third floor and led the others to retrieve weapons. Dae-san stood firm in his place while Xiaomeng went to prepare defenses. Soang, still unaware of the situation, shouted to Xiaomeng, asking what was happening that made her so anxious. Upon hearing this, she stroked her hair and revealed that the tide had arrived. Seeing this, Soang completely changed his attitude, asking calmly if they wanted him to help defend them. Xiaomeng fully agreed with this proposal, saying not to disclose that the compensation wasn't much. Soang then asked if they thought he looked like a kind of opportunist who would inflate prices. Saying this, he thought to himself that since it was for the reward from the system, the mission would have to depend on the living, as there wouldn't always be living people around to commission him. But at that moment, the system suddenly announced a mission to protect the territory against monsters with a difficulty level of S. Upon receiving this mission, Soang couldn't help but exclaim that just with a B-level task, it felt like risking half his life. What was the difference between an S-level mission and a death sentence? At that moment, he genuinely wished the damned system would die in the future, at least give a warning about the difficulty level, so he could know when to refuse. Meanwhile, outside, the thunderstorm continued to rage at the windows, and Elder Li and Soang stood guard. He hoped that nothing would happen this time like last time. Upon hearing this, Soang questioned what had happened last time. At this moment, Old Li gravely recounted that the leader of their camp was named Yongji, who had died on a rainy night about half a month ago. She was the white-haired zombie that Soang and Rims had encountered at the port. Saying this, Old Li paused to catch his breath, taking a puff from his cigarette while glancing at Soang, revealing that the one who killed her was the current leader, Xiaomeng. That night, they received a distress signal, and their leader, Yongji, led a team to the location of the signal to try to rescue the survivors. However, since it was their first time operating in the rain, they didn't realize that the rain had attracted the attention of the zombies. Both Yongji and Xiaomeng were intelligent and strong individuals, but their views were often at odds, leading to frequent conflicts and arguments. Xiaomeng blamed Yongji for saying not to go outside, insisting that if there were casualties, their entire camp would be doomed. However, Yongji argued that it didn't matter, as they had saved people, and if everyone returned safely, their camp would have additional manpower. At that moment, Old Li, who was behind them, announced that there were zombies in front and that they were surrounded. Immediately, Yongji charged forward and began shooting rapidly at the zombies. But at that moment, she was unaware that a zombie had jumped from her right and knocked her to the ground. With her training, she was not allowed to let her back touch the ground and quickly escaped, throwing a rope into the air to secure it around the zombie's neck, pulling it up to the nearby metal pole. Taking advantage of the opportunity, she kicked the zombie in the face, successfully defeating one. However, more and more zombies appeared, becoming increasingly frantic in the rain. After dispatching the first one, Yongji called for everyone to prepare to leave. Behind her, Xiaomeng was urging everyone to run faster, but at that moment, she looked up at the cargo container above them, which was pouring down water. Realizing something was wrong, Xiaomeng immediately turned to remind Yongji to be careful, but it was too late. A metal pipe came crashing down directly onto Yongji's head, leaving her stunned, likely due to the impact. A few seconds later, regaining her composure, Yongji asked Xiaomeng to lead the others to safety first, or they would all die. Seeing the situation was dire, Xiaomeng ordered Old Li to take the lead. Reluctantly, he accepted the mission, his heart filled with anxiety. However, he understood that hesitating would only lead to more deaths, so Old Li quickly drove to the rendezvous point with another team. After handing over the rescued group to his comrades, Old Li immediately returned to the port. But he didn't expect that only Xiaomeng would run to the vehicle. At that moment, Old Li asked where the leader was, but she kept urging him to drive. Anxious, he insisted on knowing the answer first. A few minutes later, Xiaomeng kept staring out the vehicle window before speaking in a low voice, saying that she had killed Yongji. Hearing this made Old Li's entire body freeze. Upon returning to the camp, Xiaomeng declared to everyone that while the two of them were fending off the zombies, Yongji had the idea to use herself as bait to escape alone, which resulted in her being killed by Xiaomeng. Very few people in the camp believed Xiaomeng's excuse, many even suspected her of plotting to kill Yongji to take over the camp. At that time, Old Li was the only one present at the scene, and everyone hoped he would question Xiaomeng. However, Old Li chose to remain silent because he knew that if Yongji was no longer there, Xiaomeng would be the most suitable person to lead them. Later, relying on her abilities, Xiaomeng became the new leader without any hesitation. The incident involving Yongji was never mentioned again. Suddenly, old Lee questioned whether Xiaomeng was truly suited for the role of leader and if his decision was correct. Upon hearing this, Xiaomeng thought that it had been half a month since then, and the camp remained stable, proving that she was deserving and that old Lee was right. Xiaomeng expressed that he didn't dare to preach to anyone but wanted to remind old Lee that in this era, who could lead and guide people to survive was what mattered most. Upon hearing this, old Lee stared into the distance, pondering something while repeating the two words survive. At that moment, the thunder continued to strike down from the sky, and simultaneously, raindrops began to fall, pattering down and hitting the faces of the zombies outside. Within just a few seconds, the rain grew heavier and more torrential, while the zombies sluggishly moved along the street. Suddenly, a lightning bolt struck down, hitting them directly. At this moment, inside the house, Xiaomeng realized everything was beginning. Down in the camp's main hall, Xiaomeng was urgently urging everyone to quickly seal all the windows, as the zombies could climb in through there. Then she raised her voice, asking how the electric trap under the windows was doing and if it could be resolved. The more, the better, and there was no need to hold back, they must protect the way up to the upper floors. Meanwhile, at the window, a zombie leaped up, startling everyone. Seeing this, Dae-san rushed over to remind them not to freeze up, assuring that he would cover them while the others continued to pull the electric net. Outside, the zombies had climbed up to the window when leader Xiaomeng received a report that the western side lacked manpower. From there, a zombie had also climbed up, and as soon as it roared, it received a swift kick from So-eo. Upon witnessing this, old Lee exclaimed about Xiaomeng's girlfriend, wondering where she gained such incredible strength. Hearing this, he revealed that So-eo had practiced some martial arts before but wasn't his girlfriend. At that moment, someone in the camp called old Lee because the western side needed support and received an assignment. He immediately followed the person, but Xiaomeng told old Lee to stay there while she would go with old Oi. Hearing this, he displayed a puzzled expression, but Xiaomeng wanted this side to be commanded by old Lee. Seeing this, old Oi teased old Lee, saying that without them, he wouldn't be able to do anything. At this moment, old Lee pointed to one side, reminding him that this was an opportunity. If he wanted to win over So-eo, he had to perform well. Meanwhile, behind him, a zombie appeared behind old Lee, sneaking up on him. Seeing this, Xiaomeng warned him not to lose focus, and at that moment, she swiftly chopped the zombie apart. Old Lee turned to apologize and immediately got into a combat stance, firing his weapon rapidly, along with Xiaomeng slicing. At this time, on the west side, halfway up to the third floor, half of the zombies had been killed, while the other half continued to chase the people in the camp. Xiaomeng repeatedly reminded Dae-san to quickly clean up the zombies and help everyone reinforce the defense system. She and old Oi would seal off the entrance to the third floor. But at that moment, Xiaomeng felt that the situation was off and began to hesitate about having to destroy the stairway system in the west area. Simultaneously, someone in the camp was being chased by a zombie, shouting non-stop, his eyes welling up with tears, seemingly a newcomer. Dae-san immediately jumped in, striking just in time to save him. After that, Dae-san urged him to get up and help the leader. Meanwhile, Xiaomeng ordered Team B to turn on all the lights, but the person holding the light fixture stammered a warning that they might not have enough fuel. Upon hearing this, Xiaomeng yelled at him, asking what he was saving it for, because if they didn't make it through tonight, they wouldn't have any lives left to use gasoline. At the windows, any zombie that stuck its head in would immediately be met with a bullet from inside the camp. The shot came from old Oi's position, who proudly boasted about his achievement. Hearing this, Dae-san reminded him not to be too arrogant, but old Oi insisted that this was what genius looked like, as few could think of attaching explosives to the head of a spear. At that moment, Xiaomeng chimed in, telling the genius to kill a few more, and not only that, she announced that she would set him up with someone after this battle. Just then, Xiaomeng seemed to hear a tremendous sound. Simultaneously, on the eastern defense line of the camp, Xiaomeng turned around only to see a spindly hand gripping the window frame. Immediately, a mutated zombie jumped up, causing Xiaomeng to jump back in shock. Realizing this one had bone spikes protruding from it, there was no time for him to react before it charged at him with terrifying speed. Xiaomeng quickly called out for So-eo, and at the same moment, the zombie's hand was about to strike his face. Just at that precarious moment, she appeared, using one hand to block the zombie's attack. Xiaomeng let out a sigh of relief, as a normal person would have been knocked out by that slap. At the same time, at the west side of the camp, the first drop of blood had fallen, and the call for the leader gradually faded, becoming weak. It turned out that the drop of blood and voice belonged to Old Oi, who had used his body to block the zombies' attack aimed at Xiaomeng. At this moment, Old Oi's mouth was full of blood, but he kept calling for the leader. Xiaomeng seemed utterly helpless, seeing someone from the camp take the hit for her and then perish like this. After a while, Xiaomeng urged Daisan to hold on for a bit longer, believing they might be able to hold out for a while. After that, Daisan went up to the top floor, where he encountered an elder and was asked why everyone had come up here. Upon hearing this, Daisan apologized and reported that they had been breached. The moment those on the third floor heard this, they were extremely shocked, unable to believe Daisan's words. Xiaomeng reminded everyone to be quiet, saying it wasn't the final moment yet, and instructed Old Li to tally the numbers and check the wounded, seeing who had been bitten, immediately applying humanitarian treatment. At that moment, Socio noticed that Daisan's hand was bleeding and wanted to help him bandage it. She gently wrapped a bandage around Daisan's wrist. Seeing this, he stared at Socio and hesitantly stammered, bringing up Old Oi's name. However, before he could say anything, Socio quietly asked, "He's dead, right? I saw him go up with you, so I thought something had happened." Daisan apologized to Socio for not being able to protect Old Oi, but she gently expressed that just the day before, in front of so many people, Old Oi had confessed his feelings to her with flowers. At that moment, Socio felt very nervous and had unconsciously rejected him, but later she wanted to find Old Oi to clarify things. Now, she couldn't find him anywhere. So Socio's voice trembled as she finally released the tears she had been holding back, expressing that she also liked Old Oi. Meanwhile, outside, Old Li had checked and reported that counting the two of them, the camp had 9 warriors and 4 support staff left. Just then, there was a scream from Wang Xiao, who wanted revenge for Old Oi, but was stopped by someone from the camp. He thought that if Wang Xiao continued like this, he would only go down to die, but Wang Xiao insisted that they couldn't just hide here and wait to die. Just then, the door on the stairway crashed down. The people on the 3rd floor immediately sensed that they were about to be overrun. At this moment, Xiaomeng announced for everyone to retreat, while on the other side, Soameng stood in a corner, listening to the crashing noise, thinking that it wouldn't be a problem for him and Soeo to leave. Would they wait for the mutated zombie to come up and die like the others? He then reminded Soeo to eat slowly, as no one was competing with her. Soameng then pondered whether he should just retreat, but it was still bearable to retreat with fragmented memories. However, if he had to retreat with dumplings and soy milk, then that would be the end. Afterward, he decided to test his luck with that. Thinking this, he opened the food storage system for employees and switched to the staff management center. Next, Soameng wanted to see if there were any employees around who could be recruited. At that moment, he headed to the employee market, and the system was downloading the information list of the available staff. Immediately, Soameng saw the first person and was extremely startled. Outside, the rain was pouring heavily and incessantly. Inside, Soameng found Xiaomeng to inform her that he had to temporarily leave the base but would leave Soeo behind to help everyone defend. He promised to return soon, and of course, if he was still alive. At that moment, Xiaomeng called Soameng's name with a somber tone, reminding him that he had accepted her delegation. Upon hearing this, Soameng affirmed that he remembered what he had said because, after all, trust was the most important thing in business. A moment later, from the west door, the zombies outside were banging loudly, and one immediately thrust an arm inside, frantically clawing at everything in front of it. At that moment, Xiaomeng ordered everyone to pay attention and put all their strength into defense. Just then, behind Soeo, a spiny zombie lunged at her, preparing to block her. But instantly, it was sliced in half by a long leg. While attacking Soeo, Soameng remembered what he was tasked with: he could help everyone defend the base alone. No, there was one place he absolutely had to go to himself, otherwise, the base wouldn't hold out until dawn. If Soameng took Soeo with him, they probably wouldn't last more than 3 hours. Therefore, he wanted to ask her to stay and help them. Furthermore, Soameng promised not to give Soeo any specific orders, as he felt she could handle things well on her own. Finally, Soameng confirmed his trust in Soeo, making her acknowledge this as a command. At that moment, Soyo prepared to use her final skill, the Rage God. Outside, the rain was still pouring, and Xiaomeng had arrived at the port with a rather mixed expression. He predicted that the zombies were gathering according to the tide to the base, making this side much quieter. The remaining problem was how to recruit this new staff member, which was crucial. Last time, he could directly accept Soyo as a special case from the system, but such a good thing obviously wouldn't happen a second time. Before starting, he calculated that he needed to prepare a bit, so he opened the supply warehouse to look for the improved ultraviolet light. It could temporarily seal the target's actions but was a one-time use item. Then he had to rely on the weapon in his hand. At that moment, Xiaomeng reminded himself to hurry because he didn't know how long Soyo and the others could hold out. However, a contrary thought suddenly popped into Xiaomeng's mind. Instead of worrying about them, he should worry about himself because he didn't even know if the target would tear him apart. If he encountered a zombie like the one old Lee mentioned, facing two mutated ones at once would be too much. Just then, while Xiaomeng was distracted, a muscular zombie appeared behind him. It seemed he sensed something and froze for a moment before slowly turning his head to look. As soon as he turned around, the zombie lunged at high speed from the top of the cargo container, just a few meters away from Xiaomeng. At that moment, he felt a whirlwind of emotions, unable to believe how often he had been mentioning something and then it appeared. Soon, Xiaomeng and the zombie collided. Unfortunately for him, his weapon was snapped in half, flying several rounds into the air. At the same time, Xiaomeng was kicked straight into the cargo container behind him, painfully screaming in agony. Not stopping there, the zombie continued to jump rapidly from one position to another. Suddenly, a punch landed straight on its head. When Xiaomeng looked up, he saw a white-haired zombie, just like the one he had encountered before at the port, kicking away the other zombie. He stood there for a moment to observe this one and suddenly recognized it as Yongji. Her strength was indeed comparable to Soyo's. She swiftly subdued the zombie in question. The 180-degree kick was quite impressive in Xiaomeng's eyes, but Yongji's demeanor was not something to be dismissed. He was puzzled, wondering why the zombies were killing each other. It seemed related to Yongji's previous hatred for zombies. Nevertheless, Xiaomeng was saved this time, but he couldn't help but wonder if she had learned combat techniques. Besides, what if the other one fought to the death? At this moment, Yongji rolled over but was caught by the zombie, which grabbed her leg and slammed her face into the ground. Xiaomeng panicked as he saw the zombie contorting Yongji's face with one hand. Immediately after, it opened its mouth and bit into her neck. The wounds on the zombie's hands gradually released a dark aura, and suddenly, they healed right before his eyes. Xiaomeng realized it was absorbing Yongji's life force to heal its injuries. He quickly thought about what needed to be done. First, he compared the options. If he ran away, he wouldn't save the base, but if he fought, it would be tricky. Suddenly, an image of Soyo appeared in Xiaomeng's mind, which also became a motivational point for him. There was no time to hesitate. At that moment, he drew the flashlight containing infrared light and pointed it directly at the zombie, calling it over. The zombie, caught in the act of feeding, heard the noise and stood up. As it turned around, it was immediately met with the light emitted from Xiaomeng's infrared flashlight, which terrified it. While shining the light, he declared that it shouldn't even think about harming his next staff member. However, the light from his flashlight was gradually dimming, and taking advantage of this, the zombie leaped high into the air, making Xiaomeng suspect it was a fake light. Just as it lunged toward him, it suddenly halted, as it took a full-length iron pipe to its body from above the cargo container. At that moment, it noticed Yongji had done this. She was still glaring at the zombie with sharp eyes and immediately leaned back, successfully dodging a lethal blow from it. Then, with a furious expression, Yongji used both hands to wield the iron pipes lying under her feet, continuously attacking the zombie. Before long, the zombie was impaled all over its body, rendering it unable to move. Then, it let out a scream, and its whole body suddenly exploded in a shower of blood. Thus, the zombie game ended, and it was expelled from this world. At this moment, Xiaomeng looked at the explosion, wondering why it had erupted. Could it be that he was a mutated zombie? But just then, Yongji jumped straight down to the spot where the zombie had been. Seeing this, Soang thought that there would be time to investigate later. The current issue was how to subdue this streetwise sister. In the sky, the thunder continued to strike, and in the camp, everyone was still fiercely fighting. At this moment, Wang Xiao asked Rims if he could aim precisely at the head, but he was also at a loss because they were too fast. Immediately, 3 zombies surrounded Wang Xiao, but suddenly they were struck by 3 projectiles from Soeo, hitting the ground. Suddenly, one of them, only hit in the back, didn't die immediately but turned around to seek revenge. It jumped off the ground, aiming for Soeo's head, and the spot where she was produced a tremendous crash, attracting the attention of other zombies. It turned out that this one missed and smashed its hand against the wall. Taking advantage of the opportunity while it was distracted, Soeo turned around, filled with a strong blood aura all over her body, and swiftly approached, causing that zombie to explode. Witnessing this scene, Rims and Wang Xiao widened their eyes, to the point where their mouths could not close. Seeing this, Old Li ran over to awaken them, reminding them that Soang had warned them not to get close while Soeo was fighting. Otherwise, they would be accidentally killed by her tremendous power. Suddenly, Rims yelled out to Old Li that the one in the corner was still alive. Daesan, seeing this, quickly grabbed his weapon and ran over to give it a warning slash, but this time, it successfully retreated to avoid it. While fighting, Daesan declared that if Soeo was that formidable, then they could not fall behind. As he spoke, he continued to slash at the zombie, while on the other side, Xiaomeng and Old Li fired shots continuously, vowing that they would not die here. Daesan's wife and daughter were still waiting for him, so his strikes grew increasingly fierce. At this moment, from a distance, a woman was leading a child. It seemed to be Daesan's wife and daughter. Upon seeing the two of them in this state, he froze, directly dropping the hammer in his hand to the ground, and walked towards them in a daze. Immediately, his wife and daughter screamed and ran away, attacking, causing Daesan to stammer, asking, "Why are you here?" But his daughter frantically ran closer, making Daesan envision the scene when they were both alive. He became lost in these thoughts, believing that the two of them had come to pick him up from work. Daesan spread his arms wide, expressing how much he missed them, wanting to rush to hug both of them. Just as he was getting closer, lost in past memories, a thunderous explosion erupted. At this point, Old Li saw Daesan like that and called out his name loudly, but immediately something flew past Old Li's face, causing him to freeze. Glancing aside, he saw Soeo had collapsed against the sandbags at the entrance. At this moment, she continued to stand up slowly, as she was quite tired. From the opposite side, a zombie approached, but not only that one, behind it were countless others of all shapes and sizes. At this point, Soeo began to cough repeatedly. Meanwhile, Daesan had transformed into a zombie and approached Old Li, but he hesitated and couldn't shoot, only begging him not to come over. On the other side, Old Li chased after Soeo, but she only ran without retaliating until Soeo was thrown directly into a nearby trash bin, causing the bouquet she had received the day before to fall to the ground. Old Oi, still crazily pursuing his prey, continued to chase. At this moment, Soeo stopped fighting and stood still, gritting her teeth, then jumped into the air, but soon fell straight down to the ground, exhausted. However, her hands still struggled to grip the earth, lifting her whole body to look far ahead. But in her mind, Soameng's encouraging voice echoed. Shortly after, Soeo raised a leg and stood up sharply, facing the zombies in front of her, who were growing more and more ferocious. But Soeo suddenly shouted loudly, yet due to exhaustion, she let everything go and fell face-first onto the ground. Suddenly, a hand reached out to support Soeo's body. When she looked up, she saw Soang. He advised Soeo to rest a bit, while he would take care of the next task. At that moment, he had also subdued Yongji and returned to the camp. Nearby, Oldoi lost consciousness and kept approaching Soeo, causing her to sit back against the wall, tears welling up in her eyes. Immediately, Soang appeared, kicking Oldoi away, reminding him to rest easy. On one side, Daesan had transformed into a zombie and was cornering Old Li. Seeing this, Yongji only needed to fly by and could make Daesan explode. Old Li, confused by this unfamiliar girl, suddenly saw Soang push Soeo towards him, asking him to keep an eye on her while he and the reinforcements handled the rest. Hearing the words reinforcements, Old Li immediately guessed it was the white-haired girl from earlier, but she seemed familiar. After hearing this, Xiaomeng spoke up, indicating that he had noticed too. Despite having changed a lot, she was definitely Yongji. At this moment, she flew straight up into the sky, aiming at her target, and immediately sliced him in half. After slicing, Yongji boasted, recalling a few minutes ago when she hadn't been subdued. In front of her stood Soang, who stammered, explaining that the camp where she had once been the leader was currently facing a great crisis. And they desperately needed her help. If she didn't follow him now, it would be too late. But as soon as he finished speaking, he felt this approach was not right. It seemed he had to try another method. Soang then admitted that he knew Yongji had a personal grudge against Xiaomeng, but that the others in the camp were innocent. If she agreed to help, he would not hesitate to assist her in killing Xiaomeng. But at this moment, Yongji was still lost in a dark silence. Seeing this, Soang felt this method was still not effective, but suddenly Yongji slowly approached, dragging a metal pipe on the ground with her. The situation was urgent, and Soang wondered if he would have to die in this corner. And just like that, Yongji suddenly flew towards him, swiping with a fierce strike that tore through the screen. It turned out that the target she was aiming for at this moment was not Soang, but the zombie that was about to sneak attack him. The system suddenly announced that the host and Yongji had reached a temporary employee contract. Upon hearing this, Soang was puzzled and asked the system, receiving a reply that temporary employees did not have loyalty to the company, could not choose skills for employees, and could terminate the temporary employee contract at any time. Because the number of employees exceeded 1, the function of communication between the boss and the employees was about to open up. Then, it returned to the present where Yongji fought relentlessly, and the zombies fell one after another under her hands. Meanwhile, Soang kept nodding in agreement. Suddenly, the system sent a reminder that Yongji felt very embarrassed by the host's constant shouting. Yongji felt the host was like those meddlesome ants, only knowing how to cheer from the sidelines without participating. As she spoke, she glanced at Soang as a warning, causing him to stammer an apology. Just then, a zombie wielding a fan approached, looking dazed, but immediately went crazy, screaming and charging at her. The others followed suit. At this moment, Soang called out to Yongji, asking to admire her abilities for a moment. Upon receiving the task, Yongji immediately vanished from her position and appeared in front of the zombies in a flash. As she struck, the weapons in the zombies' hands fell clattering. At the same time, Yongji had finished her employment. Yongji received a master weapon certification. The active skill in her hands was a long knife, and with her cold attitude, she swiftly eliminated the next batch of zombies. Witnessing this horrifying scene made Soang unable to blink because every time he blinked, the small knife in her hand had already sliced through a new line of zombies, their upper bodies severed from their lower bodies, simply cut through by Yongji's blade. The system sent a message describing the skill. Yongji could freely transform the items in her hand into weapons and could also use the method of sacrificing the durability of weapons to forcibly unleash their power and attack range for a duration of 120 seconds. Going back a month ago, Yongji was still alive, running the same path as Xiaomeng. As they ran, Xiaomeng announced that they had shaken off the zombies, and the group of zombies took the opportunity to return to their base. However, Yongji suddenly grabbed Xiaomeng's hand and bowed her head, her voice a bit somber. Then she showed her arm that had been bitten by a zombie, fearing that she might not be able to return. Faced with this information, Xiaomeng was very anxious, telling Yongji to wait a moment while she immediately went to find a knife to help her cut off her arm. As long as the virus hadn't spread completely, there was still hope. But Yongji thought it was unnecessary to try in vain because she had just struggled with the zombies for too long. And now it was just a matter of maintaining consciousness, which required all her strength. Yongji then instructed Xiaomeng, after returning, to never say that she was killed by a zombie, or everyone in the camp would panic and lose faith in survival. Yongji believed that Xiaomeng was capable enough to bear the position of leader, but immediately Xiaomeng cried out, asking Yongji to be quiet because no one wanted to be the leader. On the contrary, Yongji continued to ask Xiaomeng to lead everyone to survive and directly hugged her, putting all her trust in Xiaomeng to return to reality. Xiaomeng had just killed a zombie, covering her face, scolding Yongji for being a fraud, saying, "Aren't you still alive? You made me wait and cry in a corner every day. Just wait until I get through tonight, and you'll see how I collect you." Nearby, another wave of zombies charged forward, and Yongji maintained her composure, preparing herself. At that moment, she held a sandbag and threw it straight at the first zombie's face. Then she used her middle finger to twist the screwdriver in her hand, directly aiming it at the zombie. But no one could have expected that with just that throw, she would take down all three zombies, which also made Xiaomeng widen her eyes at such terrifying power. Next, on Yongji's palm appeared countless rainbow beams, and she made them gather together before throwing them forward. At this moment, Xiaomeng saw Yongji's fighting ability and acknowledged that there was definitely a chance to win tonight. Another wave of zombies appeared from who knows where, and Xiaomeng also discovered the key point while calling Yongji to find a way to take down the one holding the loudspeaker first. However, Yongji thought that getting past the zombies in front of them was impossible. But suddenly, Xiaomeng spoke up, saying to leave that to her. Xiaomeng then informed Yongji that they would distract the henchmen while she took care of the leader first before they died. While speaking, she reached into her bag, expressing her desire to try out this little toy for a long time. She then pulled out a monkey doll and announced to everyone to start the first action. Xiaomeng continuously tapped on the monkey doll to make noise and attract the zombies. At this point, Old Li saw this and wanted to go over there to help. After hearing this, Rims revealed he was out of ammo and asked Old Li to cover him while he changed his ammo. As for Yongji, she stood silently in front of the crazed zombies, then gently smiled mysteriously. She immediately leaped forward at incredible speed, waiting for the zombies to turn around, and in the next moment, a head flew off. The zombies heard the noise and turned their attention to Yongji, and soon after, a brilliant light flashed as the zombies were coming out of the earth, revealing Yongji's figure there. At this moment, she had also spotted the leader, sneaking up from behind him, her expression unchanged, cold as ever. She immediately smashed the loudspeaker in the leader's hand. At the same time, Xiaomeng discovered that Yongji's weapon had been destroyed by him. But there was no need for him to worry because she had already drawn the belt she had prepared in her hand. It turned out that Yongji had been quick-witted, taking the belt from that zombie in advance. This made the zombie extremely angry, howling like a sudden flash of light that dimmed just as this zombie leader was ambushed by Yongji, tightly tying the rope around its neck. Seeing this, she stared at it and slowly closed her eyes, delivering a swift end to this zombie's life. As it fell, it exposed the ground, showcasing Yongji's alluring figure. After she dealt with the mutated zombie leader, everything else became simple. They smoothly passed the test. 2 weeks later, the death toll was extremely heavy, with the number of survivors in the camp not even reaching half, and most of the bodies of those who had died were brutally torn apart, making it impossible to recover them completely. They were lacking manpower, and the hospital supplies were severely damaged, so the survivors decided to move the camp in search of a new safe place. Since everyone needed to prepare supplies for the journey, Xiaomeng received numerous assignments. Under the interrogation of Old Li, Xiaomeng finally had to admit to recounting the events that had occurred on that rainy night. Therefore, Old Li was able to let go of the burden he had carried in his heart for so long. As for Soeo, after 2 days of continuous coma, she finally woke up. As expected, after waking up, Soeo ate like a hungry wolf. In short, eating was eating, and nothing significant happened, which was a good thing. As for Yongji, after that night, Xiaomeng had never seen her again in the old camp. Xiaomeng announced that if everything was arranged, they should prepare to leave. But at this moment, Old Li questioned why the leader wasn't going with them. After hearing this, Xiaomeng turned around and revealed that she wanted to stay here to wait for Yongji. These words surprised Old Li greatly, as they couldn't know if Yongji had already left this place or not. If they waited like this, how long would it take? But Xiaomeng remained adamant that she had made her decision. Old Li saw her stubbornness and didn't want to argue anymore. At the same time, on the rooftop, Yongji was staring at the two of them when she suddenly lifted one foot onto the steps. Seeing this, Xiaomeng, standing behind, asked Yongji if it was time and if she still didn't want to meet them. Yongji was startled. Turning back, Xiaomeng continued to express that their temporary employee contract hadn't been cancelled, so he could locate her. For the past few days, Xiaomeng hadn't looked for Yongji because he wanted to wait for her to appear voluntarily. Although Old Li doubted Xiaomeng, he had always endured silently for the camp's sake. As for Xiaomeng, she hid her pain for Yongji, shouldering the enormous responsibility of being the leader. Xiaomeng then turned to urge Yongji to go, as she at least needed to say goodbye to them. Hearing these words, Yongji squinted and sighed. Seeing this, Xiaomeng remarked that she was already a zombie, yet she was still so alert. Then he placed a hand on Yongji's shoulder, reminding her to be at ease because he was here. Below, Xiaomeng still refused to leave. And old Li was still resolutely persuading her, saying that they couldn't leave the leader alone here. But she still insisted that she wouldn't be the leader anymore, urging everyone not to try to persuade her and to leave quickly. Immediately, old Li loudly declared that if they died, they would die together. That said, he also decided to stay and wait with Xiaomeng. At this moment, Xiaomeng appeared to remind them not to make noise anymore, then led Yongji down. As soon as old Li saw Yongji, he displayed a joyful expression and ran to the car, announcing that they could leave immediately. But at this moment, Xiaomeng revealed that Yongji had come to say goodbye to everyone. At this moment, everyone was confused, so Xiaomeng explained. Strictly speaking, Yongji could no longer be considered human, the horns on her head were the clearest evidence. Somehow, Xiaomeng could still communicate basic words with zombies. Hearing that she was no longer human, the kids behind them showed fear. Seeing this, old Li understood because zombies had become a haunting fear in everyone's minds. Suddenly, Xiaomeng shouted at Yongji, asking why she wanted to leave without saying goodbye. Do you know what I've gone through for the past month? I took on the leadership role amidst everyone's doubts and tried to bear that pressure while uniting everyone. Yet, every day I feared failure. Fearing that everyone would disperse. Every day I wondered how you would have handled things if you were still alive. Do you think that because you're no longer human, I would abandon you? We fought side by side as comrades. If it weren't for Xiaomeng, would you have denied me the chance to say a final goodbye? At that moment, Yongji approached and placed her hand on Xiaomeng's head. Xiaomeng was stunned and felt tears welling up in her eyes. The next second, she couldn't hold back and burst into tears, hugging Yongji tightly. Seeing this, Xiaomeng asked old Li to look after Yongji in the future, which old Li agreed to with a nod. Before leaving, Xiaomeng wanted to give Yongji a gift, an expensive outfit she had saved up to buy, so she reminded Yongji to take care of it. Before parting, Wang Xiao, sitting in the car, asked Xiaomeng what would happen if they couldn't defeat the zombies without him and Xiao. Hearing this, he reminded him to work harder and always stay optimistic. Don't forget your father's advice, he said. Wang Xiao responded with a loud, clear voice, and their car continued its journey. Watching the car fade away, Xiaomeng murmured, "They're gone," then asked Yongji, "So, what's your plan now?" Just as he said this, the system sent a notification. Xiaomeng immediately rushed to the rooftop, picked a good spot, and hoped to draw some dating items. His accumulated points had reached 1003, so he ordered the system to start the lottery. Praying for something exceptional, he decided to go for the 10x draw. First, he got night vision contact lenses, which allowed him to see short distances in the dark. The second item was a black chain blade that, when equipped, increased endurance and basic attack power. 12 blue quality items already looked pretty good. After refreshing, the weapons section allowed him to summon items freely without carrying them everywhere. He then opened more rewards, a bottle of mint-scented body wash, a staff meal box, soda, and salt. At this point, Xiaomeng felt powerless, suddenly remembering his hidden attribute, bad luck. Meanwhile, Yongji and Xiao couldn't understand what he was up to. With only 4 attempts left, Xiaomeng then opened a healing potion for staff, which could restore a certain percentage of health for injured staff. The next item was anti-mutation serum, which, when injected, prevented zombie infection for 12 hours. The third item was a memory fragment of Xiao, and the last one was a universal memory fragment. Xiaomeng was stunned, staring at the last items he received, then bowed and thanked the system, jokingly asking what it liked to eat for offerings. Yongji found Xiaomeng's behavior embarrassing, while Xiao, though thinking the same, kept quiet due to her kind nature. Although the universal memory fragment could strengthen Xiao quickly, Xiaomeng was genuinely curious about Yongji's past. He apologized to Xiao and ordered the system to exchange the fragment for Yongji's memories. Once completed, Soang called Yongji, saying, "Let's see what you were up to before." Suddenly, everything around Soang turned pitch black, with a faint purple light in the distance. The first thing he saw was a desert-like area. Suddenly, a loud explosion came from behind, shocking Soang. When he turned around to ask, he saw a chaotic battle between the living and the dead. The massacre left Soang stammering, "What is this place?" Among them was a bald man raising a cigarette, ordering his men to retreat, stating that wasting bullets on such worthless military scum wasn't worth it, one spark was enough. This made Soang suspect Yongji might have been a terrorist in the past. Just then, amidst the corpses, a hand shot up, and Yongji sat up, surveying the now silent scene. She looked up into the distance and slowly crawled out of the wreckage. As Yongji moved, the terrorists threw a lighter into the pile of corpses behind her, turning the entire area into a sea of flames and thick smoke. Sometime later, she arrived at a cemetery with a police officer, who remarked that no one could have expected it would take the elite Seoul military to eliminate a terrorist group link. Then, because they tried to save a little girl during the mission, their entire squad was wiped out. A small act of kindness in the heart of a demon's den had alerted the enemies. Even more ironic, the girl was a spy, controlled by poison. Out of 67 members, only one returned, perhaps marking the end of Seoul. Hearing these words, Yongji stood before her comrade's 67 graves, head lowered. The officer thought it was lucky Yongji survived and brought back intelligence, allowing them to complete the mission. The terrorist group was temporarily paralyzed. Because of this, the higher-ups approved the officer's request to keep Seoul running, which might bring some comfort. After saying this, the officer left, adding that his part in the matter was over. The organization had granted Yongji time to rest, and she could return to the team anytime. However, Yongji had one request: she hoped the officer would withdraw the request to continue Seoul. When asked why, Yongji explained that Seoul could no longer continue because it was the home of those lying here. She then stared at her team leader, Jin Yoi, now a martyr. After standing in silence for a while, Yongji returned home, passing by the Seoul team's memorial plaque. At noon, she visited the place where they used to meet. She returned to the dormitory to shower, change clothes, and then packed her suitcase and left. She went straight to the captain's office, where she saluted, "Captain, I successfully brought back the intelligence and helped destroy the terrorist group." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. She declared that Seoul had completed its mission. Outside, Soang followed her and witnessed everything Yongji had endured. At that moment, Soang was pulled back to the present. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he received a system notification activating a side mission. The details revealed that the mission involved visiting Shinhae City, Captain Jin's hometown. Yongji's goal was to visit the orphanage where the captain grew up. But on the way, she encountered a zombie outbreak. Now, there was a chance to fulfill her wish. The mission required escorting Yongji to Captain Jin's home, with the reward being 20 staff loyalty points. Reading this, Soang was surprised by how simple it seemed. He quickly checked the map to locate Jin's house. After some time, he found the location and informed his two companions that they would depart early. Before leaving, Soang wanted to help Yongji change her clothes since hers were in tatters. They traveled from noon until sunset, by which time Soang was exhausted and had a splitting headache. The system had only given a general location, not an exact address. With nightfall approaching, he realized they couldn't complete the mission today, so he decided to find a place to rest. Suddenly, from across the road, he heard people urging each other to run. When Soang looked over, he saw zombies chasing the survivors. Immediately, he ordered Soeo and Yongji to stop the zombies behind, while he would save the person assigned the mission. Both girls jumped up with identical moves, kicking repeatedly at the zombies. Every gesture, from raising their hands to the sky to standing on tiptoe to gain momentum and leap, mirrored each other. But at this moment, Soeo threw a punch, while Yongji tortured the zombies with her legs. They didn't need weapons, their fierce kicks and punches radiated a terrifying aura. The two individuals who had just been chased didn't know who Soeo and Yongji were, yet they couldn't help but exclaim how powerful they were. Suddenly, Sochan shouted out because a zombie was rushing to attack. Before he could draw his weapon, the zombie exploded, launching blood everywhere. The one who achieved this glorious feat was Xiaomeng. Witnessing this scene, Sochun and Soan were so shocked they didn't dare blink, fearing that after they did, Xiaomeng and the two girls would have already dealt with the zombies. Seeing this, he reached out to ask the two if they were injured. At this moment, Sochun had fallen to the ground, stuttering that he wasn't bitten. Hearing this, Xiaomeng felt fortunate for them because if they hadn't met him, they would surely have died. Soan then asked Xiaomeng if he could help them for a while, and he immediately agreed. Thus, he became the appointed person for the escort mission. Tasked with eliminating all the wolfmen obstructing their path with a difficulty rating of B. Upon hearing about this mission, he asked them if the wolfmen were mutated zombies, but neither of them knew. Soan expressed that they had been stuck in this area for 3 days, too scared to leave because they were being watched. Hearing this, Xiaomeng was eager to broaden his knowledge and see what they looked like. However, at that moment, the two of them proposed that as long as Xiaomeng could protect them back to the base safely, he could freely choose any items he wanted. But soon after, he encountered the wolfmen. At that moment, Yongji was also fighting against one, while Soan and Sochun were aiming a slingshot at the wolfman. Seeing this, Xiaomeng shouted to remind his people that they were still in close combat. Immediately, a shot was fired decisively. Xiaomeng then yelled for Yongji to get out of the way, and she quickly moved away from the firing line. A corner of Yongji's shirt was burned and torn, but fortunately, she had escaped the fight with the wolfman. At that moment, the wolfman was shot by the flaming bullet, clutching its body in pain. Instantly, Xiaomeng ran over and grabbed Soan by the collar, questioning him. Didn't he see his people still there? Soan reminded Xiaomeng to stay calm and expressed that he just wanted to support Yongji. Then he yelled, asking why Xiaomeng was getting angry, claiming they were supposed to conduct business with integrity, and now it was unclear whether they were going to act or not. Hearing this, Xiaomeng helplessly pushed him in the chest and then advised them to find a place to hide first. The gunshot would attract a lot of zombies, and even if they had guns, they might not be able to take them all down. At this moment, he turned around, affirming that he was someone who kept his promises. And having accepted the commission, he had to see it through. He then called Soeo to follow him in pursuit of Yongji. Not far away, in a tall building, another wolfman was swiftly knocked back several meters by Yongji. At that moment, when it turned around, it still saw her relentlessly pursuing it, then ran toward a car, reached out to twist and break the door, and immediately charged straight at Yongji. She was running at high speed, but with her ability to aim 100%, she managed to hold onto the door. After that, Yongji took a running leap, swinging the door aside, and immediately retaliated against the wolfman. At that moment, the wolfman couldn't run away in time and took the full force of the door, breaking its elbow. Its eyes widened in shock, and it was knocked flat on its back. After lying down for a few meters, the wolfman jumped up, darting from side to side. Meanwhile, downstairs, Yongji watched it, but the wolfman's speed was terrifying. Behind them, Xiaomeng also noticed that the wolfman had been injured and was likely trying to escape into that building. So the three of them gathered and headed straight into that building, where the scent of the wolfman was strong, so much so that even Xiaomeng could smell it, confirming it was inside. He then asked Soeo to break the door to receive the mission. She kicked back to gain momentum and directly kicked the door, smashing it open. Inside the house, there was no wolfman, only real people. As Xiaomeng looked on in disbelief, the system updated the mission location, the house of Captain Jean. Shortly after, the strange girl named Soli invited Xiaomeng for a drink and revealed that she had been rescued by the wolfman. Hearing this, Soli asked if Xiaomeng had ever heard that there was a base over there at the vocational school. Seeing this, he shook his head, and Soli revealed that they had escaped from there. The base was established by a group of gangsters, roughly around 8 or 9 days ago. Soli and a few others went to look for food nearby but were ambushed and taken to the base. They slaughtered all the elderly people, keeping only women and children to satisfy their base instincts. Soli believed that living in such a place was worse than being bitten to death by zombies. So on the rainy night before, they took advantage of the chaos to escape. With zombies in front and scum behind them, they encountered the wolfman. At that moment, Soang picked up a card, a certificate of honor for distinguished service, awarded for a lifetime of rescue excellence, nicknamed the best type of tank. At this point, Soang finally understood that the Wolfman was a rescue dog raised by Captain Jean. Therefore, even after mutating into a zombie, it still retained a bit of its living instincts. Meanwhile, outside, Yongji and the Wolfman had ceased their chase. Then Soang realized that the Wolfman's appearance today was likely because it thought Soang and his group were in danger and wanted to help. Hearing this, Sully recounted that although the Wolfman risked its life to save people every day, most of the victims had already been bitten by zombies. So it could only watch helplessly as those people turned into zombies. Subsequently, to ensure the safety of the remaining survivors, the Wolfman would kill these zombies, relying on the instincts it had once had, shouldering everything alone. After hearing this, Soang felt that this situation was very similar to someone he knew. The more he looked at Yongji, the more he felt she resembled that person. Suddenly, from inside the house, there was a scream from Sully, continuously calling for the Wolfman to save her. Seeing this, Soang ran in to ask what was wrong, only to find Soan had pointed a gun at Sully, insisting she was his person. But she vehemently denied it, arguing that it wasn't as he said. Outside the door, the two had brought more people along. At that moment, Sully was being grabbed by Soan, scolding her. He couldn't believe that they were hiding here, filthy rats. Did she really think she could escape him? As long as she belonged to him, no matter how far she ran, he would drag her back. Just then, Soang entered and ordered the two of them to release Sully. Listening to this, Sochun mocked Soang, saying, "Has the boss spoken up already? If the boss is here, he must know the root of this story." It's just that, because of the situation, in an era without law, no one cares. As long as the boss handles the werewolves according to the contract, we will definitely pay the full amount. Additionally, Soan can provide women to satisfy Soang. He thought that although the two girls accompanying the boss weren't bad, as a man, one must frequently change tastes. At this moment, Soang sighed, realizing that this was the face of the apocalypse, dogs becoming more like humans, while humans were becoming less like dogs. Soan understood Soang's thoughts and felt regret. He initially wanted to spare Soang's life but then ordered two underlings to capture Soeo and Yongji, while Soang was to be beheaded and fed to zombies. Soang simply called for Soeo and Yongji and ordered them to kill everyone, leaving no one alive. The two didn't know the strength of these girls, charging in with fierce looks. Suddenly, a beam of light shot up from Sochun's left, while another light appeared on the right of the hat-wearing guy. When that light faded, the heads of these two men were smashed flat. Yongji and Soeo landed safely, their faces darkening, seemingly signaling something terrifying. Just seconds later, Yongji and Soeo screamed loudly, a sound so earth-shattering that it shook Soan and Sochun's ears. Upon hearing this sound, Soan recognized it as the sound of zombies and was shocked that Soang kept zombies. He immediately turned to run, but the werewolf was already growling, waiting at the door. Seeing this, Soang raised his hand for mercy, reminding the werewolf that it was a rescue dog and shouldn't violate its nature by harming others, so they should just leave it to them. At this moment, the werewolf squinted, watching Soang's actions. In front, Sochun thought Soang had gone crazy, so he ran while complaining. Suddenly, a beam of light shot up, and at that moment, Yongji kicked him down to the ground. Terrified, Sochun got back up and fled, pleading for his life, but after running a few steps, he encountered something even more shocking. Before him was Soeo's figure, flickering like a ghost, with a cold expression on her face. At that moment, Soeo's shoe and Yongji's shoe were just a step apart, and the girl placed her hands on Sochun's shoulders, each tearing him apart. Meanwhile, Sobak, part of their group, thought he had escaped, but turning back, he saw a shadow chasing him. Sobak ran toward a crevice on the left and slammed the door shut. Inside, he cursed Sochun for not giving him the gun, wanting to get him killed, but now he realized he had slammed the door too hard. He continued to hear footsteps outside, making Sobak cover his mouth, afraid to breathe loudly. The footsteps grew closer and louder, and sweat dripped down his face. After a while, he noticed the person outside seemed to have gone, as he could no longer hear footsteps. He silently rejoiced at surviving, but his legs trembled uncontrollably. However, his pants were already soaked through, and his urine dripped down, producing a sound that made Sobak's heart ache. Suddenly, a fist smashed through the door behind him, shattering it and causing his heart to race even faster. A face appeared from behind the door, looking innocent and glancing left and right, smiling friendly. Nearby, Sochun ran over, panting, still tightly holding his gun, aiming it ahead. Then he pointed the gun directly at Xiaomeng, accusing him of always babbling about how important trust was in business, but now he wanted to take the life of the person who hired him. Saying this, Sochun fired a shot, but luckily, Xiaomeng dodged it lightly like a feather on a Durex wrapper. Seeing this, he became cautious, but then realized the gun was out of bullets. At that moment, in a panic, Sochun threw the gun at Xiaomeng and turned to run, complaining about how in this apocalypse, they risked their lives searching for food for those they captured, desperately looking for a place for them to stay. However, Xiaomeng resolutely chased after him. Sochun ducked into a room, still complaining that they only needed to use their bodies to repay him, a straightforward exchange. What could possibly be the issue here? Xiaomeng followed him to that door and coldly stepped inside. Behind the door, Sochun held a knife, waiting there, and immediately raised it to aim at Xiaomeng's head. At that moment, Xiaomeng turned and was pushed down by Sochun. Taking advantage of the moment, Xiaomeng poked him in the side, surprising Sochun, who jumped back. Xiaomeng then kicked him straight out, causing him to drop the knife, which almost grazed Xiaomeng's face. A few minutes later, the only sound was Sochun's heavy breathing, but he had been kicked into a corner by Xiaomeng. At this point, Xiaomeng realized he not only wanted to kill him but also to eliminate all the beasts in the camp, leaving no one behind. Sochun managed to get up and, grinning with arrogance, asked, "Just you alone? Although you can summon 2 monsters, they have heavy weapons. They are the real insane monsters, and you have no chance of winning." At this moment, Xiaomeng summoned a weapon in his hand and asked if Sochun was finished speaking. Sochun clenched his teeth in shock, his hands trembling, thinking that everyone had gone mad in this apocalypse. But Xiaomeng looked at him coldly. Driven into a corner, Sochun could only scream that he would kill Xiaomeng, then charged at him with his bare hands like a duck, wanting to attack. At that moment, Xiaomeng directly squeezed Sochun's face hard, then threw him down onto the ground. He pressed his hand against Sochun's face and stabbed the knife right in front of him. Xiaomeng reminded him that law and morality no longer existed in this apocalypse, humanity could only follow its instincts, creating its own standards. You trample and harm others as your own standard, while I do not wish to be a messenger of justice, nor do I see justice as something meaningful in this desolate world. It's just unfortunate that my standards contradict yours. When this assertion was made, Xiaomeng raised his weapon, and the next scene was filled with Sochun's screams as he stepped out of that room, his face covered in blood. Meanwhile, in the camp of those lunatics, they had tied others up, letting zombies below fight over them, with the captives continuously begging for mercy. The leader above was extremely pleased, asking the girl tied at his feet how she felt witnessing her boyfriend being torn apart by zombies while being with him. At this moment, the girl tied up stammered, begging the leader to spare them and swore she wouldn't run away anymore. Hearing this, the leader directly kicked her in the head and proceeded to unzip his pants. He believed the only reason this girl was still alive was that she could satisfy him physically. Then, he stepped on the girl's head, and his intentions became incredibly filthy, even more so than Xiaomeng had imagined. Just then, the leader's arm was ripped off, flying in circles in the air, as he screamed in agony at the sight of Xiaomeng's knife dripping with blood. Moreover, behind him were 2 zombies and a werewolf. After that, he placed the leader down forcefully, stunning the henchman due to the loud noise. They searched and discovered the leader had fallen from the roof, and they saw his hand had been severed. At that moment, they looked up at the roof and saw Xiaomeng standing there, declaring he would send them to heaven. Not only that, but he also promised that if they called him sir, he would let them die the easiest way possible. Immediately, on the ground floor, 2 strange creatures swiftly darted away, revealed to be Soyo and Yongji. While they were in confusion, one of Soyo's hands smashed into the wall nearby. Meanwhile, one thug jumped up to devour Yongji, but she suddenly vanished and severed one of his arms. The next move, Yongji kicked that guy down to the ground floor. And the 2 of them continued to dance like crazy against the wall. At that moment, in the camp, the little boy continuously called for Sohu, informing her that a fight was happening outside. Upon hearing this, she immediately called for little Loi to come down, fearing that if they were discovered, they would be beaten up badly. Just then, she heard footsteps getting closer, thinking they were about to arrive, and called out for Sohu. Suddenly, a guy was thrown down, breaking the door, directly embedding it into the wall. He slowly fell to the ground, suffering from a devastating punch that could only come from the old werewolf. At this moment, one guy turned around and also realized it was the monster that Socio had mentioned. Meanwhile, outside, another guy was sneaking along the wall, reporting to his boss that they probably wouldn't win because it seemed like they were trained in martial arts. After hearing this, the boss cursed, saying that except for the one leading, the rest were zombies. However strong zombies might be, they still had to fear bullets, so he instructed his subordinate to pull out that toy and ram it into them. On the other side, Yongji smashed a bottle of wine and threw it straight, shattering the head of a guy inside the camp, causing him to be game over before he even had a chance to act. Just like that, Yongji and Soeo kept fighting relentlessly, but they didn't notice that a gun barrel was aimed directly at them nearby. At that moment, a shot was fired, and as the two girls dodged to each side, the bullets rained down on a guy in the camp. However, this subordinate didn't stop there, continuing to aim at Soeo and Yongji, spraying bullets indiscriminately. Near the wall, Soang also realized that the heavy weapon they mentioned was this. Unfortunately, the situation was beyond his expectations. So he instructed the werewolf and the captured people to hide here and absolutely not go outside until he returned. He then called the werewolf to inform him that it was time to rely on him. The werewolf nodded vigorously and went to carry out his mission. Outside, the subordinate was shooting bullets without holding back while provoking everyone to come out. Inside the vehicle, the boss also shouted at Soameng's people, daring them to invade their territory and kill his men. At this moment, while they were not paying attention, the werewolf had already soared into the sky. But right then, the subordinate noticed and started shooting wildly. Seeing this, the werewolf's eyes were bloodshot because Soang had previously given him a miraculous drug. After injecting it, his wounds quickly healed, and not only that, he had to rely entirely on the werewolf to protect everyone. Instantly, his injuries healed rapidly, and his strength surged as if it were a mutation. At this time, the werewolf continuously surrounded their vehicle, taking advantage of the chaos. Soang, from behind, called out to Soeo and Yongji because the opportunity was fleeting. The two girls immediately charged out. And Soang also coordinated with them, determined to make good use of this opportunity. Inside the vehicle, the boss, upon seeing this, still appeared contemptuous, turning the car to aim the gun at the werewolf. Soeo charged in at breakneck speed, sneaking up on him from the right while he was aiming at Yongji. When Yongji saw Soeo make her move, she used one hand to block the gun's barrel, preventing it from firing. Then, she looked up to see Soang directly smashing the driver's door of the boss's vehicle with one hand. Seeing this, he continuously begged, calling Soang boss, pleading for his life and offering anything he wanted. After hearing this, Soang asked if this guy was scared now. He then turned away and told him to remember this feeling well, engraving it in his mind, heart, and every cell of his body. He thought he had escaped death, but the boss kept stammering his thanks. However, Soang turned back with a mysterious expression, reminding him not to thank him. Instantly, the boss blinked, only to find Soang right in front of him with a devastating punch. After that, they dealt with the remaining thugs and freed all the captured people. They also cleaned up Captain Jin's place thoroughly, repairing the door that Soeo had kicked in. They led the surviving group out of the city, guiding them north, hoping to meet Xiaomeng's team and the old Li. The werewolf also decided to follow to escort them, perhaps hoping that in the future, everyone could meet again. Finally done, Soang sighed in relief, not expecting this assignment to encounter such a significant twist. The werewolf was a zombie with the form of a beast and a human, so he had never encountered this type before. The mysteries related to zombies were truly overwhelming. But he wondered if there were any scientists studying this issue or if he should try going to a research center. At this moment, Soang recalled the biological research center in the nursing home, but he would have to cross the river to get there. However, thinking too much was useless because he had no answers to where zombies came from, where the system originated, and why the system could control zombies. Soang had no answers, so he decided to take it as it came. Yongji had gradually become accustomed to the silly appearance of the host, mumbling to himself. Soeo also thought the host was silly but remained silent due to her gentle nature. At this moment, the system also announced that Yongji's employee mission had been completed, earning 30 points. The overall loyalty to the organization was 60%. Soang didn't know what would happen once Soeo and Yongji reached 100% loyalty. He was really looking forward to it. Just then, the system announced that it had completed the daily profit calculation, with an accumulated repayment requirement of 513 points. This made Soang curse angrily. The system continued to announce that 3 days ago, the host had actively cancelled a level B mission and received a penalty, deducting accumulated points tenfold. Because the individual accumulated points were insufficient, the debt would increase by an additional 5% interest daily. The host was invited to repay it promptly. As Soang felt like he had been tricked, he also remembered that he had been rejected by the bank for a loan application before, the reason being that he still owed another bank over 5 million, which had been listed as a bad debt. Seeing this, Yongji and Soeo were extremely worried as they observed the host's erratic mood. He was in pain, feeling overwhelmed because he still had to take care of 2 ships. Remembering the last time he retrieved a fragment of Soeo's memory, he thought there must be a new mission. After that, Soang continued to pull out another fragment of memory, calling Soeo to see the second memory segment of his comrade. At that moment, the light flickered once again, causing Soang to exclaim that every time he entered the memory, it was blinding. He might need to buy a pair of sunglasses. What appeared before him was a birthday cake. The kid sitting in that chair was Sotian, cherished and celebrated by his parents on his birthday. Seeing this, Soang guessed this must be Soeo's family, it looked so warm. But he wondered where she was. At this moment, the mother's expression changed dramatically as she shouted for Soeo, asking where the food was. It turned out that she was in the kitchen, continuously chopping vegetables and meat, apologizing profusely that she was almost done. Outside, Sotian angrily asked his dad why Soeo had bought the green Coke when he only liked the red one. Upon hearing this, the dad thought that green and red were the same. However, the boy still wouldn't stop, continuously shouting and throwing a tantrum, insisting on getting the red one. But when Soeo came out of the kitchen with the food, the boy immediately threw the cup of water in her face. At this moment, Soeo frowned in surprise, but it seemed like this was not the first time she had been treated like this, so her attitude was extremely calm. Seeing this, the mother pointed at Soeo, scolding her for standing there, ordering her to clean the floor and then go buy the right Coke. Seeing that Soeo still hadn't left, she continued to berate her, saying it was all because she bought the wrong item that made Sotian angry. Why was she still standing there, feeling sorry for herself? At this moment, her expression clearly showed her indignation, but perhaps it had happened too many times, so she didn't want to mention it anymore. She just lowered her head, said she understood, and went out to close the door to buy the new Coke. Soang witnessed this scene, boiling with anger, and continued to follow her outside. It was winter on the street, with snow covering the entire sky, filtering into the lights of the street lamps. Soeo arrived at a convenience store and finished her shopping, leaving with a bottle of Coca-Cola in one hand and a bunch of loose change in the other. Then, Soeo tightly clutched her coins and suddenly turned back to the convenience store. A moment later, on the main road, the street lamps shone brightly, illuminating the nearby park of Soeo's home. At this moment, a match was lit and used to light a candle there. In front of these things was Soeo, sitting alone in a corner and singing a birthday song, sticking it into a simple cake that she had bought with her leftover change. Soeo's gaze flickered between the candle's light and darkness, as if igniting a flame of hope, while her singing echoed through the corner of the park. From a distance, Soang witnessed this scene and suddenly froze. At that moment, she thanked herself for celebrating her own birthday and prayed, hoping she could earn enough money for college after graduating, find a good and legitimate job, and have a place to call home. Just then, Soeo's eyes welled up, as if it had been too long since she had a complete birthday. Soang stood at a distance, her heart heavy, watching the flickering flame with Soeo, and then she blew out the candle's flame. as if sending a message that this flame would brighten her future. Returning to reality, Soang received a mission to prepare a birthday cake for So-eo within 24 hours, a difficulty level D task. At this moment, he placed his hand on her head and reassured her, "Don't worry, So-eo. Even without the mission, I would still prepare a cake for you. But since you are my employee, how can your birthday only have a cake? Even if it's the apocalypse, the boss must throw a grand celebration." A moment later, Soang placed So-eo in the shopping cart and pushed her around the supermarket, collecting all the cakes and candies there. Not only that, but they also went to the shopping mall, played various games from rock smashing to shooting, ate cotton candy, and then went to a spa for beauty treatment by designer Yongji. After just half an hour of fun and shopping, So-eo seemed like a different person to the point where Soang had to pull Yongji and give her a score of 10. Furthermore, he even disguised himself as a chicken so Yongji could throw darts at him for So-eo to relieve her stress. Yet Yongji had never been this enthusiastic before, continuously throwing darts with great fervor. Next, Soang led the two girls into a photo booth, but they kept leaning to one side. It turned out Soang was outside wanting to sneak in for a photo. Just as he was about to reach out to take the picture, Yongji grabbed his head, and thus 3 identical photos were taken. At this moment, So-eo held those photos in her hands, her expression blank. Seeing this, Soang asked her what was wrong, urging her to get ready to continue having fun. After hearing this, So-eo put the photos in her bag and ran to follow them. At this time, Soang and Yongji arrived at a bakery, but since the apocalypse had lasted for 2 months, all the cakes were moldy. The reason he wanted to bring everyone here was to make a cake from scratch. After saying that, Soang thought to himself that once he finished the cake, So-eo would be so excited that her loyalty would shoot straight up to 100%. He was indeed the greatest man in the world. With all the ingredients laid out before him, he couldn't forget the stack of cookbooks. First, Soang asked Yongji for some eggs. Immediately, an egg flew over Soang's head because Yongji threw it for speed. Looking over, Soang yelled, asking what Yongji was doing, saying she should gently pour the cake batter into the tray instead of slamming it in. However, at that moment, her patience with the host had sunk to the lowest level, now at -1 point. Seeing this, Soang held his head, admitting his mistake, and told Yongji to find a place to rest. So, he took over all the tasks from cracking eggs, which resulted in eggshells falling into the batter, to pouring sugar according to his ancestors' instructions. Not only that, instead of adding just the right amount of liquid, he made the batter too watery. At this moment, Soang realized he had been too naive to think he could bake a cake. Why waste so much time when he could just go outside to earn some points and exchange them for cake? But suddenly, the image of So-eo sitting on the park bench blowing out her candle flashed in his mind. Thus, Soang's thoughts changed, realizing that exchanging for cake in the system would have no meaning anymore. He straightened up and resolved to try again. Time swiftly passed, and finally, after what felt like 100 years, Soang looked at the cake and thought it was successful. He ran straight outside for the baking phase. At that moment, he plugged the machine into the socket, but fortunately, he had prepared a generator, hoping the lights in this place would still work. However, as soon as he plugged it in, a loud announcement blared, "Special discount program, buy one, get half off the second one, and pay for 1.5." Upon hearing this, Soang jumped in shock, not expecting the store would still blast the advertising speaker, which successfully drew the attention of many zombies. The horrifying scene made Soang unable to bear it. Meanwhile, the zombies outside were crazily rushing in, and soon they burst into the store. At this moment, Soang quickly unplugged the device, having been too complacent, and called So-eo and Yongji to prepare for battle. Upon receiving the mission, So-eo was ready and sprinted over, but Soang stopped her, saying she didn't need to intervene today. He declared, "Just let me and Yongji handle everything. From today onwards, there's a new company policy, employees are off on their birthdays." After that, Soang called on Yongji to deal with the zombies that had made it inside while he shut the door. Instantly, she received the task to kick the nearby zombie in the face. Taking advantage of the moment, Soang quickly reached for the door amidst the chaos of the zombies outside. Inside, he lamented about the misfortune of this moment. Just then, Soang jumped in surprise when he saw a weapon in Yongji's hand, which was a bag of buttercream meant for decorating the cake. He immediately yelled, "Hey, that's for the cake." Hearing this, Yongji aimed for the purple cream bag, but Soameng desperately tried to stop her. Seeing this, Yongji glared at him, and both he and Soameng received a reminder from the system that the employees were dissatisfied and had intentions of attacking the boss, which the system prevented. Almost losing his voice, Soameng switched to a pleading tone, complaining that it took all day just to make the cake. Immediately, the sound of breaking dishes rang out continuously. It turned out Yongji had changed her target and started throwing the plates at the zombies. They no longer died one by one but in combos. At this moment, Soameng remembered that if the birthday celebration only involved cutting the cake, it would be lacking something. Suddenly, an idea popped into his head, and he called Yongji and Suio up to the rooftop first, while he would go up later. Before leaving, Soameng called Suio back and reminded her to close her eyes and wait for him to call her name once they reached the rooftop. Then, Yongji led Suio up to the rooftop while Soameng went to execute the idea he had just come up with. At that moment, the cake in his hands was also ready, and everything was set. Meanwhile, the system notified that Yongji's loyalty to the company had reached 51 out of 100, entering a state of excitement, activating the work collaboration mode. Soameng, holding the cake, wondered what it would feel like to collaborate with Yongji for the first time. This felt completely different from his collaboration with Suio. At that time, he felt a surge of power throughout his body. Clear and exhilarating, but this time, his mind was incredibly alert. In front of him was a group of zombies blocking his path, but Soameng did not avoid them. Instead, he urged them to come at him quickly. With one hand holding the cake, he fought relentlessly with the other hand in his legs, as if Yongji had merged into him. Soameng immediately declared that nothing would stop Suio's birthday celebration. He tortured the zombies even more fiercely and then shouted loudly, tossing the cake high into the air to free up his hands for weapon use, slashing through the remaining zombies. Just as he finished, the cake gently landed back in his hands, and he was only one step away. At that moment, there were quite a few zombies on the rooftop, being relentlessly chased by Yongji. Suio stood on one side, watching everyone fight, seemingly deep in thought. She closed her eyes, and below, Soameng felt heartbroken using this fuel, but to make his team happy, it was completely worth it. While thinking this, Soameng slashed at the fuel tank of a nearby car, not just one but emptied all the fuel from the surrounding cars. Then he took a wire and tied it to the fuel, lighting it with a lighter, and shouted Suio's name, telling her she could open her eyes to witness the spectacle. Above, she stood silently and slowly opened her eyes, witnessing the scene where the flames gradually reached the fuel on the ground. An explosive blast immediately erupted, and from the wires, he didn't know how Soameng crafted them, fireworks exploded across the sky. At that moment, he called her name from behind and introduced the gift he had prepared, a post-apocalyptic birthday fireworks display. Suio's current attitude was one of astonishment, while Yongji was still fervently dealing with the zombies. After finishing, the three gathered together for the candle lighting. Soameng advised Suio that as long as he was alive, he would prepare a birthday cake for her every year. Then he asked Suio to make a wish. She remained silent for a moment, then slowly closed her eyes and smiled beautifully. Seeing this, Soameng and Yongji sang happy birthday and let Suio blow out the candles. She noticed the cake had a strange smell, but being inherently kind-hearted, she didn't mention it. The city of Xinhe, due to its geographical advantages, had seen rapid economic growth in recent years, especially in real estate. However, because of this economic development, the old nursing home was relocated, and the old land was redeveloped into a new urban area. But this new urban area lacked infrastructure, so when the pandemic broke out, coupled with human greed, nothing remained here. Therefore, Soameng decided to go to the new nursing home to find someone to delegate a task, the side quest for Suio. There were 15 days left, with a task progress of 89 out of 100 locations. In Xinhe City, there was a boy named Hyan. A few days ago, Soameng happened to meet him by the riverside. Hyan had once been an employee at Soameng's company before the pandemic. The boy called out to Soameng, asking about the situation with the bridge. Upon hearing this, Soameng revealed that the bridge had completely collapsed, and the plan to use ropes to cross was considered abandoned. Hyan then questioned why they shouldn't just go back if there was no solution. Behind the two, there was a group from Hyan, a temporary safe point. This person was currently the leader of his group and had been working with Xiaomeng since their first meeting. Most of the people in his group were in another location. In recent days, Xiaomeng and them had been searching for a way to cross the river. Xiaomeng then asked the leader if he had found anything, and a member of the group reported that they found a boat by the riverbank. Upon hearing this, Xiaomeng asked if it was still usable, and the person replied that it was a motor yacht, and all the other equipment was fine, but unfortunately, there was no fuel. Therefore, the most crucial task now was to find fuel as soon as possible since the food reserves would only last for another 2 to 3 days. Xiaomeng thought to himself that if they knew he was the one who burned the fuel truck near the bakery a few days ago, they would surely eat him alive. Just then, the leader asked Xiaomeng to accompany them on a trip. He believed that since Xiaomeng and those two lovely girls were so strong, they wouldn't be much help and would only hinder them. Hearing this, Xiaomeng expressed that he would go alone, and they should just gather at the boat and wait for the fuel to arrive without any formalities. The leader laughed heartily, admitting that Xiaomeng was very clever and assured him not to worry, as the agreed-upon reward would not be shortchanged after this mission was successful. Xiaomeng left and instructed the leader's men to start moving the supplies to the boat. When he returned before sunset, he called Yongji and Soeo to set off. However, at this moment, Hyan looked after him and proposed to go along. Xiaomeng questioned himself, was his intuition wrong? Why did he always feel that the human species had become increasingly detestable since the pandemic began? Not long after, at a well-stocked gas station, countless zombies were still lingering around. Soeo immediately rushed in, using her familiar fists to deal with the many zombies obstructing her. The sounds of punches and explosions were no longer strange, and even the rumble of the chaos felt normal. Currently, Soeo had learned her second skill, reaching 70% loyalty, heavy artillery slash. Her melee attacks had a certain chance to enhance the effectiveness of the heavy artillery. With a long cooldown on the skill, Xiaomeng felt that this skill's power could rival that of a high-level war god. Suddenly from behind, Hyan cheered, expressing that he had seen Soeo fight many times and still found her incredibly impressive. Not only that, but he also asked if she could teach him this martial art. Not seeing it that way, Xiaomeng pulled Hyan back, reminding him that finding fuel was the priority. Meanwhile, these two girls were still fervently battling outside while Xiaomeng led Hyan inside to search. As they went, he instructed Hyan to look for usable tools while he would check ahead. At this moment, Hyan thought that Xiaomeng was very kind-hearted. For the first time in this post-apocalyptic world, he saw someone willing to go out and fight for others. After listening, Xiaomeng expressed that he is a businessman who has nothing to do with righteousness. The principle of supply and demand is always present, and it proves that when he helps others, they pay him. However, Hyan sees this as righteous because this is the apocalypse. If Xiaomeng is so strong, he could just directly rob what he wants, there's no need to complicate things. On the contrary, Xiaomeng expresses that he feels nothing, but he cannot imagine Hyan could survive until now. Suddenly, he thinks that although the kid always seems hyperactive, when he worked at the company, he noticed that Hyan had very good observation skills and compliance attitude. Therefore, it's only natural for him to survive until now. At that moment, Xiaomeng suddenly turns back to express his feelings, genuinely happy to see Hyan still okay. After hearing this, Hyan seems quite surprised and expresses that he thinks the same. Suddenly, Hyan speaks up in a calm voice, saying, "It's good that you don't think foolishly." This voice makes Xiaomeng shudder, turning around to ask what he just said, not hearing clearly, but Hyan was bragging that he just praised him. A moment later, Hyan keeps lingering behind, holding up everything he sees and asking if this can resist zombies. Very annoyed, Xiaomeng reminds him about a flipped car outside and tells Hyan to check the gas tank. Receiving the task, he obeys and immediately runs outside. As soon as he sees the car, Hyan thinks he has to climb up. After that, he climbs onto the underside of the car. At this moment, without paying attention, suddenly inside the car, a zombie's arm reaches out, not just one but two, causing Hyan to jump back in shock and fall backward. Instantly, the fence is broken by the car with a cracking sound, and just like that, he loses his balance and is about to fall backward. Immediately, the main character appears, directly grabbing one of Hyan's legs, scolding him that he truly is a person who cannot make others worry less. At this moment, Hyan is still not afraid of dying, but just reminds Soang to be careful because there are zombies under the car. After hearing this, he scolds Hyan for still having the mindset to think of others and announces he has dealt with it. However, a larger one comes from not far away. Yongji and Soeo stand staring at the ceiling of the gas station, realizing that there is a rather large mutated zombie up there, with a lot of gas erupting from its body and sharp horns. The entire back of the zombie is burning fiercely, seemingly controlled by it. Just when Hyan is saved, he also trembles in shock as he sees the mutated zombie charging down with a flaming fist. In just a few seconds, a loud bang erupts, causing a great explosion. But right after that, this fist appears out of nowhere in front of Soeo. Fortunately, she quickly dodges it, and the flaming punch is knocked toward the gas station on the other side. Soang sees the situation is extremely urgent and runs to hug Hyan, then jumps aside to avoid the flaming punch of the zombie, and thus the explosion occurs everywhere. On the other side, Hyan still tightly holds the gas tank in his hand, breathing a sigh of relief. But right after that, he becomes very worried because he doesn't know what to do with so many mutated zombies. He is afraid he will definitely die. After hearing this, Soang expresses that continuing like this is not a good solution. So he tells Hyan to go first. Seeing that he seems to worry about him, Soang reminds him that if Hyan stays here, it will distract him. At this moment, he finally accepts the task to bring the fuel back for the bosses to prepare. As he leaves, Hyan sends a message that he will wait for Soang to return. At this moment, he suddenly wonders if he is waiting for him. Then he quickly jumps off the ground, aiming his weapon at the zombie along with Soeo and Yongji. But every punch and kick from the two girls fails, and even Soang's slash at its back is completely blocked. This makes him very worried, as it seems that everything has gone too far, and that zombie monster is becoming more and more frenzied, grinning smugly. It keeps sweeping everything, causing only explosion sounds to be heard. Nearby, Soeo also has to exclaim that these mutated zombies are much stronger than those they have encountered before. Just like her, Yongji senses that the current situation is not promising. Soang leads and calculates that if it continues like this, the chance of victory is 0%. At least, they need to chop off one of its arms to have a chance. At the same time, on the opposite riverbank, smoke from the ship has risen, and the ship has been started. Someone in the camp informs the boss that the oil has been poured. Gyogang also sends a signal for those in the camp to run here. At this moment, Hyan feels that now they just need to get everyone on the boat and then wait for Soang to handle all the mutated zombies before they can depart. After hearing this, the boss is quite surprised because there is also the appearance of mutated zombies. Then, they all slowly board the yacht toward the opposite bank. Halfway through, they see Soang's 3 people running away from the mutated zombie. Seeing this, Hyan immediately cheers when he sees them, but the boss behind is smoking a cigarette, seemingly having some plan in mind. Immediately, the zombie jumps straight up, wanting to grab Soang. Then, in front of them appears another reckless zombie blocking the way, and just a second later, the form of that zombie gradually fades away, as it is caught by the mutated zombie and lifted high. The mutated zombie uses a zombie's own flesh to jab directly into its shoulder wound, then bursts forth with countless types of light pink gas. Observing this action, Soang quickly deduces that it is a fusion form. Luckily, this creature does not distinguish between friend and foe. It has killed numerous fusion zombies along the way, so there is no need to worry about excessive pursuers, just the need to return to the boat. At this moment, he glances at the yacht belonging to that boss, as if wanting to call them, but in the next second, his attitude completely changes, and he lets out a laugh, as if he had anticipated this outcome. It turns out that the yacht of that boss suddenly turned back. Immediately, he receives a notification: the B-level difficulty mission to escort the client to the boat has been completed, yielding 40 accumulated points, bringing his total to 102. He bows his head, likely recalling the betrayal he experienced from his former close friends. After that, he calls Soeo and Yongji to execute Strategy C. Once everything is arranged, Soang steps forward to attract the attention of the mutated zombie. Seeing this, it charges at him, swinging a jar. When it gets close enough, the mutated zombie begins to accelerate and leaps into the air. Seizing this opportunity, Yongji throws a hard object straight ahead, successfully denting its abdomen. Next comes Soyo's reverse attack. Descending from above, it appears she will strike with her hands, but her move involves using her feet to kick the mutated zombie directly. At this point, it quickly raises its hands to block the blow, tearing a corner in that spot. When it opens its eyes, it sees Soang before it, wielding an exceptionally long sword. Images of Hyan and his duplicitous promises flash through Soang's mind, alongside Soang's deceitful face, symbolizing false cooperation and that guy who flipped the table of insincere emotions. Remembering these faces only makes Soang angrier. He slashes through, delivering a fatal blow to the mutated zombie. He wonders why it always ends up like this, and after finishing the slash, Soang stands there, realizing that in this world, some things will never change, even in an apocalypse. Suddenly, from a distance, he hears many footsteps running. Turning back, he sees the underlings of that boss running and questioning where the boat is, wondering why they are not waiting for them. They have also spotted Soang and scream for his help. A blue-shirted guy is grabbed by a zombie but continues to call Soang's name. At this moment, his expression is extremely cold because he truly does not want to help. This wave of zombies is innumerable, easily over 30 of them. In the myth of Cutsto, he was punished by the gods to spend his life pushing a large stone up a mountain, but no matter how he pushed, the stone always rolled back down before reaching the summit. Thus, Cutsto could only start over and over again, endlessly. Seeing those people, Soang affirms that he does not want to become a kfuss. Immediately, he receives a new mission: protect me from an unknown client with a difficulty level of C. The system's notification keeps circling, urging him. Soang questions himself, if he saves them this time, will they not die again later due to hunger and the pursuit of zombies? The stone will never reach the summit. In that crowd, there is a blonde girl named So Thursday, running and pleading for help. She murmurs and then starts screaming, and just when her screams peak, 2 punches land squarely on the jaws of the 2 zombies surrounding her. So Thursday slowly looks up and sees Soang has saved her, while he wonders what he is doing. Why does his body act on its own, not listening to his thoughts? Didn't he already know the answer to this? He thinks these actions are meaningless. Despite this, his hands and feet continue to target the zombies in front of him, delivering attacks. On the other side, Yongji and Soyo fight tirelessly. At this moment, Soang quietly realizes that he has come to understand his friend Guan a bit more. In the past, his philosophy stated that useless trash only belongs in the garbage. Soang realizes that having power beyond ordinary people, wealth, and authority will gradually lead one to feel that their self-worth is more noble than other lives. No longer sharing a common ideology that belittles the rest. It's no wonder his body automatically engages in such actions. After that, Soang expresses that he almost became a person like that important figure. He can do anything, but there is one thing he absolutely refuses to do at that moment. So Thursday stutters a warning to Soang to be careful, as there's a monster behind him. Turning around, he sees that mutated zombie has not died yet and is rising again. Immediately, it lets out a roar, prompting Soang to call out for Yongji and Soeo. At this moment, he does not act but lets the 2 of them charge directly at this zombie with an eye on its forearm. It runs a few steps, and Yongji and Soeo seem to have vanished. It turns out that they teamed up to kick both of the zombies' eyes. Seizing this opportunity, Soang ties a rope around its wrist, then pulls hard to drag the mutated zombie along the ground. When he sees it fall, he jumps up with a knife, aiming for the eye on its forearm. But at that moment, Soang misses the strike and calls for Soeo's help. She immediately appears with a special technique, creating a fist imbued with the power of fire. On the other side, Yongji uses a heavy cannon to throw directly at the head of the mutated zombie, no matter how the world changes shape or gains superhuman powers. Soang also hopes that he can still be a human. The younger brother points toward the river as he notices a yacht speeding toward them. On the boat, Hyan shouts Soang's name to come back. 10 minutes ago, he had informed the boss that it seemed there was an incident with the boat. So the boss rushed over, checking and scolding, saying that Hyan couldn't solve it himself and that everything fell into his hands. Taking advantage of the boss's inattention, he pointed a gun directly at his head. Then Hyan declared, "I'm solving it myself," and without a second thought, he shot 3 times in the boss's head. At the same time, another person on the boat shouted, asking who was shooting. Turning around, they saw Hyan had executed the boss. Upon hearing this, he thought that the boss wasn't worthy of the name. However, the young man in pink still didn't understand what Hyan was saying. At this moment, he turned back to explain that today, the boss, in his panic to escape, had abandoned the others as obstacles for the zombies. So what about tomorrow? Would he find an excuse to abandon them again? Following such a selfish waste would lead to extinction. But Soang was completely different. Returning to the present, everyone was already on the boat. It was unclear how Hyan recounted the entire incident from 10 minutes ago to Soang, yet he was surprised that a cunning person like the boss had slipped and fallen into the water. However, if he could convince those people to steer the boat back to rescue him, he was also quite skilled. At this moment, Hyan revealed that everyone disliked the boss, but they didn't want to abandon their comrades. So they all agreed. He then turned back to ask a guy if he was right. Immediately, he stammered that it wasn't wrong. Thus, their yacht sped along the river to their destination. Just as they reached the shore, zombie blood splattered everywhere under Soang's counterattack. He led them through every corner and alley, successfully crossing to the other side of the river. But upon disembarking, they encountered another group of survivors. Some people in their camp had been bitten, causing everyone to panic and run outside to seek help from other camps. Therefore, Soang decided to assist them. Smoke was rising from the other side, indicating that there were still survivors there. According to these people, their camp had someone who could treat the bitten. He didn't know if this was true, but even if it was just a glimmer of hope, Soang couldn't ignore it. If it turned out to be false, he would help them end their suffering. Ahead appeared a mutated zombie, causing these two to exclaim in fear that they had encountered it 3 times already. At this moment, Soang felt that since the apocalypse began, time passed, and more zombies were evolving into mutated zombies. He then called Hyan and Yongji to lead the people away from here to the smoky area, while he and Soeo would follow behind. Suddenly, the mutated zombie charged straight at Soang, receiving a knife from him. The area around Soang erupted with loud explosions. On the other side, Hyan was leading everyone when he suddenly heard the gun click, firing a warning shot. Up here, someone from the camp suggested they stop, as there had been no orders, no one was allowed inside. If they insisted on barging in, they would be met with force. Below, Hyan was fighting zombies while expressing that they meant no harm, only wanting to avoid the zombies. However, those in the camp revealed that the boss wasn't there, so he had no authority to open the door for them. Furthermore, with so many zombies, if they got in, the people inside wouldn't know what to do. At that moment, Soang declared that he would kill as many as there were, so they needed to open the door for them first. But above, the camp's people insisted that Soang had to kill all the zombies before they would open the door. If he kept insisting on forcing his way in, he would only be met with gunfire. Upon hearing this, Soang felt that the way this person was acting wasn't actually wrong. So, he asked again, kill them all, right? Then, he immediately used a cooperative move with Yongji to unleash the weapon master. He then called for Yongji to take a weapon, which was a rope. She took the rope in hand and jumped into the air, executing the chicken coop strategy. Just a slight clip was enough to swiftly tie up all the zombies' necks in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Soang held the jingling monkey in his hand and instructed everyone to move aside, saying if they couldn't run, they should lie down. Hyan, hearing the command, urged everyone on one side, while Soeo and Yongji on the other side had already surrounded a pile of zombies with the rope. The two girls switched positions to gather them into a circle. At this moment, Soang ordered it was Soeo's turn, immediately dropping the jingling monkey. Receiving the command, she stood up and activated her energy, causing the energy to radiate from both legs. Thus, Soeo's legs created a strong friction force, sucking down hard on the ground. She then jumped high into the sky. When the distance was sufficient, Soeo used heavy artillery from one leg and kicked straight with a version of her kick. Below, the zombies were confused and suddenly faced a fiery blaze. They didn't have time to question anything in the smoke before Xiaomeng's body gradually appeared. However, he discovered that from behind, the zombies were still charging at them. Unable to believe the endless influx of zombies, Xiaomeng showed signs of panic. If this continued, it wouldn't be good because the journey from the other shore to here had nearly exhausted Soeo and Yongji. Yet currently, there was neither time for supplies nor rest, and the zombies were growing increasingly violent and frantic. Faced with their pursuit, Xiaomeng gripped the weapon tightly in hand and prepared to jump into the fray himself. Just then, a mutated zombie appeared above him, leaping straight down into the horde of zombies. Not just one, but two, causing a massive slaughter right before him. At this moment, the two of them swept through the little zombies out there, which puzzled Xiaomeng. He wondered why these newcomers were attacking the other zombies, and moreover, they were of a type he had never encountered before. From within the cloud of smoke, 3 people dressed completely in protective gear emerged, walking while announcing their first combat experience, and it seemed to be effective to some extent. Then one of them approached a girl and asked if her injury was from a zombie bite. She replied that it was just a scratch, but he expressed that being bitten was fine because they were researching a vaccine that could resist this virus strain. From now on, no one would die anymore. He invited everyone to join him inside the camp, where arrangements would be made for treatment, food, and resting places for each person. Seeing this, Xiaomeng asked him if he was the leader of the camp and then thanked him. But as this person took off his hat, he reminded Xiaomeng that there was no need for politeness, saying that he owed him. After hearing this, Xiaomeng looked puzzled and suddenly widened his eyes in surprise when he saw Guan. He greeted him with a welcome. Returning to the time when Xiaomeng was 17 years old and in second year of high school, there was a scene of school violence in the bathroom. A blonde boy was repeatedly punching and kicking a green-haired boy, shouting something about money. He yelled, "I'm borrowing money for drugs, yet you dare to refuse?" The green-haired boy kept promising to give him the money, begging to be let off. Upon hearing this, the blonde boy remarked that they weren't beating him because he didn't pay but because of his attitude. "No matter if you dare or not, right now I just want to vent my anger on you." But suddenly, there was a splash of urine that sprayed directly onto the blonde boy's pants. He was confused and stunned, not knowing what the hell this was. It seemed like he was startled and couldn't believe his eyes. In front of him was Xiaomeng, who quickly turned the toy back, shook himself, and pulled up his pants. Then he turned his back and pointed straight at the blonde's face, reminding him to spare the blue-haired one. But immediately, the blonde lunged forward with a punch because Xiaomeng dared to pee on him. However, before the punch could land on his face, Guan stepped in from outside, slamming the door right into the blonde. Witnessing this scene, Xiaomeng was astonished, and not only that, the blonde's henchmen were also bewildered. At this moment, Guan spoke up, revealing that they were nothing but a bunch of rats, which explained the noise. He then turned to invite Xiaomeng to a party that night. Hearing this, Xiaomeng immediately agreed and asked Guan if he knew how to fight. Upon hearing this, Guan excitedly agreed, and right then, the blonde yelled at his henchmen for still standing there, telling them to act quickly. At this time, the henchmen were already prepared with weapons, a broom and a mop. Meanwhile, Xiaomeng and Guan used their bare hands to fight. After a while, the internal conflict was settled, and of course, the blonde's group had to concede defeat. Xiaomeng set each of them up with a toilet bowl, and then the blue-haired youth thanked the 2 big brothers. Xiaomeng reminded him that this was not his affair, so he could feel free to leave. After saying that, he turned to thank Guan because if he had been alone, he wouldn't have been able to handle all of them. Hearing this, Guan thought that it was just that these guys were too noisy, making him uncomfortable. But Xiaomeng still felt it was impressive because if it were someone else, they would have turned a blind eye. Thus, the 2 of them shook hands, getting to know each other. Xiaomeng introduced himself and his class, and that handshake marked the beginning of their journey to becoming best friends. "You are the shape, and I am the shadow." They competed in every little thing from studies to sports, and when playing games, they were perfectly in sync. Later, they both even successfully entered Xinhe University. While studying at university, Xiaomeng won the grand prize in the app development competition for students that day. The two of them sat together on the subway and went straight to a fast food restaurant. While eating, Soang expressed that the opponents didn't know how to recognize talent, insisting that their ecological project would definitely succeed. This time he was not selected, but they could find ways to rely on each other. At this moment, Guan asked Soang if he wasn't planning to start his own company before. After hearing this, he admitted that he had thought about it, but his financial situation was not very good at the moment. If he opened a company now and his mother's condition worsened, he wouldn't have the money for treatment. Soang then asked Guan if he planned to take over his father's company, but he firmly said no. This surprised Soang because Guan was very good at management. However, he believed that Soang's app project, with investment, would develop very strongly. He then proposed to Soang what he thought about both of them collaborating to open a company, with Soang in charge of the product. Upon hearing this, Soang proposed that Guan would handle operations. Seeing this, Guan raised his glass, both of them laughed together in joy, and then their two glasses clinked, marking the moment they happily decided to collaborate. After that, Soang and Guan formed a team, gradually bringing their app into the market. Success came very quickly, and more investors were willing to buy shares. They even developed into a sizable scientific company. But one day, Soang arrived at the company and was stopped by security, being kicked out. At this moment, he asked Guan what was happening. "Weren't we brothers?" At first, he didn't say anything, so Soang encouraged him, expressing that Guan was very much like the sun, illuminating those around him, and they drew strength from his existence. Upon hearing this, Guan turned around and also agreed that Soang should always maintain such an optimistic attitude, not worrying about what he might lose, because he always believed that he could stand up again. Therefore, Guan was very curious about whether Soang could do it this time. And so he fell into despair right in front of his own company, collapsing behind that bastard friend of his. Back to reality, everyone was looking at the barracks when Guan spoke up, calling everyone to return there. When the members of the barracks saw Guan, they quickly ran over to welcome him and ask about his situation. Among the crowd, there was a girl who told him that the boy next to her said he was useless and that sooner or later he would be thrown out by Guan. Seeing this, the boy next to her also reproached her for not being able to even hold a hoe yet still wanting to stay. In response, Guan sat down and held the hands of the two kids, wondering how he could abandon these adorable kids. He thought that when they grew up, the barracks would rely on them. So he reconciled with both of them with a completely different attitude from before, making Soang puzzled, continuously remembering that face. When he walked in, an old lady questioned whether a useless old man like him could stay, but importantly, he reassured them, telling them not to worry because he wouldn't abandon anyone. He then announced that the barracks had new members joining, so everyone should help and prepare some food and drinks for them. But contrary to his attitude, Soang stood behind, always remembering the image of Guan from before. That shadow was deeply engraved in his mind and was not easily forgotten. Because of this, Soang immediately turned around, still believing that Guan was fake, and called Yongji and Soeo to go together. But at that moment, the system sent a notification about a mission in the barracks, waiting for a new mission to be activated with a reward of 1,000 points. Moreover, it reminded him not to refuse, as otherwise, within 30 seconds, all his muscles would be corroded until death. This made Soang very indignant, not understanding what was happening, why a mission suddenly appeared, and why the punishment was so severe. Was there something here that he couldn't face? The more he understood, the more confused he became about what the system was doing. Was it here to help him or to mess with him? Immediately, Hyan shouted Soang's name, startling him. At that moment, he wondered if they needed help moving the injured to the medical lab. Didn't the boss intend to go? Upon hearing this, Soang immediately agreed, as the system wouldn't let him go. For now, he could only stay as long as he could. He then approached and called Guan, asking if he could go inside to take a look. Was there any problem? Seeing this, Guan agreed and said that anyone could enter. The treatment room was always welcoming everyone, especially since their relationship was very good. A moment later, in the temporary medical lab, there were still those who had been bitten lying in bed, surrounded by nurses on duty recording and reporting the patient's conditions. At this moment, a nurse reported to Dr. Gams that this patient's condition was unstable and could enter stage 3. After hearing this, he decided to administer double the dosage immediately, so he instructed Nurse Soha to give the patient a sedative. The doctor was worried that the body would react violently later. But just when he was assigning tasks to the nurse, suddenly, a zombie behind broke free and lunged to attack. At that moment, Yong shouted a warning to the doctor to be careful. At this moment, a beam of light passed over his head. It turned out that Xiaomeng had knocked down that zombie in one shot, to the astonishment of the doctor. He then turned to ask Dr. Gams if he was okay. The doctor shook his head vigorously, which left Soha stunned. While everyone was still in shock, Xiaomeng had quickly taken that action. Yong immediately asked the doctor about the condition of the zombie, wondering if it could still be saved. But according to Soha's theory, there was still hope within an hour before entering stage 3. Hearing this, Xiaomeng urged everyone to proceed quickly for fear that the zombie might wake up. A few seconds later, Dr. Gams injected a dose of medicine into the patient. And immediately, he screamed in agony, sweating profusely. The next state began to moan and then breathe softly, gradually fading away. Xiaomeng was very surprised because the medicine had taken effect. Behind him, Hyan also noticed that even the skin had turned a shade of blue. At that moment, Xiaomeng thought about humanity. Surely there was hope. Was this the reason the system wanted him to stay here? A while later, when they went outside, it was already dark. Dr. Gams thanked Xiaomeng, saying that if it weren't for him, he would have likely lost. Hearing this, Xiaomeng reminded the doctor not to be so polite because, to be honest, even now, he still didn't know who the doctor was. Seeing this, Yong spoke up to introduce himself. After the virus outbreak, he had wandered around for a while before meeting Soha and Dr. Gams. When he learned that the two were virus and gene research specialists and that they stayed in the city to develop a vaccine, Yong found this laboratory. Everyone was very united in building the camp. After that, they often organized rescue missions for others, gradually developing into the scale it is today. Without enough human resources, even if a vaccine could be successfully created in the future, humanity would struggle to recover as before. After hearing this, Xiaomeng questioned why the vaccine hadn't been developed yet. Yong admitted that currently, the success rate of creating one was less than 50%. At this moment, Xiaomeng realized that what the system wanted him to do was related to the vaccine. After that, Yong's attitude showed concern and was quite hesitant. He then looked up and called his brother, mentioning things related to past events. Shortly after, he decided to shout out an apology. Xiaomeng was astonished and asked what he was talking about. At this point, Yong expressed that how he had treated Xiaomeng before was indeed unqualified to earn his trust now. But just as he was saying this, Xiaomeng interrupted, reminding Yong to wake up, saying that he knew he would never forgive him, so there was no need to continue with this disgusting act. On the other hand, Yong kept calling him back and explained that he was being sincere. Just then, the little girl from that afternoon called him and cried, asking when she would see her mother again. Hearing this, Yong patted the girl's head, comforting her that her mother was very healthy and missed her very much. But she still needed more treatment time. He believed that everyone would reunite soon, so Sona should be patient and wait for her mother to get better. After that, Yong told the girl to go play with her friends. Seeing this, Xiaomeng asked Yong what he had done to the girl's mother, questioning whether it was because she was sick that he treated her like he did before, throwing her out. At that moment, he stood up, denying it and claiming that this place was built thanks to the survivors' unity. Everyone was responsible for their roles and did what they were good at, which was why they could maintain stability until now. When everyone knew that Yong organized vaccine research, some would help catch zombies, and some even volunteered to test the experimental drug after being infected. Sona's mother was one of those volunteers. However, the volunteers and the research team had to be isolated from others. After all, drug experiments were very dangerous. Therefore, Yong hoped to quickly complete the vaccine. If that could happen, they would be able to reunite with their loved ones. In fact, after starting the vaccine research, he understood Xiaomeng's feelings from before and realized how much of a bad friend he had been. Those in the camp had helped Guan Yong understand that only people who trust and help each other could survive until tomorrow. Previously, he believed that money and power were everything, and he had to become someone like his father. Only after the apocalypse did he realize that those things were meaningless. At the same time, he became aware of how much of a jerk he had been before. Apologizing was not meant to gain Xiaomeng's forgiveness, but it was something that had to be said. At this moment, Xiaomeng interrupted him, asking what he needed him to do, so he should just say it directly. Seeing this, Guan Yong immediately clarified that he did not mean that, but Xiaomeng still reminded him not to act anymore since he had already talked about many things related to the vaccine and the camp situation. Thus, those were things that weren't easy for outsiders to know. He asked Guan Yong what his purpose was. Guan Yong admitted that Dr. Gams had once said there was a place in the east that was his old office, where 1/4 of the documents remained. However, there were too many zombies inside, so they had tried to break in several times, but the results had all failed. He hoped Xiaomeng could cooperate with him to retrieve those documents. He then directly bowed his head and begged Xiaomeng, leaving him very shocked. He emphasized that only by developing the vaccine would everyone have a chance to live, so he wanted to end this nightmare. But Xiaomeng felt that his attitude seemed too insincere. He stressed that if Xiaomeng wanted, he could kneel down and beg. But Xiaomeng said that wasn't necessary. As a last resort, he reached out his hand to offer assistance, explaining that as long as they worked together, anything could be resolved. Hearing this, Xiaomeng felt that at least there was one point that he said wasn't wrong: if this situation continued, humanity would perish. Although the world could not return to how it was before the apocalypse, if a vaccine could be successfully developed, humanity could live and thrive in peace. He guessed that the system wanted him to stay at the camp, and there must be a mission related to this. He was also very curious about how Guan Yong would control the zombies. Xiaomeng agreed, and he immediately rushed to express his joy. But Xiaomeng raised his hand to refuse and clarified that he only agreed to help him find the materials to create the vaccine, not to forgive or reconcile. Guan Yong nodded repeatedly, quickly thanking him. Then Xiaomeng told him to make some arrangements and prepare to set off immediately. He received the main mission of collecting research on the virus for Mission 14, which had a final reward chain with an accumulated score of 1,000 points. As they left the camp, the zombies were inexplicably flying all over the sky. Among them were mutated zombies that were crazily torturing the other zombies, amidst smoke and fire. Seeing this, Xiaomeng was very puzzled about what those two were. After hearing this, Guan Yong revealed that these two were the starting points of their research. According to Dr. Gams, these two zombies had a certain level of intelligence and could understand simple commands. During the taming process, they had implanted shock chips in their heads. If they resisted orders or attacked humans, they would be electrocuted into paralysis. Currently, they were their best assistants. However, Guan Yong then wondered why this action was so dangerous that Xiaomeng did not leave the two girls at the camp to rest. Xiaomeng revealed that they were his subordinates, and their combat power was not inferior to those two zombies. After hearing this, Hyan revealed that Yongji was a retired soldier while Soeo was a martial arts expert. Upon hearing his voice, Guan Yong was startled and wondered why Hyan was there, to which Xiaomeng expressed that he had called him along because the kid was very agile and could help out. A moment later, the three of them arrived at Dr. Gamsa's hospital, where the materials were located on the 4th floor. While walking, Xiaomeng reminded the other two that he didn't know how many zombies were on the road from there to their destination, so if it wasn't necessary, they should avoid fighting them. Upon entering the lobby, Xiaomeng wondered why Dr. Gams had once worked there but hadn't provided a map when they set out. Upon hearing this, Confronting revealed that these places were too vast, and he needed a map to assess the positions accurately. Noticing this, Xiaomeng thought that if that were the case, there should be a map hanging near the stairs. However, the situation seemed a bit tricky. After looking through the binoculars, Hyan discovered that they were on the right side of the west lobby and could take the emergency escape tunnel, bypass the parking area, and head straight up to the 3rd floor. After that, they would go through the corridor connecting the recovery room and the emergency area, where there was a staircase leading to the 4th floor laboratory. After calculating and thoroughly assessing, Guan Yong urged everyone to start. A while later, Xiaomeng noticed something. Once they entered the old area, he observed that the zombies in this place seemed a bit strange, especially their skin color, and there were more mutated zombies. Upon hearing this, Yong revealed that Dr. Gams had once said that according to the theory of resurrected corpses, these zombies resembled an evolving species. Therefore, as time passed, more and more strange-looking ones emerged, and they were still in the process of classification. Normal zombies were divided into common and mutated ones. Among them, mutated zombies had two different external forms. The first type was called enhanced form zombies, which had very strong evolutionary intensity. If in a normal state, they maintained their form and were very picky eaters, only targeting living prey. The second type was fused form zombies, which used the method of fusing with other creatures to develop, having a very diverse appearance and not being picky about food. Sometimes when too hungry, they would even devour their fellow zombies. The zombies that the camp had tamed were of the fused type. According to the doctor, they were fused from dogs. In terms of strength, at least 5 people were needed to take down one enhanced form zombie. In contrast, the strength of fused form zombies fluctuated greatly. Sometimes, one person could take care of it, while sometimes even 10 people working together might not win. As for Guan Yong's personal opinion, enhanced form zombies were the most difficult to deal with because they were really too intelligent. One more thing is that regardless of the type of zombie, they all shared common weaknesses, which were ultraviolet rays in the brain. At this moment, the 3 of them had reached the 3rd floor. The theoretical explanation paused there. As he opened the door, the zombies seemed to be waiting for them. Soang reminded everyone to keep quiet and see if they could move slowly. However, he was also surprised by the number of zombies before him, which made it completely impossible for Soang to fight them all while protecting the others. They slowly advanced into the 3rd floor, being cautious of the zombies. Among these people, there was one more person who came to support, holding a weapon in hand while mumbling to himself, blaming himself for not having followed along. He thought that upon returning, no matter how much he scolded himself, he would have to apply to join the logistics team. But if he could survive and return, he was sure there would be a chance to score points in Kush's heart. Perhaps she would even admire him. As he walked and thought distractedly, he accidentally brushed the muzzle of his gun against the wall, making a loud noise that attracted the attention of all the zombies there. Soang immediately instructed everyone to run outside, while Hyan suggested that they could lure them to the 3rd floor lobby since it was in the opposite direction from them. There, they could climb the emergency stairs to the 4th floor. Immediately, Soang agreed with Hyan's decision and called Yongji to take the alarm clock and use its sound to lure the zombies to the right side of the lobby before heading up to the 4th floor to gather with him. Yongji, who liked this challenging type of work, grabbed the clock and let it ring loudly to attract the zombies. They all ran toward the loud sound, while Yongji ran ahead at a moderate speed to let them catch up. A little while later, they reached the 4th floor of the Xinhai Center for Disease Control Laboratory. Hyan and Soang were responsible for holding the door so that Guan Yong could go in and find the documents. However, after a few minutes, he felt that this would not hold for long. Seeing this, Soang asked Guan Yong what to do next. After hearing this, he suggested that Soang and Hyan go into the document room since it might be at the end of the hallway. At that moment, Soang wore a doubtful expression and asked Guan Yong if he really trusted them like that. But he insisted that he wanted to prove his sincerity. After hearing this, Soang said nothing and immediately turned around to call Hyan to go first. His surprise at this quick decision was evident. Inside, Soang asked Soeo to help guard them while they looked for the documents. Meanwhile, inside, the two searched everything, looking for Soang while wondering how important this was. But Hyan then questioned Soang why he suddenly wanted to know about this. However, after that, Hyan still raised the opinion that he felt Guan Yong was still trustworthy as before. After all, with such a large camp, managing it was not easy. But if he had to say, he felt Guan Yong had changed just like Soang. Upon hearing this, Soang shouted, reminding Hyan not to compare himself to Guan Yong. He then urged everyone to search quickly, as they didn't know how long the situation on the other side could last. After a while, Hyan picked up a book with 1374 written on the cover and announced that he had found it. On this side, Soang also found the necessary documents and called Hyan to come outside, where their comrades were still quietly keeping watch. Hyan ran over to report that he had found the documents, which surprised him with how smoothly it had gone. Not only that, Soang also reported that he had found all the required materials. Hearing this, Yong expressed that at first, he thought finding just a few pages would be a stroke of luck. He then held up the documents and asked everyone if they had confirmed the content, so they wouldn't end up with the wrong ones. In response, Soang handed over the documents and reassured Guan that the data completely matched. Now that all their plans were settled, he urged everyone to quickly return to the base. Just then, a strong gust of wind began to blow up from the floor, causing Guan to freeze and feel the change. Soang also sensed something was off with the floor. Moments later, the entire floor broke apart and collapsed down to the lower level. Soang reminded Hyan to hold onto his knees as they fell straight down. He also suspected that Yongji might be the cause, wondering if she had encountered some tough opponents. When they reached the third floor, they found Yongji. He asked her if she had run into anything difficult. Just as he was about to finish his question, the sight before him made Soang forget what he intended to ask. A humanoid figure holding a spear had started to move slightly, having pierced through its chest. Realizing the danger, Soang knew he had to handle this quickly. After that, Soang immediately called Yongji to aim at its head and strike the target with a rock. At this moment, the rock flew swiftly towards the monster. But before the rock could reach it, it had already pulled the spear out of its body. Immediately, a strong light erupted, indicating that it had successfully fused. At this point, the entire body of the monster transformed, growing 3 heads and 6 arms. Not only that, it also had 2 tails and legs like a human. At this moment, Guan ordered 2 zombies to charge and attack. The 2 zombies received the mission and rushed towards the monster zombie, but it grabbed both of them by their arms. The monster zombie roared once, exerting its strength to crush Guan's 2 zombies with its remaining hands. Seeing this, Soang called for Yongji and Soeo to stop it and not let it absorb anymore. He calculated that they needed to quickly activate the cooperation mode, as he had tried it before, and others wouldn't be able to see this trick. Just as Soeo aimed at the monster zombie, it had already chewed up the other zombie, leaving only an arm. After finishing its meal, it jumped up and struck Soang in the face. Luckily, he used his hands to block it and pushed his body away. Soang flew backward a considerable distance, wondering how its speed was so fast. Fortunately, he reacted in time, but as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the monster zombie suddenly appear in front of him, only to be hit by a rock thrown by Yongji, severing one of its arms. The force of the impact made it tumble against the wall. He sensed that this creature was very ferocious, so he had to focus on fighting. But with the others being a burden, it was too troublesome. Soang turned to them and called Guan, asking him to remind everyone to run ahead. Soang didn't want to see Hyan die. Upon hearing this, Guan displayed a look of astonishment and told Soang to remind everyone to run, wondering what he was thinking. But Soang insisted that the vaccine was more important than Guan and declared that he would not die so easily. Hearing this, Guan realized that he and the others were hindering Soang, so he decided to carry Hyan along with everyone else. But before leaving, he promised to wait for him to return. At this moment, he let out a sigh of relief, finally able to feel at ease, and he really didn't want them to know the secret of dealing with that monster. At that moment, it kicked Yongji, causing her to fly several meters and crash against the wall. At the same time, the monster zombie's body twisted and revealed various forms. After it had finished fusing, the arm that had just been severed grew back with more arms, shocking Soeo and Yongji. Soang didn't expect its recovery speed to be so fast. It seemed they had to finish the battle quickly to prevent it from recovering. He noticed that Yongji was injured in the arm and couldn't lead anymore, while the cooldown for Soeo's Rim Yungpa was too long. Suddenly, he had an idea: what if there was a way to enhance the body, increasing the power and speed of Rim Yungpa? After that, Soang sighed, deciding to take a risk and called Soeo to activate the skill along with the God of Destruction and Rim Yungpa at the same time. At that moment, Soeo received the mission to quickly activate the skill, and a surge of blood energy flowed through her entire body. But immediately after, Soeo fell with a crash and coughed up blood, causing Soang to panic because she couldn't endure that skill. He reminded her not to push herself too hard and to quickly retreat. However, a punch from Soeo shot straight at the monster zombie's head, which flew off, leaving only its neck. As for Soeo at this moment, after finishing her action, she stood still, waiting for Xiaomeng's next command. He assessed that the skill had worked, but the power was still not enough. Yet he noticed Soeo's posture and wondered if she could repeat the skill. Could it be that using Rim Yongpa after the God of Destruction didn't require a cooldown? At that moment, Soeo's eyes began to glaze over, and she immediately swung her hands forward, using the skill of chaotic artillery. This action made Xiaomeng unable to hide his astonishment. Soeo aimed straight at the monster zombie and waved her hands with a speed greater than that of a fan, unleashing a barrage on its body. At this moment, the body of the monster zombie began to crack, then exploded in a spectacular fashion. The monster zombie's body gradually tore apart into pieces, and the residual energy from the battle still lingered in the air, flowing down like a tribute to Soeo's shining glory. Her expression remained extremely cold as she looked at the destruction she had just caused. But at that moment, Xiaomeng noticed that the wall beside them was shaking slightly, and bricks were falling down all around. The previous actions of Soeo were so powerful that this wall might collapse at any moment. Xiaomeng quickly called his 2 staff members to leave the place. But when he turned back, he saw Soeo lying unconscious on the ground, not knowing when she had fallen. She had continuously used her skill combinations, exhausting a tremendous amount of energy, leading to her fainting. At this moment, Xiaomeng turned to remind Yongji that her injured arm could not help, and everyone should protect themselves. However, the system announced that she refused to abandon her friends. Seeing this, Xiaomeng issued a command, and the staff had to comply. Seeing Yongji's reluctant expression, he reassured her to trust him. Hearing these words, Yongji gritted her teeth and endured, turning to leave first. Watching her leave, Xiaomeng sighed and began to switch to cooperation mode with Yongji. He remembered that he had tried it before. As long as the staff were within a 1-kilometer range, they could use the cooperation mode. After that, the cooperation mode started to work, and Xiaomeng slid on the ground, running at an unimaginable speed towards Soeo. Suddenly, the floor where she was lying began to shake and then fell straight down to the lower floor. Seeing this, Xiaomeng quickly dashed down, reaching out and successfully grabbing Soeo's arm. With his other hand, he held onto a steel beam that secured the floor, leaving them both hanging in mid-air. At this moment, Xiaomeng noticed that Soeo had regained consciousness. Seeing this, he reassured her to be calm and promised to hold on tightly, telling Soeo not to let go. After that, Xiaomeng laughed because it was definitely not the right time for small talk in this situation. He then slowly released his grip on the steel beam and immediately landed safely on the rock that was about to fall. The rock crashed to the ground, creating a cloud of dust that obscured their view. Suddenly, from within the dust cloud, Xiaomeng swiftly jumped out and took advantage of the remaining distance of cooperation with Yongji to run and shoot, killing an enemy. A moment later, he slid down the staircase, crossing the rocks that had fallen from above. As he ran, the blood rolling down Xiaomeng's face soaked his eyes, but he always urged himself on because just a little longer, and he could escape this cursed place. The day before, Xiaomeng saw the glowing door and ran towards it with his eyes closed. He jolted awake to find himself lying on a bed with a pile of bandages on his body. At that moment, his whole body ached and trembled. As he opened his eyes, he saw Hyan sitting in front of him and immediately asked why he was there. Hyan revealed that Xiaomeng had been in a coma for 2 days. After Guan took Hyan to the car, he went back to look for everyone and just happened to encounter Xiaomeng rushing out of the room, holding Soeo. Upon hearing this, Xiaomeng quickly panicked and sought out Yongji and Soeo to inquire about the situation. Hyan then revealed that both of them were fine and were outside. Hearing this, Xiaomeng wondered if they needed a health check. He thought that if he let a doctor examine them, it might expose their identities as zombies. But at that moment, Hyan turned back with a mysterious smile and reassured him that he shouldn't worry because he was the one who was most seriously injured. The doctor only cared about saving him. Hyan noted that Yongji and Soeo weren't seriously injured, so he hadn't reported them for a checkup. Since Xiaomeng had just woken up and was in good spirits, it seemed there was no issue. Hyan then asked to go to the barracks to help everyone. Soang thanked him, and before leaving, Hyan waved goodbye and reminded him that there was still more to be grateful for. He then closed the door, leaving only Soang in the room. He breathed a sigh of relief that Yongji and Soyo's identities had not been revealed and that their injuries were not serious. It was really fortunate. Next, he entered the system to check his accumulated points, which totaled 436 with good material status, and noted his host status was injured while the staff status was average. He had completed his mission and received 50 accumulated points. Furthermore, Soang also obtained virus data and therapy data. Soyo's loyalty had reached 99%, and this draw had a 100% probability of receiving a memory fragment from her. When he received the notification about the loyalty, Soang was utterly stunned and was asked by the system if he wanted to redeem the reward. A moment later, he took out Soyo's memory fragment and wondered if reaching a certain loyalty level meant he could also obtain a memory fragment or if the system wanted him to experience the benefits of staff promotion. He decided to delve into her memories. As the light flickered, Soang heard a voice saying there was no need to download and install, just a network connection was needed. The fantasy world was created by AI in 3D, which was also the core of the original game project. Our universe is not just any game. From now on, all games and even other fields can apply this technology, opening up a new path for humanity. Upon hearing this dialogue and seeing the door in front of him, Soang felt incredibly familiar. He gently opened the door before him to explore. As he looked inside, he was bewildered and shocked to see himself standing there, presenting to everyone. This left him speechless as he saw his own image discussing the game he had created, and everyone below was shouting his name, expressing certainty that he would create a project worth 10 billion in the market within 2 years. Everyone believed in Soang and thought that based on his abilities, the project would definitely succeed. At that moment, Soang shed his first tears and thanked everyone, promising that he would not disappoint them. At the same time, the current Soang was utterly confused, hearing the encouraging words from the crowd and looking around. He soon noticed his staff member Soyo standing there but was puzzled as to why he had no impression of her. Later, he walked to the office and saw Soyo sitting at her desk, realizing that she was also part of the project team. After observing, he discovered that Soyo was a new assistant. When the project had just started, Soang had been busy outside all day and had likely never met her directly. Soyo's employee badge was also worn backward, indicating she had been struggling. At the start, everything had gone smoothly until the equipment supplied by the partners did not meet standards and could not be used, leading to a complete halt in the project. It was clear that solving this issue was all that was needed, but the shareholders suddenly decided to stop the project. Therefore, Soang decided to work with Guan to find the shareholders. As they walked, he discussed with him that as long as they could convince them to grant more time, they would not even need additional funding. As long as they nodded, they would immediately sign with a new equipment supplier and could expect feedback by next month. The next day, Soang went to meet one of the shareholders. But as soon as he saw him, the shareholder brushed him off, stating that there was no need to persuade them to continue the project, as the board had unanimously decided to stop it. However, Soang wanted to ask him for a few minutes to explain. He then stood up and presented about the cloud gaming service, which had successfully captured 70% of the global market. According to Soang, if they began developing the original universe now, it would surely succeed within 10 years. The world would be built entirely on a digital foundation with an augmented reality internet, and they would be pioneers. They just needed to persevere, as the seeds would grow and thrive in the future. He then used a serious tone to declare that this was the foundation for the company's long-term development. For now, they just needed to solve the equipment supply issue, and the future would belong to them. But at that moment, one of the shareholders asked if Guan thought the same way. Standing behind him, Soang hoped Guan would nod in agreement, but instead, Guan fell silent, closed his eyes, and denied it, even supporting the decision to stop the project to minimize losses. This left Soang in a state of shock and helplessness. Seeing this, Guan shouted that Soang had become so overconfident that he was lost, expressing that he had never considered dragging the company down in such a serious situation. Guan then bowed his head and apologized to the shareholders for causing the losses. The shareholders then turned to Soang, asking him what he planned to do. Soameng's eyes, once filled with hope, were no longer bright and instead reflected utter helplessness. At that moment, everyone in the company was laid off, and Soameng stood in the lobby, loathing himself. In the office, other staff blamed all the faults on Soameng for causing them to lose their jobs. They all spoke bitterly, which made Soameng in the present feel confused and emotionally unstable, increasingly leading them to believe that Soameng had been a fraud from the start. Meanwhile, the current Soameng stammered, trying to explain that he was not that kind of person. The employees criticized him for working for free, claiming that they had not gained anything after so long, and that the original universe had left them without even a meal to eat. The harsh words echoed from the very room in front of Soameng. Just then, Yong opened the door behind him and called everyone in, expressing that he had convinced the board of directors. Although they could not keep Soameng, the company would be fine temporarily. If everyone was willing, they could stay and work at the company. Upon hearing this, the employees were overjoyed, changing their expressions and promising to stay and work. Not only that, but Soameng's name was not mentioned at all. Instead, they praised Yong as a capable CEO who would not abandon his employees, truly more reliable than that jerk Soameng. In contrast, CEO stood in a corner, silent, leaving her employee badge behind as she turned and walked away. A moment later, Soameng returned to the real world with an unsettled mood, clenching his fists and murmuring to himself that he had truly disregarded everything to kick off the project, that he had recklessly invested funds into it, leading to a lack of working capital. In reality, the project was beyond saving. However, Yong had pretended to speak calmly to protect himself, berating him as useless. Immediately, Soameng received a mission notification. CEO activated the promotion task part 1, asking him to apologize to the former employees at the company. At that moment, Soameng held his head in self-blame, realizing that all of this was his fault. The system reminded the host to quickly go to the mission location. During the mission, the host would have to endure a special state, which was the pain of the employees. Immediately, Soameng punched the wall, wondering if this feeling was a negative emotion that affected his entire being, his body, mind, and heart. He needed to prepare quickly and set off. Then Soameng instructed Yongji to stay here, wait for him, and protect himself. However, Soameng still felt something was off about this camp. He hoped he was just overthinking. After a while, Soameng led CEO to his old company, taking along the accompanying mood that made Soameng take almost 10 hours to arrive. Looking at this sign, he didn't know how to face it. The system required Soameng to apologize to them, but he didn't even see a body. What on earth should he do? He wondered if carefully burying their personal belongings and then apologizing would make a difference, but this mood kept following Soameng, making him feel like he could barely breathe when he finally climbed up to the office. After some time, the sky gradually brightened, and Soameng gathered hairpins, employee cards, water bottles, and erasers. Only these items belonged to employees were familiar to Soameng. However, based on the fragmented memories, Soameng wondered if everyone hadn't stayed behind. It seemed the only thing he could do was check Yong's computer to find out the status of the employees involved in the project. Then he headed straight to the director's office and asked CEO to kick the door open. At that moment, Soameng felt his body become heavier. It seemed there was something in here affecting it. As soon as he entered, he immediately went to Yong's desk, but when he turned it on, he saw that the password had been set. Seeing this, Soameng wondered, the entire company system was developed by him. Did they really think that just setting a password would be enough? They truly underestimated him. After a while, he managed to unlock the computer and searched for the employee list, planning to find a printer later to use their photos as tags. But then he found it strange. Why were there still many employees laid off even after he left? Suddenly, Soameng discovered something that puzzled him when he saw Yong saved his parents' documents on the company's computer. Didn't he hate his father? Moreover, it was encrypted material. Soameng pressed it to check and saw market research, layoffs, and hazard assessments. However, it was completely different from what Soameng had seen before. After that, countless questions emerged in his mind. Wasn't this the supplier that had issues previously? And these videos too, the registration files for the equipment supplier, as well as tax cancellation documents. At that moment, Soang also discovered that the legal representative of the girl was Guan Yong's secretary. He had never received a report evaluating the high hazard levels. The person responsible for bidding in the winning company, known as the equipment supplier, were all Guan Yong's people. Looking back now, the board of directors had fired Soang, a key member, just because of the supplier issue. Moreover, even interns like Soeo were given shares, definitely not for any benefits. So, he realized this project was a trap aimed at him from the beginning. Therefore, what he and Soeo saw at that time was all created by one-sided deception. That was why the system allowed Soang to come here to see the truth clearly. This made him increasingly sluggish, downcast, and his negativity rising unceasingly, to the point where his heart ached painfully. At that moment, he asked Soeo to check the iPad that still had power, and after the video was extracted, he wanted to see it. He must see this final confidential document. After that, he leaned against the wall, feeling an ominous premonition outside. Then Soang opened the door and discovered a monster had merged with all the employees still wearing their badges. Immediately, the pent-up thoughts in Soang's head burst forth. The words of criticism and complaints when they were laid off gushed out about the company. Soang then claimed that Guan Yang was targeting him, but everyone was dragged into it, clearly having nothing to do with them. He kept apologizing without end. Suddenly, Soeo raised the iPad to show Soang. The first to introduce himself was Sotan, who wanted to say a few words to Soang. The team members said they wanted to talk but couldn't reach him, so they could only rely on this. "I just have one message for you, Soang. Don't be reckless anymore. I didn't expect you to get directly fired. I wanted to give you a beating but couldn't find you. Thankfully, Guan Yang tidied up the aftermath, so you should thank him. I saw you at the bank that day, begging them to release the funds. While you were at fault before, everyone could see your contributions. My sister is the bank director, perhaps she'll have a way. But this doesn't mean we've forgiven you. You need to stand up and change. You must not repeat the same mistakes to deserve us. You must pull yourself together and compensate others." Hearing this, Soang cried out, clutching his shabby weapon, knowing everyone still hadn't forgiven him. Therefore, before receiving their forgiveness, he couldn't die here. Saying this, he rubbed Soeo's head and asked her if what he said was correct. Moreover, Soang believed he still had a debt to settle with Guan Yang. At that moment, all the negativity within him gushed out, replaced by surging vitality flowing through his body. Soang decided to tell Soeo to wait here while he would handle it alone. He would quickly finish everything here. Then Soang activated the cooperative skill to work with Soeo's berserker. The zombie noticed Soang approaching slowly, and Soang felt it was time for everyone to rest in peace. He then reached back to close the door, and together with the zombie, he jumped to confront each other. First, Soang made a slash, making the employee badge of Kai Tang fall. At that moment, he expressed, "We've laid the foundations together. Back then, you always worked overtime with me. I remember I still owe you a late-night meal." While speaking, Soang kept slashing, breaking the monster's body into pieces. Next was Mundiok's badge falling. He recalled how every time they caught a worm, Mundiok would put on a crying face. He wondered if Mundiok had gone for a hair transplant. The next target Soang aimed at was Wang Si. He remembered Wang Si would become a workaholic like a TikTok fairy whenever he had a new idea, neglecting food and drink. Soang then asked Wang Si if he took his stomach medicine on time. The next killing was a female employee who often brought coffee to Soang. Zhang Tai had once eaten the hardest dish with him. The person who frequently shared a ride with him was Li Duo. At that time, the two of them worked together, just one step away from success. Soang kept slashing. And with every strike, the monster would let out a muffled wail. At this moment, he gathered all his strength, no longer sparing those delicate cuts to remember them, but instead slashing thousands of times in just 1 second. This caused the entire body of the monster to burst apart into countless small pieces that fell to the ground. When the monster exploded, it was also the moment Soang sent his apologies to everyone. He reached out his hand and grasped an employee badge, not forgetting to thank them. Because of everyone's forgiveness and blessings, Soang could truly revive from the dead. At this moment, Sohyo peeked in, feeling worried about Soang, so she decided to sneak a look. Seeing this, Soang turned to reassure her that he was fine. After everything was settled, he called Sohyo to print the photos of all the people involved in the project. A few hours later, Soang covered the small plots of land like small graves and placed a wooden stick on them, not forgetting to hang their employee badges. In no time, he had made over 10 handmade graves. Before leaving, he bowed down and told them to rest in peace, saying they were all his teammates. Soang vowed he would never forget everyone and hoped among them, there would still be some survivors. Just then, the system emitted light and sent a notification that he had completed the first stage of the mission. Important items would be placed in the memorial. Then from those small graves, the employee badges suddenly lit up, gradually forming a large beam of light rising to the sky. At this moment, the system announced that the employee badge of Lapqua had been added to the memorial. Gradually, it followed by the badges of the remaining people. Seeing this, Soang wondered if this was the museum function of the system before. But it wasn't, the museum only collected important items of the delegator. So, this meant that for everyone, being able to join his company was such an important matter. After that, Soang called Sohyo and expressed that after the project failed, he had always been pondering whether he was a good boss. He thought today he had found the answer, and because of that, he had made a decision for his future path. But first, Soang wants to carry everyone's hopes, including Guan, to end everything. Right after that, Soang receives the main mission to finish everything with a crucial S-level difficulty. Upon completion, the final reward is 1,000 accumulated points. Returning to 2 hours after Soang's departure, the scientist breathes a sigh of relief as he retrieves the data. The super vaccine's improvement is completed. Upon hearing this, Guan expresses his exhaustion from the past time, but he believes Guan has also put in a lot of effort. The research on experimental subjects 1 and 2 is crucial for the project. At this moment, both of them wonder how much energy has been expended. Now is the time to see the final results. After hearing this, Guan can't help but exclaim that there is only the final step left. Just then, Hyan is lurking behind the two of them. Earlier, Soang informed him that his old illness had relapsed and that he would leave for a while to find medicine. Soang still feels something is off with Guan, therefore, before he returns, he reminds Hyan to be careful. If anything happens, he should find Yongji. At this moment, Hyan, hiding behind them, is unaware of where they are going separately and what the super vaccine improvement is. Therefore, he takes advantage of their departure to investigate a bit. After a while, Hyan has climbed in through the ventilation duct, jumping straight down the corridor in the experimental building. He does not know how long they have been gone, so he must act quickly. But once inside, Hyan begins to feel uneasy, unsure of which area Dr. Gamsa's office is located. Just then, 2 people from the barracks come out of that room, questioning whether they have locked the door securely. Not seeing anyone, Hyan hides in a corner of the wall to wait for them to pass before beginning his actions outside. Hearing them talk, he confirms that there is no one inside. But at this moment, Soha calls Hyan's name, startling him. Soha then asks him why he is here. Because of the urgency and not knowing what to do, and since Soha is a close aide of Dr. Gams, Hyan directly rushes over to cover her mouth. After that, he raises a knife and apologizes to Soha for her not supposed to be here. Immediately, the knife plunges into Soha, blood splattering everywhere, but she manages to block the stab. Realizing he can't take down Soha, Hyan pulls the knife out of her palm. At this moment, Soha asks Hyan what he wants, promising that she can take him away as long as he doesn't kill her. Seeing this, he sneers, asking if her concern is for her life, as he thought she was the type who wasn't afraid of death. Hearing this, Soha responds that she absolutely cannot die here, there are still very important things to do. Then the two of them look at each other with eyes full of understanding. After that, Hyan sighs and asks Soha to lead the way. After a while, after rummaging around, Soha questions why he rummaged through the computer and books multiple times and what exactly he is looking for. Here, apart from the research documents, there is nothing else. Upon hearing this, Hyan reveals he just wants to investigate a bit and does not have a specific goal. At that moment, Soha loudly asserts that Hyan is a key part of the newly arrived group, so she knows he will have reservations. However, the vaccine antibodies were improved step by step by them and have nothing to be ashamed of. Seeing this, Hyan suddenly questions where Sona's mother is, causing Soha to freeze momentarily. Then she sighs and reveals that among those who volunteered for the experiments, some had adverse reactions and died, including her mother. Everything happened too quickly, they didn't even have time to save her before she passed away. Soha cannot face Sona's mother's death, so everything is because of Dr. Gamze's help. She arranged the funeral for Sona's mother. Soha has no way to tell Sona the truth, but this cannot prove what kind of embarrassing research Dr. Gamze is conducting. The world has turned into this state. Soha angrily questions whether she has to deceive others. Hearing this, Hyan remains adamant that Dr. Gamze is very suspicious. However, it is true that there are countless documents related to various subjects, and as soon as they arrived here, Hyan suddenly discovers an unrelated document among the medical records. Seeing this, he directly picks up the document and opens it. A memory card falls out. Hyan picks up the memory card and remarks that it was hidden in here, revealing that it even includes Dr. Gamze. He then intends to use the computer, and after inserting the memory card into the machine, a video appears showing Sona's mother in her final moments. Seeing this, Hyan wonders why they would hide such experimental footage of Sona's mother. At this moment, Soha adds that she hasn't lied because there is nothing in that video. Hearing this, he shows a doubtful expression and questions whether Soha thinks that ordinary experiment records should be hidden like this. They should keep watching. In the video, someone announces that the third experimental trial is about to begin. In the video, Sona's mother, with a chain around her leg, lunges to attack other zombies, resembling a real battle. Seeing this, Soha is extremely astonished and stammers, asking what this is. In response, Hyan asks if she was not buried, but now she is transformed. Soha constantly claims it is for saving lives, so what is the purpose of this experimental battle? After witnessing this, she asks if Soha still believes in them. Soha, perplexed by what is happening before her eyes, immediately rushes over to continuously click the mouse, witnessing numerous files on the computer, and questions why they would hide these things. At that moment, Soha remembers the person who used to work alongside her day and night, hoping that there would be experimental data, and humanity would surely be saved. Moreover, those who are on the brink of death due to the torment of zombies are also determined to provide her with the results of their work. Carrying the hopes of all humanity. Soha recalls the old man's words about wanting to contribute to humanity's science. The more she thinks, the more she cries, ultimately leading to the image of Sona's mother speaking, placing all her trust in the scientists. This deeply stirs her emotions, causing her to burst into tears. Not only that, but she also remembers Dr. Gamze's words about wanting to hand over the remains to him and promising to find a proper burial place for Sona's mother. Immediately, Soha pounds her fist against the wall, cursing those damn people who dared to deceive her all this time. This punch startles Hyan, and when he turns to look, Soha reveals that every time she reported issues, Dr. Gamze and Guan Yong never paid attention to her. They didn't even allow her to participate when patients were in critical condition. This was the reason behind it. Who knows how many people have been treated this way? After saying this, he sighs and immediately types something on the computer. Hyan asks her suddenly what she is doing, but at that moment, Soha ties her hair up, declaring that those bastards intend to sacrifice so many people to research results for biochemical weapons, so she will destroy everything. After hearing this, Hyan immediately asks why they didn't keep a backup since the vaccine antibodies haven't been fully developed yet. However, Soha believes she has stored a copy of the data, and everything important is in her mind. Upon hearing this, Hyan declares that Soha will no longer be his captive and they exchange glances, agreeing to become accomplices. There's no time left, so she immediately deletes the computer data and antibody samples, while Hyan plans to burn the paper documents. Just then, someone outside approaches, questioning why the door is open and loudly asking who is inside. Hearing this makes Hyan jump as he realizes they have returned. The doorknob inside rattles continuously because the person outside is trying to open it. Guan Yong suspects someone is inside and decides to break down the door. At that moment, Soha tells Hyan to stop them, as they only need to open the data on the destruction process for everything to end. After hearing this, he urges Soha to hurry since they're starting to break in, and being as small as he is, he fears he won't be able to stop them. Just as he finishes speaking, the door suddenly crashes down, pinning Hyan underneath. Seeing this, Dr. Gams shouts, asking what they're doing in his room. At that moment, there's only one enter button left, so Soha presses it, declaring that it's time to do what should have been done a long time ago. Simultaneously, the system begins the destruction process, causing the vials on the table to shake violently. Hyan looks up and asks Soha if they'll make it in time, but contrary to this attitude, Dr. Gams screams in despair over his life's work. He rushes towards Soha, cursing her incessantly, asking if she knows what she's doing. Seeing this, Soha screams back that of course she knows, which is why she's destroying it. As he rushes forward, he insists this is the future of humanity, but before he can get close, Soha lunges at him to stop him. At this point, Dr. Gams scolds Soha for being ignorant, claiming that humanity is a weak and fragile species and cannot survive. The vaccine and antibodies have been destroyed by idiots like them. While speaking, he grabs a wooden chair, intending to hit Soha. Taking advantage of this moment, a syringe stabs into his neck. It turns out the syringe is from Guan Yong. When Dr. Gams turns around in shock, Guan Yong asks, "Isn't the vaccine still here?" Saying this, he pulls out the syringe, prompting Dr. Gams to angrily ask Guan Yong if he knows what he's doing. Guan Yong responds that he has thought this through. This is a super vaccine improved using combat experimental data, which Dr. Gams himself is preserving. He then declares that Dr. Gams should use his body to preserve it. At this moment, Dr. Gams' entire body trembles uncontrollably, unable to even stand without leaning on the edge of the computer, constantly cursing and blaming them. Meanwhile, Hyan is extremely puzzled, asking Guan Yong why he created this. He believes it's obviously to build his own army. A mere mortal like him can't survive in this world alone. After hearing this, Hyan wonders if this idea isn't too insane. Guan Yong reveals that whether in the old world or the present, there have always been things that have never changed. One of those is the path of survival. Whether it's a tiger, wolf, or human, it's the same: the big fish eats the small fish is an unchanging truth. And the methods are always changing. The weak become sacrifices while the strong dominate the world. Whether it was using Xiaomeng's abilities before or trampling over countless corpses now, his purpose has always been singular: to win. After hearing this, Soha questions whether from the moment he met them, he had plans to modify the virus, to which he admits and thanks Dr. Gams for his cooperation over the years, helping the research be successfully completed. At the same time, Hyan reaches into his bag for something and asks whether Dr. Gams and the volunteers, along with Xiaomeng, were all important stepping stones for him. But Guan Yong believes that the sacrifices he nurtured for his own benefit should not be dismissed. Immediately, Hyan pulls out a homemade firecracker, declaring that he shouldn't blame the sacrifices for biting back. At this moment, Guan Yong realizes it's a smoke bomb, which is when they take the opportunity to escape amidst the smoke. In the cloud of smoke, Guan Yong laments that he doesn't like the kid Hyan. However, as the smoke gradually clears, Dr. Gams' hand tightly grips Guan Yong's ankle, shouting to let go, declaring that hatred will not forgive him. Seeing this, Guan Yong glances down and immediately fires a warning shot, reminding him not to struggle and to quickly turn into a zombie. He then reiterates Dr. Gams' previous words that one must volunteer to give everything to science. So he must believe with all his heart. At this moment, Dr. Gams' entire body is covered in veins, making him grit his teeth in pain. Guan Yong then puts on a smug face, suggesting that humanity will forever remember him, so the upcoming performance will depend on Dr. Gams. At this point, when he sees Guan Yong's true face, Dr. Gams' eyes turn red, and his muscles contract as he screams, not wanting to die here, declaring that even if he dies, he will drag them all down with him. His shout echoes through the hallway, coinciding with Dr. Gams transforming into a zombie outside. Meanwhile, Hyan and Soha are running while talking, grateful that the two of them had a dispute, otherwise, they would surely be dead. As they reach outside, Soha plans to evacuate the people in the camp quickly because she senses that Dr. Gams will turn into a terrifying monster. However, as soon as they get outside, the camp guards aim their guns at them, asking what they were doing in the lab. At this point, Hyan urges him to gather everyone and collect all the weapons, as Guan Yong wants to eliminate them all. But the guard doesn't believe that Guan Yong would want to kill him, and there's no time left to explain. Soha offers herself as a guarantee and reminds everyone to leave quickly. Seeing this, Hyan makes a decision. While this guard is focused on Soha, he must kill him. Just then, a massive zombie jumps down from the building, revealing itself to be Dr. Gams in his monstrous zombie form, which looks terrifying. Hyan realizes this too late, and all the camp personnel rush out, standing before the enraged zombie. Among them, someone urges them to stand their ground and not hesitate to fire. Everyone around them starts shooting indiscriminately, surrounding the creature. The zombie howls and throws its head back, screaming loudly before jumping in to attack, causing chaos as the personnel shoot everywhere. Seeing this, the others run towards them, pleading for help. At the same time, Hyan pulls Soha aside to hide, explaining that staying there would mean certain death. However, Soha speaks up, wanting Hyan to listen to her, saying there's a way to eliminate the monster that Dr. Gams has become. Inside a sharp pencil, she has been preparing to strike the zombie. It turns out Yongji pulled it out for battle. At this moment, Soha hears Xiaomeng's voice in her head, promising to return. So during his absence, she must protect herself, so there's no need to worry. However, the command system's orders are simple: don't die, don't let the enemy kill you, kill the enemy, and if the enemy dies, then you won't die. Immediately, she grabs the pencil and charges at the zombie. Outside, everyone continues to run for their lives, and at the same time, debris from the upper floors rains down. Among the chaos, a little boy runs while crying out for help. Just as a large piece of debris is about to fall, Soha quickly hugs the boy and jumps aside. At that moment, the little boy recognizes her and starts to cry even harder. Seeing this, Soha asks if the boy can still run, to which he stutters that he can. She reassures him to be brave and run toward the back door because the uncle is over there. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hyan holds a vial of medicine, urging Xiaomeng to hurry up. In the dormitory, he hid part of the miraculous antibodies from Dr. Gams. These antibodies could directly kill the virus and the host. Although he has obtained it, he still hasn't figured out how to inject it into that creature. At this moment, when Hyan discovered something was wrong, Yongji fell directly into his arms. He realized Yongji had been fighting the zombie, but Hyan accidentally let go of the vial of medicine, which fell straight to the ground. As a result, both of them fell backward, causing the vial to roll away. In front of them was the zombie monster, and upon seeing its grotesque face, Hyan urged himself to figure out what to do, but his instincts told him to run. He immediately noticed the vial he had just dropped, and it seemed like he was starting to come back to his senses. Hyan gritted his teeth and lunged forward to grab the vial. In front of him, the monster was preparing to leap. And unfortunately, it might crush Hyan. The zombie then leaped down, separating Yongji and him in different directions. As Hyan rolled away, he shouted for Yongji to hold on to the vial. At that moment, she had also picked up the vial and started to remove its cap. Seeing this, Hyan instructed her to throw the antidote into the zombie's mouth. Seizing this opportunity, Yongji jumped into the air and threw the antidote straight at the zombie's mouth. The antidote hit and broke its teeth, spilling into the zombie's body. Seeing this, both of them breathed a sigh of relief as they had finally hit the target. Instantly, the zombie's body swelled with large green lumps and suddenly exploded, leaving no trace behind. The remaining people stood around, observing the changes in the creature, which left only fragments scattered on the ground. Finally, they breathed a sigh of relief as it was truly dead. It was ironic that Dr. Gams ended up becoming a zombie due to the very vaccine he invented and died. Seeing that there was no more movement, he called for Yongji to leave because the survivors in the camp still needed their help. But immediately, at the spot where the zombie had died, thick blood began to ooze, causing Hyan to jump and look back. However, as he turned around, something attacked him, knocking him over. It turned out that the zombie seemed to have been resurrected and was growing rapidly. Now its body was even more horrifying than before. After being pushed face-first into the ground, Yongji directly grabbed her weapon and stepped back a considerable distance. Currently, that monster's body had transitioned to stage 2, resembling a mutated lion. At that moment, their gazes locked. And she just wanted to gaze at him for a long time. Meanwhile, above, on the crumbling corner of a high-rise building, Hyan stood there, relieved that despite being hit hard by the creature, he had only suffered a minor fracture and was still alive. In his heart, he constantly urged Soang to come back. Just then, the creature charged forward, taking the lead to attack directly. Seeing this, Yongji fell backward to avoid its blow, then turned around and flicked her weapon, unleashing numerous bright blue beams of light. Because it was caught off guard, the monster took a hit to its calf, causing it to scream in pain. Seeing this, Yongji continued to dive down, stomping hard on its back, making the creature nearly lose its balance. Taking advantage of that opportunity, she kept fighting relentlessly, without letting a moment's gap. But at this moment, it had truly gone mad, roaring loudly as it locked onto its target. All it could see were glowing spirals, and suddenly, Yongji dashed past, slicing through its body with a flash of light. Continuing to take advantage of its confusion, Yongji focused on the points she needed to reach and began to attack directly from all sides. Currently, the creature was extremely enraged as each time it was hit, blood gushed out from its body. Immediately, it reached out its hand, trying to grab Yongji, but just before it could, she managed to dodge in time. At that moment, she crouched down near the monster's legs, preparing to draw her sword and strike. However, its leg swung wildly and landed a direct kick to Yongji's head, sending her flying backward. She was propelled all the way up through the clouds. Just then, it jumped high above Yongji and raised its hand, striking down hard, making her slam her neck straight into the ground. After a while on the ground, Yongji was completely defeated, lying in a pile of rubble. Seeing this, the monster continued to jump down, wearing a frenzied expression, roaring to deliver the final blow. But immediately, a gunshot rang out, capturing the monster's attention. It glanced over, realizing that Hyan was trying to divert it from harming Yongji. As soon as it saw him, it roared in a way that seemed to threaten him, causing Hyan to be startled. Immediately, the creature charged towards him, knocking Hyan off his feet, making him stagger with each step. At that moment, he fell while lamenting that he should have been the first survivor, needing to rely on others to live, but all of this was due to that monster. After that, Hyan turned back, aiming his gun at it, always remembering Soang's image in his mind, reminding himself that after he returned, he had to build a grave for him. Just as he was falling, the monster jumped up, and a brilliant light flashed. Soeo also appeared, using her weapon to kick the monster aside. Hyan was astonished. Looking up, he discovered that Soeo had returned. It was time for her to hunt down the monster on Yongji's behalf, while Soang stayed back to help Yongji up, telling her to eat this, and she would be fine. Then, she turned to ask Hyan if he was okay, and he cheerfully replied that he was fine. He then informed Soang about Guan Yong's group, explaining that they were actually researching the modified zombie virus, which was Dr. Gam's. Everything he said completely matched Soang's suspicions. After that, he asked Hyan to take Yongji to safety first. However, he still wanted to stay because he believed this monster was too strong. If they only relied on Soang and Soeo, he feared they wouldn't be able to cope. Upon hearing this, Soang felt that it was even more reason for Hyan to go because right now, only Soang could ensure a safe retreat for Hyan and Yongji. After hearing this, Hyan reluctantly accepted, so Soang promised he wouldn't die. After seeing them leave, Soang thought to himself that he still had a debt to settle. This scene showed that Guan Yong was standing on the building, observing Soang. Just as predicted, he stood on the window ledge, watching every move of him. Previously, Soha enrolled at Shinhei Medical University with a friend. While walking, she chatted with that friend about how she didn't understand the deep research required in medicine, questioning why the principal needed to hold a conference, and whether it was a waste of time to make everyone swear an oath together. After hearing this, the friend also agreed that she didn't understand but wanted to tell Soha that language has a magical power. The words spoken not only would be remembered forever but also would become a source of strength for oneself. Returning to the present, that friend was Solam, who informed Soha that a large hole had broken in the ceiling, as if someone had deliberately sabotaged it. After hearing this, she appeared flustered, suspecting Guan Yong's involvement in this plan. Seeing this, Hyan thought that such a loud disturbance in such a prominent place surely attracted many zombies from outside. Now walking outside would likely lead to death. Immediately, everyone began to panic, not knowing what to do. They didn't want to go outside to meet their doom, but inside, that monster was killing indiscriminately. If they stayed here, they would also be done for. After that, someone in their group specifically pointed to Soha, asking her how to get outside or escape. They all listened to her. At this moment, Soha's mind was flooded with thoughts as she frowned and then decided to speak about going to the zombie experiment sites 1 and 2. When they captured them, she had been there, and it was reinforced, so hiding inside would have a much higher survival chance. Not long after, they all arrived at site number 2, the location of the experiment, where they would hide inside. Hyan verified again, asking Soha if it was indeed safe there. After Soha confirmed, she urged everyone to go inside because it would be safe. Just then, out of nowhere, a zombie appeared, a mangled and hideous figure charging out, causing everyone to flee in panic. Upon seeing this zombie, Soha recognized it as Sohua, the person who had previously used a gun to stop her and Hyan. But at that moment, Yongji turned around, wanting to charge forward to kill the zombie herself. After just a few steps, she slipped and fell down due to her weakened body. Seeing that, Hyan reminded Yongji that he couldn't fight recklessly yet. At this moment, Soha thought to herself, if the zombies attacked everyone, then they would all die. She had to think of a way to stop them. The entrance was right in front, just stopping them for 3 seconds would be enough. The vaccine would almost have to be researched from scratch, and only she could understand the documentation. Therefore, she absolutely could not die here. With that, Soha rushed forward, preparing to reach for the waist of someone in the camp, but she first sent an apology. Seeing this, he turned back with a puzzled expression, but immediately Soha grabbed the back of his shirt and directly pushed him back, urging everyone to run quickly. It turned out that she wanted to stop the zombie herself. Soha closed her eyes tightly and plunged headfirst towards it. Seeing that, Hyan shouted Soha's name. With a fighting spirit, she remembered the names Hong Dian, Vu Tri Van Du, and other predecessors who had placed their hopes in her. She felt she had let everyone down, but she thought that if it were them, they would surely make the same decision as she did. And so, Soha felt as if her colleagues and predecessors were right beside her, running alongside her. Remembering the oath she once made in medical school, Shin Hei's line, "The life of every human being, since conception, always deserves the utmost respect." At this moment, the zombie opened its mouth wide before its dinner, and Soha looked at it like a dove filled with hope, spreading its wings to fly in the sky. Not just one hope, but increasingly countless pure white hopes soared high. At the same time, on a high-rise building, Guan Yong watched everyone and clapped smugly. He felt the courage that humans erupted with when their lives were at stake was truly magnificent. He then turned to one side and asked, "Isn't that right, my friend?" From over there, Soameng stepped up and cracked his knuckles, questioning the 2 words "my friend." Just like that, the 2 of them continued to face off against each other like old enemies. Both of their hands clenched tightly, and their eyes showed discomfort. Instantly, Soameng charged straight towards him, but Guan Yong quickly drew his gun, pointing it at him. Without hesitation, he fired a flurry of bullets. Seeing Soameng dodge more, Guan Yong sprayed bullets towards him even more relentlessly. Soameng was getting closer, causing Guan Yong to show a very wary expression. Taking advantage of the moment, Soameng reached out to grab Guan Yong's gun, but he lifted it, causing Soameng to miss. Immediately, Soameng landed a punch, directly hitting him in the mouth. Receiving this blow, Guan Yong's face twisted, and he stumbled back, seemingly about to fall over. Seeing that, Soameng charged in again and landed another punch in the same spot. As he watched Guan Yong prepare to fall, he directly grabbed the collar of Guan Yong's shirt and asked him why. After hearing this, Guan Yong thought that many things didn't matter. Seeing this, Soameng continued to ask, so you just trample on the dignity and life of others? But Guan Yong wore a nonchalant expression, thinking, what does it matter to me? At this moment, Xiaomeng could only say, in your next life, remember to be a good person, and he pushed Guan Yong away. With that, he raised his sword and said his goodbyes to him. The moment after, he swung his weapon down at Guan Yong, but he remained extremely calm. At the same time outside, it started to rain, and So-Eo was still passionately fighting the giant monster until her last breath. At this moment, both fighters were throwing punches. So-Eo crashed to the ground, while the monster shot straight up into the sky. She looked up and saw it wielding a fiery fist. It punched down at So-Eo, creating an earth-shattering explosion. But in the fire, she successfully escaped and flew straight towards the zombie, surprising it. At that moment, So-Eo used her divine weapon and landed a punch right in the monster's stomach. The blow sent the zombie flying several meters away. Once done, So-Eo landed safely, watching to see what the zombie would do next. It had fallen to the ground, growling and moaning, causing those in the camp outside to show terrified expressions. But then, the zombie slowly narrowed its eyes, and that was when So-Eo ran towards it. She dashed close, but suddenly, she was startled as if seeing something. At that moment, on the building, Guan Yong used his hand to block Xiaomeng's sword and called his name. Not only that, but he also declared that previously, he couldn't defeat him, and now he shouldn't expect to win either. He strained to keep the sword from piercing him. Seeing this, Xiaomeng reminded him not to take his eyes off. Just as he finished speaking, Guan Yong suddenly vanished. At that moment, a syringe fell at Xiaomeng's feet, leaving him extremely shocked. From the smoke and dust, Guan Yong popped his head out, revealing that this was his research result. It turned out that the monster in front of So-Eo was slowly disappearing, causing her to be astonished. At this moment, he still spouted philosophy while living like a fool, thinking that to survive in this world, one could only turn into a carnivorous animal and keep evolving. Before that, Xiaomeng had sat down and talked with Hyan, sharing about his past with Guan Yong. He recounted that he was the boss and they were the employees. After that, he took the commission and worked with them, obtaining supplies while being able to save people. Perhaps he would do this for a while longer, and later, there would be bigger ideas and more important things to do. Saying that, Xiaomeng proposed to Hyan to come help him. Receiving this suggestion, he seemed surprised and then broke into a joyful smile. Completely agreeing. Back in reality, Xiaomeng took a full punch from Guan Yong, sending him flying. At this moment, Guan Yong scolded Xiaomeng for always acting on impulse. If he had killed him earlier, perhaps he wouldn't have been able to inject the drug. After hearing this, Xiaomeng thought that one decisive blow would undoubtedly benefit him. Seeing this, Guan Yong declared that Xiaomeng had lost his only chance to kill him. But he didn't think so. Guan Yong felt that Xiaomeng was about to die, but he remained stubborn and continued to charge in. On this side, he saw the situation under attack and didn't stand still but took up his weapon to confront them directly, then moved into another corridor. Hyan was shooting down below, but he blamed himself, thinking that using a gun to help Xiaomeng was not what he expected. The crazy Guan Yong had mutated on his own, while Xiaomeng was beaten to the point where he could only defend himself. At this moment, Hyan felt that while they might not be able to kill Guan Yong, at least they could buy a little time for Xiaomeng. The opportunity to shoot would probably only come once. If they revealed everything, it would all be over. While speaking, Hyan closed one eye and focused the other on the scope of the rifle. His finger trembled as he prepared to pull the trigger. Just as below, Guan Yong declared that it was time to finish. He slammed Xiaomeng's head hard against the wall. His strength was incredibly brutal, causing Xiaomeng to grit his teeth in pain. Above, Hyan aimed for Guan Yong's arm, feeling that this was the moment. But suddenly, he glanced over and looked straight into Hyan's gun barrel. That gaze made Hyan's hair stand on end. With no other choice, he fired the shot. But Guan Yong seemed not to notice and fell back from being shot, leaving Hyan shocked that he had hit him. After that, he dropped the gun to the ground and rushed straight to Xiaomeng's side. Suddenly, Hyan stopped, turned his head back, and looked up ahead, seeing Xiaomeng slumped on the ground. Gradually, the pain enveloped his entire body, causing both his cheeks to flush. It turned out Guan Yong's tail had pierced straight through Hyan's chest. He saw the creature impale him, and the mixed pain made his face show shock. At this moment, Guan Yong asked him if he was looking for him, thinking that he should have guessed that bullets wouldn't kill him. But unfortunately, he didn't guess that for him, bullets were useless. Hearing this, Hyan, furious, reached behind and pulled a grenade from his pocket, using his thumb to pull the pin, declaring that he would go to hell with Guan Yong. But then, with a bang, one of his hands flew off, shocking Hyan, who couldn't guess what his next action would be. The name Guan Yong possesses an incredibly terrifying power that tore Hyan's arm apart. Simultaneously, the grenade exploded but hit no one. At this moment, Soang, witnessing the entire event from the other side, screamed out his name, but his body could no longer stand. After letting out one scream, he fell back down in pain, growling, "Stop it all." Meanwhile, Guan Yong pulled his tail out of Hyan's chest and reminded him that sneaking up on others isn't a good idea. Hearing this, Hyan responded, claiming he was still too inexperienced with poison and needed to learn from him. In response, Guan Yong declared he would teach him something else, how to fully utilize his powers. As he spoke, Guan Yong continued to unleash his tail from behind himself and directly stabbed it forcefully into Hyan's body. He felt very curious about whether the person infected with his blood would become a zombie under his control. At this moment, Hyan screamed in agony, but Yongji and Soeo had also arrived. Just as Guan Yong looked up, he received a slash from Yongji, but his iron-like arm successfully blocked the strike and bent her weapon. At the same time, he had a fist in his other hand and used all his strength to punch Yongji hard, bending her right elbow. Only then did she realize something was wrong as blood gushed from her arm in a considerable amount. Yongji fell straight to the ground in excruciating pain. On the other side, Soang crawled over to Hyan's side and called his name. Seeing this, Hyan stammered Soang's name, but he urged him not to speak anymore and announced he would get medicine to save Hyan. After that, he decided to call the system to request a reward withdrawal. At this moment, Hyan reached out, wanting Soang to hear him. Before the apocalypse, Guan Yong had plotted to harm him, and after being chased out of the company by him, he had thoroughly investigated but had avoided confronting the board out of fear of losing his future. Thus, he had no face to find him again. "I'm sorry," he said. "Although the world has changed a lot after the apocalypse, I still couldn't dare to speak when I met you, because I feared you would hate me." Later, when he encountered Guan Yong again, he had intended to kill him to avenge Soang but then would leave because he felt he couldn't face him anymore. However, on that day, Soang expressed a desire to start a new company, which changed his mindset because he missed the days of following Soang. Then, Hyan's voice began to stutter and slow down, genuinely expressing a desire to start a company with Soang. After saying his last words, Hyan closed his eyes and departed forever, amidst Soang's anguished moans. After a moment of inner struggle, Soang had to accept that Hyan was gone. He placed his hand on the ground and scratched at it violently. At this moment, Soang was extremely astonished to see Hyan's body slowly standing up, having transformed into a zombie. Suddenly, a loud noise made him turn to look, hearing Guan Yong ordering Hyan to kill Soang. After hearing this, he turned back and yelled at him. But at this moment, Hyan was no longer himself, jumping straight up to attack Soang. The zombie sent him flying, forcing him to dodge to the left, then to the right like a plaything. At this moment, Guan Yong asked Soang if he couldn't bring himself to strike back, saying that this expression made him very happy. He then revealed that if Soang didn't kill Hyan, he would be the one to die. Faced with this scene, Soang didn't want to kill the zombie before him, but it was incredibly aggressive. At that moment, he landed on the ground and slammed against a rock, causing his body to lose balance and prepare to fall backward. Next, Soang closed his eyes tightly when suddenly a huge explosion occurred on the other side. Soeo rushed in, grabbing the zombie by the head and lifting it into the air. Soang was also very worried about her health. Guan Yong scolded Soeo for being a nuisance and then whistled, causing another storm to brew behind him. From somewhere, another monster appeared, receiving Guan Yong's order to kill her. The creature immediately lunged at her, but Soeo also appeared, pressing a steel cuff against the zombie's neck. At this moment, it was pressed straight into the rock behind it. However, simultaneously, the monster charged in to attack from behind. Sensing something, Soeo turned around to see Soang stabbing a metal rod into its hand. He thought he had lost Hyan, so he couldn't afford to lose Soeo either. But its other hand was still functional and struck Soang to the side with terrifying strength, sending him crashing into the wall. At that moment, Soang felt his entire body go stiff and unable to move. Just as he finished speaking, Soeo was also knocked back, crashing into the wall next to him. She looked very miserable now. Across from them, the monster and Guan slowly approached, with him saying that your lovely employee was truly a tattered doll. Aren't you fond of your employees? He taunted. But she will soon be crushed. Don't you regret being so emotional and hating yourself? Why didn't you just kill me directly? But in the end, it's useless because I injected her before you arrived. So from the start, you were destined to lose. At this moment, Soang turned to look at Soeo and then glanced at Yongji, followed by the image of Hyan infected with the zombie virus. Then Soang called Soeo to take Yongji away, but the system reminded her, rejecting his proposal. Seeing this, Soang urged Soeo not to throw her life away for him and to run away quickly. However, at that moment, the system continued to remind Soeo, refusing his order. Suddenly, he asked, Soeo, have you always wanted a family? As long as you continue to live, you can still find a new family. Just go, if you leave me, you can survive. But just then, Soeo voiced her refusal, leaving Soang in shock. She expressed that she wouldn't give up and a light shone upon her, enveloping his entire body. What appeared before him was the house he had lived in before. Suddenly, beside him, Soeo's voice came, claiming she had finally found it. After going through so much hardship, she had finally found the boss's home. Hearing this, he glanced over to see her trembling with joy, then becoming very worried, muttering to herself, but what should I say when I meet him? After all, he might not remember an intern like me. Then alone, Soeo displayed countless emotions when imagining her future meeting with Soang. Seeing this, he couldn't help but laugh, clutching his stomach at Soeo's flustered actions. At this moment, she sighed to regain her courage and reenacted one last time before seriously presenting herself. I heard you've not been doing well lately. So I came to visit you. I hope you can feel better after escaping home. I don't know whether my choice is right or not, nor do I know where I will go in the future. You made me realize how wonderful it is to bravely pursue what I believe is right and that I must never let the difficulties before me defeat me. I sincerely hope you can regain your spirits and continue to pursue what you believe is right. These words were directly spoken in front of Soang, but she was unaware of his presence afterward. Soeo stood frozen for a few seconds before sighing and turning away, thinking that with such overflowing emotions, what could she accomplish? She needed to meet him first. Suddenly, she saw an old man and ran over to ask which way to Building 30. However, the more she called, the further the old man walked away, then suddenly turned around and transformed into a zombie with a mouth like a shark's jaws. Just like that, reality returned, and Soang realized that Soeo had appeared near his home because of this. It turned out that from beginning to end, she had been there for that reason. At this moment, Soeo stood before him, her entire body enveloped in a shining aura, then reached out, urging Soang to cheer up. He extended his hand and called out to his boss while also receiving the title of promoted to outstanding employee. At this moment, Soang agreed and reached out, taking Soeo's hand. Together, they unlocked the binding function. Soeo received the binding from start to finish, while with Soang, her attack power and defense would be enhanced. Soeo acquired the new skill, Invincible. The system reminded them that the skills of the outstanding employee had been further developed based on previously chosen abilities. Suddenly, a monster lunged at them, slamming down hard and sending both of them flying. However, it was confused to see Soeo, who showed no fear at all. She turned to smile at Soang and then charged at the monster. All that could be seen was dust and smoke. Taking advantage of this moment, Guan rushed in to ambush from inside, immediately reaching out to land a blow on Soang. But he was shocked to find Soang was no longer in front of him and had somehow gone behind to lift Yongji. Soang felt incredibly light, completely different from their previous collaborations, as if he were Soeo. Meanwhile, she leaped high, gracefully dodging the relentless attacks of the monster, even smiling disdainfully, thinking it was too slow. Regarding Guan Yong, he still didn't know what had just happened because he clearly saw Soeo looking back just now. Gradually, he felt his hands trembling and wondered if he was afraid of Xiaomeng. Shortly after, Guan Yong gritted his teeth and ordered the monster to attack Xiaomeng. At that moment, it shifted its target to the main character while he was still advising Yongji to sit here quietly for a bit. He would feel better soon. For now, he and Soeo would handle it. However, just as the monster was about to reach Xiaomeng, Soeo appeared before it could arrive. At this moment, Xiaomeng commanded her to activate immortality, invoke the war god, and initiate the cannon. Upon hearing this, Soeo began to activate all three skills simultaneously, manifesting on her fists. This fist emitted a powerful aura, filled with immense strength. The level 1 immortality skill lasted for 60 seconds, preventing any damage and not consuming any physical energy, while also incurring no skill cost, but could only be used once every 250 hours. Witnessing this outrageous scene made Guan Yong a bit wary, but he still chose to disbelieve it and charged forward to attack first. He couldn't understand how they suddenly became stronger, and moreover, how they all powered up together. Just then, Xiaomeng appeared right beside Guan Yong, called out to him, and asked if he was scared. At that moment, Guan Yong's face was already dripping with sweat as he glanced up at him, only to find that Xiaomeng had severed one of his arms. Xiaomeng felt somewhat satisfied since it could be considered that Guan Yong had repaid Hyan with that arm. At this moment, Guan Yong just wanted to leave quickly and then figure things out, but Xiaomeng wouldn't allow him to have his way. He called Soeo, who rushed out to block his path and delivered a blow that sent him crashing back several meters. At this point, Guan Yong lay sprawled on the ground and tried to muster his strength to look up, but he was utterly astonished to see that his monster had died without him noticing. A surge of indescribable rage boiled up within him as he growled Xiaomeng's name. At this crucial moment, unable to believe what was happening, Xiaomeng lunged forward with a knife. However, he was startled to see Guan Yong grinning as he tore into the carcass of the monster. While committing such a disgusting act, he declared that he would never lose to Xiaomeng, even in death. Then Guan Yong continuously spat insults, proclaiming that no matter what he did, he would have to win against him. Xiaomeng grew anxious as he witnessed Guan Yong's entire body sprouting various tails. Behind him was no longer just one, but nearly 10 tails. These tails grew longer without ceasing, randomly lunging to attack. Xiaomeng regretted that in just a few seconds, this guy had seized his opportunity. At this moment, Guan Yong shouted, urging Xiaomeng to surrender his life, still proclaiming the earlier statements. Now, he was truly furious and far more ferocious. Importantly, he gathered all his tails into one spot and charged at both Xiaomeng and Soeo. She turned to inform her boss that victory was possible, but he felt that simply winning wasn't enough because Guan Yong was adept at finding opportunities. If he couldn't deliver a fatal blow, he would surely survive for a long time. Even if Yongji recovered shortly, it probably wouldn't be enough, so they had to think of another way. At that moment, the system popped up with a reminder, causing Xiaomeng to lose focus. Just then, Soeo warned him to be careful, but when Xiaomeng turned his attention, he saw Guan Yong wrapping his tails together, wildly combining all his strength through a horrific scream. But immediately, from his abdomen, a weapon protruded, splattering blood everywhere. When Guan Yong turned around, he saw Yongji had woken up and was ambushing him. Seeing this, Guan Yong thought that even if Xiaomeng summoned more beasts, he still wouldn't be able to defeat him. However, for Xiaomeng, he seemed confident of victory, while Guan Yong was still in a frenzy with a contrasting attitude, adhering to the philosophy that only by standing at the top of the food chain could one dominate this new world. He studied zombies, and then evolving was the only way to continue living. As he spoke, he waved his tail, but Xiaomeng believed that Guan Yong's philosophy was entirely wrong. Upon hearing this, he became even angrier. Xiaomeng expressed that humanity could evolve not only through solitary combat but that the key for humanity to overcome hardships was mutual support and assistance. Guan Yong continuously cursed, questioning what help was needed. He then launched his tails to attack Xiaomeng. In contrast, Xiaomeng merely stepped left and then dodged right at a speed that sent shivers down Guan Yong's spine. Soang revealed that he was sure Guan Yong would think that way, which was why he fell into his trap. Importantly, Guan Yong stubbornly refused to believe and extended his tails to try to defeat Soang. However, at this moment, Yongji captured half of the tails while Soeo restrained the other half. All the tails were now under control, leaving Guan Yong unable to believe his eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Soang charged in, stating that if he wasn't afraid of him bringing in another ally, then he had already lost. Meanwhile, Guan Yong gritted his teeth, trying to pull his tail free from the two of them, but he was clenching so hard his teeth felt like they might break, his eyes bulging out to the point where his pupils couldn't escape. In contrast, a gunshot rang out, causing blood to splatter from his eyes. At the same time, the system announced that he had successfully registered as a company employee. Just as Guan Yong screamed and clutched his eyes, Hyan had officially become an employee of the company. Seeing this, Soang grabbed a grenade, standing before Guan Yong, who continued to call his name incessantly. At this moment, the employee Yongji activated the weapon, combining its function with Soang. Having gained power, he leaped straight up and stuffed the grenade into Guan Yong's mouth. Before leaving, Soang revealed that his previous downfall wasn't due to that incident, but because the one who did it was Guan Yong. In this moment, Guan Yong recalled the earlier conversation with Soang when he had asked why someone as wealthy as Guan Yong would be willing to befriend him. Upon hearing this, he thought that his value had always been measured by his strength and that courage and talent stemmed from within. Soang had a charm that attracted others, which was the strength Guan Yong always aspired to. Therefore, Guan Yong felt envious of Soang at that moment. Simultaneously, Soang leaped away from him and said his farewell. Instantly, the bomb lit up and exploded in a cataclysmic event that blew everything nearby away. The enormous explosion marked the end of his life. Mission complete. The death warning was lifted. And mission rewards were issued. The system status was stable, and the ongoing mission's current score was 2 points, with a material status of 105, a low host state, and the employee feeling fatigued. The next morning, the experimental room door gradually opened, letting in slivers of light. At this moment, those inside appeared very cautious, fearing it was a zombie. However, when it opened, Soang and Soeo invited everyone outside. After confirming that Guan Yong was completely dead, they began to clear the zombies in the designated area and simultaneously rescue everyone hiding in other designated areas. Some were in mourning over the loss of loved ones, while others found it hard to believe. Important tasks had been accomplished, and Soang received documents related to zombie research from a fortunate survivor who had been asked by Hyan to keep them safe before coming to aid him. From that, he learned the significance of this material. So, Soang found a person, and the position of the fourth employee was unlocked, named Soha. At that moment, Soang found her a temporary outfit that looked very fashionable. Afterwards, he expressed admiration for what Soha had done before her death, which he had heard from the lucky survivors. It was truly commendable. If one day she could regain her sanity like Soeo, perhaps she could continue the research. Just then, Soeo peeked in, asking the boss if she was done changing clothes. Seeing this, Soang felt much happier and asked about her health, wondering if she needed to rest a bit. However, Soeo insisted that she wasn't tired. He then turned to call Yongji, expressing that she had worked very hard this time. Soang hugged Yongji tightly and even apologized for always putting her in danger. He promised to work harder and be stronger in the future. At this moment, the system displayed that Yongji felt a bit awkward and thought her friend was very strange, yet she still felt happy. After that, Soang remembered Hyan and expressed his guilt, believing that if it weren't for him, Hyan wouldn't have turned into what he was now, especially since Hyan had become a zombie yet still chose to stand by Soang's side. But then the system showed Hyan saying it wasn't his fault and that he shouldn't blame himself. Seeing this, Soang ran directly to hug him and said thank you. Finally, he looked over at Soeo and found her staring at him all this time. Soang asked her if she had regained her consciousness, receiving a confirmation from Soeo. Thus began a series of questions, such as whether she was still in pain, if she had taken her medicine the night before, and if she had eaten to regain her strength. After hearing all this, Soeo could only smile, unsure of which question to answer first. Realizing this, Soang waved his hand in apology, acknowledging that he was a bit unaccustomed to her being able to speak. But he still felt guilty because the matter was clearly a personal vendetta between him and Guan Yong. Yet it made her suffer more than he did. So, Soang clenched his fists, trembling, and bowed his head, thinking that as the boss, he didn't deserve her. At that moment, Soeo reached out and took Soang's hand, still smiling warmly and calling him boss. Not only that, but she also proposed that they establish a company together. Hearing these words, he glanced at Yongji, then at Hyan and Soha, and the more he looked, the more he felt overwhelmed, to the point of tears welling up in his eyes as he scolded the kids, saying that the newly established company wouldn't have any benefits and they would have to risk their lives together. He could only ensure they wouldn't starve. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Then Soang received a notification that he had completed the main mission in the Xinhai city area, earning an S rank and 1,000 accumulation points. At that moment, Soang, based on his basic needs, decided to start working. After a while at the mall, the sounds of a father and son could still be heard reminding each other to stay quiet. They had also noticed a mutated zombie approaching, its form incredibly grotesque, getting closer to where they were hiding. At that moment, they were just a cupboard away. The father saw that the back door was there and thought that if they could slowly make their way over, he reminded his son to be quiet. So, the father and son cautiously made their way over, but suddenly, the zombie let out a roar and lunged at them. The cupboard was about to topple onto the father. At that moment, he called out his son's name and urged him to run quickly. However, Soche stubbornly refused to leave. The father, helpless, was teary-eyed as he continuously urged his son to run. But Soche felt that since he had lost his mother, he didn't want to lose his father as well. And so, holding a knife, Soche closed his eyes and declared that he would save his father. Just then, the father shouted a reminder that there was still a zombie behind them, and when the boy turned around, he saw a massive zombie. The little boy seemed to freeze in fear, staring at the zombie's gleaming white teeth. But just a second later, it was shot dead by a heavy weapon. And so, the nearby zombies surrounding the father and son were all eliminated. At that moment, Soang called out to the father and son to come outside and asked if they needed safe escort. He introduced himself as part of the company dispatched to serve customers during the apocalypse. In another location, not long after, on a street crowded with zombies, a girl singing could be heard. This girl was dancing and skipping down the street in a very calm manner, going down the stairs while passing by those zombies. The strange thing was that wherever she went, no matter how much noise she made or sang along the way, the zombies merely looked at her and did not touch her. Each time the girl reached a section of the road, the zombies would part ways, creating a gap for her to pass through. She eventually reached a basement and stood in front of an old, dilapidated house before banging on the door. At that moment, a young man opened the door and announced that the tax collectors had returned since yesterday. He then asked the girl how her harvest had been. The girl replied that it was all right and informed him that Guan Yong had been dealt with. Upon hearing this, the white-haired man expressed that it was quite a pity, but he was very curious about the background of the one who killed him. At that time, the girl had already gathered information about Soang. The sky was exceptionally clear, with birds chirping melodiously. Both above and below, the sounds of zombies growling could be heard. But just as a loud sound erupted in front of Soeo, she punched the zombie in the chest, causing it to collapse. Not only that, now Soeo knew how to pose after finishing a fight. Seeing this, Soang praised her for doing an excellent job, not disappointing as an outstanding employee. He encouraged her to hang in there a little longer, as they were nearing Hyan and Soha. At that moment, the client behind reminded Soang why he was still in the mood to encourage his staff when they hadn't yet escaped danger. Hearing this, Soang pulled him closer and advised him not to pay attention to that. Moreover, he invited the client to see if his staff was trustworthy. Just a few minutes later, they successfully completed the A-rank escort mission with a reward of 50 points. Additionally, the client's reward was 10 homegrown carrots and 8 home-raised eggs. After finishing up, Soang and all the staff bid farewell to the client, who wished them a good life. 4 months had passed since Guan Yong's incident, and it was now late autumn. To arrange housing for the victims of his actions, they had been staying in this area and were also trying to earn a few extra points. Soang worked hard to take on high-difficulty tasks, and as a result, he had completed 100 entrusted tasks so far, including S-level missions. Summarizing the rewards, he now possessed 1,502 points and 10 prize draws. The system notified him of successfully completing the task, proving he had a basic understanding of all customers. Next, a new main task was received, which involved expanding the team and exploring more markets. At this point, Soang reviewed the two tasks, finally feeling more like a company. It seemed the tasks consumed quite a few points. Earlier, he activated the system store, although currently, it only allowed purchasing food and medicine for employees, but it had resolved most material issues. Unfortunately, the number of survivors in Xinhai City was too small, so the opportunities to earn points became limited. It appeared that whether for future tasks or employees, there was only one path ahead. He gathered everyone and expressed that he had thought it through. For the company's development, he decided to make a change. They would leave Xinhai City. The employees had no objections to Soang's suggestion, but Sohyo was particularly excited about it. Soang urged everyone to prepare a little and then begin the journey. However, at this moment, Sohyo raised a question, asking how they should travel. Hearing this, Soang realized it was an excellent question and decided they would need to find a vehicle. They soon arrived at a construction site filled with trucks and various other vehicles. To his surprise, there were many intact vehicles, but most of them were new energy vehicles. At this moment, technological progress turned into a hassle. When asked what type of vehicle was needed, Soang stated that it had to be cool first and foremost, and since there were many people, it needed to be a large vehicle. Just as he finished speaking, Sohyo excitedly hopped onto a yellow warhorse-like vehicle and enthusiastically picked that one. Seeing this, Soang was speechless. Clearly, she hadn't paid attention to any of his requirements. Then he looked over to see Yongji on a flashy purple sports car, prompting him to remind her not to look at him like that. "Sure, it looks cool, but are you planning on making us run after it?" Suddenly, Soang was startled when he saw Hyan riding a large motorcycle. Even more baffling was when he looked over at Soha, which left him no choice but to remind her, "You're a doctor, at least try not to be like them." But where did she even find that bulldozer? All sorts of thoughts overwhelmed Soang, making him hold his head in frustration. Just finding a suitable vehicle seemed incredibly difficult. At that moment, Sohyo called out to the boss, asking what he thought about a specific vehicle. Glancing over, he saw a massive tank-like vehicle that caught his eye. Immediately, he called everyone to sit inside and try it out. The interior had a spacious living area that wasn't bad. After a while, his employees were seated at a large table. Sohyo called out to the boss, praising the living room and the oversized table, saying how great it would be for everyone to be here together. But Soang wanted to try starting the vehicle, so he turned the key, only to be greeted by a loud warning from the car, stating that there was an illegal intrusion attempt. This made Soang realize the vehicle was equipped with an incomplete third-generation intelligence system. Just then, Sohyo rushed in from outside. Reporting a major issue, all the zombies were drawn to the sound of the vehicle. They were charging in a frenzy, ready to tear them apart. In response, Soang asked Sohyo for some time and left the zombies for everyone else to handle. Time was incredibly tight, there was no time to cover anything up, so he had to finish starting the vehicle. Suddenly, a hand banged on the driver's side window, and a zombie slowly poked its head through, startling Soang. He shouted in panic, "I don't have time for you right now." Immediately after, a toy car flew straight into the zombie's mouth from Yongji's direction. Meanwhile, Sohyo charged outside to block the approaching zombies, while Soha also took her position. Seeing this, Sohyo called out to Soha for help. Soha, whose company loyalty was at 40, possessed the current skill of intuition enhancement, which could either strengthen or calm her targets upon contact. At this moment, Sohyo revealed that even without activating Berserk mode, she could still use a similar strength. With that, Sohyo leaped into the midst of the zombie horde, plunging straight down, declaring she would protect everyone. Inside, the space filled with dust, while Sohyo, in the midst of slaying zombies, reassured her boss to leave everything to them and calmly focus on his task. Sohyo, one of the elite employees with maximum loyalty, currently had the skills Berserk Battle God, Cannon, and Immortality. Inside the vehicle, Soang was frantic. No one had touched the encryption for nearly a year, but if all went well, there would be no problems. They just needed to hold out for 5 more minutes. Outside, heavy weaponry relentlessly fired at the approaching zombies. This weapon belonged to Hyan, whose company loyalty was 55. She currently wielded the deadly marksman skill, which enhanced all 5 senses, improved shooting accuracy, and increased control over tools. Grateful for her efforts, Soang thanked Hyan and continued working on the vehicle. Suddenly, a huge explosion erupted, blasting away all the nearby cars, shocking Soang. He looked over and saw a staggering 3-eyed monster charging at them, intensifying his panic. Urging himself to hurry, Soang, a self-proclaimed master programmer who once developed a metaverse project, believed that if anyone could do this under these circumstances, it had to be him. Just as the monster leaped to devour the car, Soang pressed the start button, successfully turning on the vehicle, making the headlights flash. He called out to Soeo, who was still in berserk mode, battling zombies and preventing them from reaching the vehicle. Seeing this, Soang rushed out and told Yongji to drive while he and the other employees fought their way out. Up above, Yongji started the vehicle and drove it forward. The enraged zombies screamed from the mouths on their stomachs, causing nearby cars to scatter. At that moment, Soang called Soeo to start the fight. After getting her agreement, he immediately activated the upgraded cannon mode and initiated cooperative skill mode. Soang dashed ahead, instructing Soeo to accurately target the monster's legs to trip it up and use it to block other zombies. She acknowledged the instructions and sprinted alongside him, both shouting cannon as they pooled all their strength to launch an attack on the monster. Behind them, Yongji popped a wheelie and zoomed the vehicle past both of them and the monster. Feeling the success, Soang realized that while they had done well, the mutated zombies were still too numerous. If this continued, they would catch up. But just then, the system displayed that when Hyan and Yongji had entered the car earlier, they had left behind something to assist with their retreat. Seeing that, Soang praised everyone for being reliable. Meanwhile, Hyan was continuously attacking the zombies with 2 guns in hand. Suddenly, Soang remembered the actions of the two from before when a fight broke out, where they used bricks to smash into the cars and discovered some explosives. At this moment, they just needed to shoot directly at those explosives to blow up the entire parking lot. At the same time, Yongji skillfully drove the truck out of the massacre, successfully turning the steering wheel and speeding straight onto the road. Soang praised everyone for doing so well, indicating they could set off smoothly. He then raised his hand to congratulate the company on acquiring the first supercar. Soang announced that the nationwide super service had officially begun, but the system displayed that all the employees thought his exaggerated performance had intensified. By the afternoon, Soang was extremely angry and helpless after having drawn 20 times in a row, wasting 2,000 points, only to receive 4 remaining memory fragments that were all everyday objects. After hearing this, Soeo reminded the boss to eat. Seeing this, Soang completely agreed, acknowledging she was right since he needed to eat to regain the points he had consumed. However, at that moment, he wondered why they needed to eat human food. But Soeo questioned why Soang said that. Upon hearing this, he expressed his opinion, suggesting that if they could eat human food, then why still have staff meals? But Soeo didn't understand what he meant, saying that if they didn't eat staff meals, they would always feel hungry. No matter how much food they ate, they would still feel hungry. After hearing this, Soang told Soeo to finish that portion, while he would go keep watch. As he went upstairs, he thought about this matter, planning to check the memory fragments after Soha leveled up. But at that moment, as he ascended to the top of the vehicle, Soang was startled to see a convoy of cars behind him. He wondered who those people were, sensing an ominous feeling. A man stepped out of a car and said that in this era, who dared to drive a nice car like that? They even demanded Soang to hand over the car, food, and women, suggesting that if he complied, they might consider sparing his life. However, Soang asked them who they were and requested them to step aside. In response, the red-haired guy cursed him and asked, "Do you know who my father is?" He then introduced himself as part of the Gukrak gang and warned Soang that if he wanted to live, it was best to do as they said. But Soang didn't understand why he should do that. Suddenly, this guy turned to report to the boss, stating that this was Soang, the one who had previously ruined his reputation. Upon hearing this, the boss wondered if Soang was stronger than the person they had captured. The underlings speculated that he was probably a bit weaker. After hearing the boss declare this, they had no reason to fear and ordered the underlings to capture Soang, but not to damage the car. At that moment, Soeo poked her head up and asked if the boss needed help, but Soang declined, instructing Soeo to stay in the vehicle. He also told Yongji to get the engine ready to drive away at any time, wanting to see if there was anything nice to loot from their side. Below, the underlings were armed with hammers, while Soang jumped down and activated the cooperation mode with Yongji. After taking out the first guy, Soang managed to grab the electric baton, while the second one succeeded in shooting his gun. Just then, a hat-wearing guy charged at him with a long sword, aiming directly for Soang's head. However, before he could strike first, Soang took the lead and decisively slashed once. After that, he saw the large hot knife leap down and snatched it away. Above, the boss felt that Soang was not bad, he seemed quite strong and worth capturing alive. Meanwhile, Soang, while fighting, looked down on him, thinking he was stronger than he appeared, but it turned out that was all he could do. At that moment, he grabbed one of the underlings' legs and slammed it directly to the ground, staring intently at the boss, challenging them to come. However, he was startled by the sound of a dog whimpering from inside the car. When Soang looked down, he saw the people he had previously rescued along with the werewolf. Soang was puzzled as to how they got captured but was quite surprised that the Gukrak gang managed to catch the werewolf inside. They were continuously pleading for help, so Soang promised he would think of a way. Suddenly, the werewolf sniffed and started howling loudly. Seeing this, Soang asked what was wrong, but at that moment, he turned around and noticed a hand reaching toward him, with countless liquids oozing from the fingernails. Not only that, but this person also hurled a bunch of that liquid towards Soang's face. Suddenly, the liquid exploded loudly, leaving Soang astonished, asking who this person was. Upon hearing this, the person removed his hat and revealed it was their savior who had killed Guan Yong. That liquid continued to cause another terrifying explosion. At that moment, Soang asked how he knew Guan Yong. The strange person claimed he could never forget him because, after all, his current appearance was caused by Guan Yong. Upon hearing this, Soang realized he was probably a victim of Guan Yong's experiments. Immediately, the strange person lunged at Soang and attacked him with incredible speed. Soang felt that this strength was just a little weaker than Guan Yong's transformation at that time. However, the strange person didn't give up, his face grim as he continued to attack. At this moment, Soang declared that he was no longer the Soang from before. He then dodged to the side and grabbed the strange person's leg, bending it down hard, causing him to howl in pain. When the strange person realized what was happening, it was also the moment he was struck by a slash from Soang. The strange person then recognized that this was the one who had the power to defeat Guan Yong. However, Soang seemed confused about what to do next because, although he had a way to win, he didn't know how to deal with the slaves below. Besides, what exactly caused the explosion just now? It seemed that, in the current situation, there was only one choice. At this moment, the strange person acknowledged that Soang was quite strong. But he still had to carry out his mission. He sent his apologies to Soang and charged forward, reaching out with his long arm to grab Soang. Seeing this, he knew that the guy was about to launch that liquid, but he couldn't anticipate how quickly he would throw it. The liquids then exploded, sending Soang flying onto the roof of the car. The boss gleefully announced that he remembered Soang's face now. Soeo noticed the boss was in trouble but then realized Hyan was present. She immediately turned around and ran over to stop him from firing. Soeo pulled Hyan down, not wanting them to notice. However, on this side, two underlings had already seen them, and Yongji was standing on top of the truck. At that moment, Yongji held a grenade in each hand and hurled them straight at the strange person, and the smoke grenades exploded, obscuring their view. As the strange person coughed and scolded, also using tear gas inside the smoke grenade, it was the moment their vehicle rolled away. Behind them, only smoke and the thieves' car remained. On the roof of the car, the boss declared that he had remembered their faces now. After walking a short distance, Yongji supported Soang to sit down and rest. Meanwhile, Sotio was trying to stop Hyan from getting agitated because the boss had returned, so there was no need to create more trouble. However, Hyan was still madly intent on dealing with them until Soang spoke up, saying he was fine. Upon hearing this, the two of them turned to see their leader in pain yet insisting he was okay, which made them question his statement. Soang thought he had only suffered a minor scratch and was completely fine. During the fight, he had discovered a vehicle filled with slaves, and at that moment, he wasn't clear about the enemy's strength, so he believed it would be challenging to protect all the slaves safely. Therefore, Soang made a temporary decision. Before fleeing, he attached a tracking device to their vehicle, and they would plan their next steps to directly assault the enemy's stronghold. Soang then asked Hyan if he understood, to which he gently nodded. Seeing this, Soang urged everyone to eat and then they would discuss the plan. However, he was puzzled as to why Hyan had lost his composure, and he didn't expect Soeo to hold him back. At that moment, Soang was startled, thinking Hyan was genuinely charging ahead. Soeo expressed that their boss could not be defeated like that. After all, he was very smart and must have a plan, which is why he quickly intervened to stop Hyan. They began to eat and strategize before the meeting. Soang got lost in a fragment of Hyan's memories, seeing him in an interview at a company. They asked Hyan why he had changed jobs so many times. Soang, watching this scene from behind, looked quite confused, realizing that while he knew about Hyan's job changes, he had never heard him explain it specifically. At that moment, Hyan spoke up, saying that his achievements were enough for a promotion, but he wasn't promoted, so he wanted to seek opportunities at other companies. After hearing this, the interviewer wondered why he felt he hadn't been promoted. At that moment, Hyan was genuinely tense, gripping his hands tightly, starting to shake, then shaking his head in uncertainty. Suddenly, the interviewer mentioned that he had heard some information from a few recruiters stating that there was a very capable young person in their field who had resigned. However, he always used some dishonest tactics to defeat his competitors, and their company highly valued reputation, so they couldn't hire someone like that. Hearing these words, Hyan felt as if he had been struck dumb and just lowered his head. But soon after, he lifted his spirits again, acknowledging that the person was right. He stood up, extended his hand, and expressed that he wouldn't take up their time any longer. That handshake seemed to signify Hyan's end with that company. Suddenly, the scene shifted, and he continued shaking hands with someone else, who then told Hyan to come work there tomorrow. Upon hearing the news that he was accepted, he was stunned and asked in disbelief, not trusting his own ears. Soang was also surprised by this shift, realizing it was his own company. The recruiter concluded, welcoming Hyan to join the company. So he should quickly go to the HR department to complete the onboarding. After hearing this, he decisively agreed and stood aside. Soang smiled gently at this. The next day, upon arriving at the company, Hyan made himself a hot cup of coffee, drinking it while thinking how extremely nervous he was, fearing he wouldn't step into another company again. But he was still puzzled about why they had agreed to hire him. At that moment, Hyan heard a voice from an assistant speaking with Soang. The assistant expressed confusion as to why he wanted to hire Hyan. Although acknowledging his capability, he noted that Hyan often played dirty at work, especially after learning about some of the things he had done. Looking at Hyan's always smiling demeanor, this assistant felt he was wearing a mask that was both fake and frightening, truly fearing that one day he might do the same to them. However, Soang chose not to answer that question and instead asked the assistant if he played games and if he had ever used hacks. After the assistant confirmed that he had, Soang began to express that some people, wanting to quickly defeat a boss during their free time, resorted to hacks instead of working, while others enjoyed the thrill of defeating their opponents. Whether cheating is right or wrong ultimately depends on the motivation behind it. He felt that Hyan, and everything he did, was largely due to how incompetent those companies were. So long as they were strong enough, there was no need to worry about him doing such things again. Soang then affirmed his trust in Hyan, believing that even beneath that mask, he would still be a good employee worthy of strategizing alongside him. Seeing that the assistant still seemed hesitant to rebut, Soang cut him off, reminding him not to calculate everything. As vice president, if he kept nitpicking his subordinates without being generous, how could the company become well known? At that moment, the present Soang was also there, holding his head in embarrassment for having discussed people behind their backs only to be overheard. Suddenly, a laugh erupted from Hyan, who was laughing so hard that he shook all over and then gradually sank to the ground, continuing to laugh. Hyan laughed to the point of tears, expressing that it was truly annoying to have a boss like that. This left Soang in shock, and he continued observing him. Immediately, the system displayed a new character mission with the content that Hyan wanted to witness Soang becoming famous in the world and achieving a certain level of fame. At that moment, returning to reality, he truly missed the past when Hyan was by his side. It would be great if they could open another company together. That evening, the bandits continued cooking and eating together at the edge of the forest amidst a noisy atmosphere filled with shouts and smug laughter because their haul this time was not bad, featuring many women, food, and even tools. At that moment, the boss was drinking, announcing that everything was on the cargo truck and, once done, they should come over to drink. He then turned to Soang, asking why he wasn't drinking. Hearing this, Soang replied that he was thinking about the mice from the morning and wondered if they might like to operate at night, needing to be cautious with the watch. The boss felt that was indeed a good idea and told Soang to call a few of the guards outside to keep a careful watch. Then, the group reminded the guards not to eat anymore but to immediately patrol outside. The guards looked extremely unhappy, as misfortune always seemed to fall upon them. Thus, the two left the base to go on patrol. All of this fell under Soang's watchful eye through his binoculars, and he was surprised to see so many people patrolling, thinking they should be busy distributing goods and storing supplies. However, Soang expressed that he still had a way to deal with them. At that moment, a thug saw the slaves and expressed his frustration. The guy from earlier was truly a pain. It was unfortunate that there were still some women left in his truck, if not, he could have gotten some more good stuff. He immediately turned to ask the boss, "Aren't those the people we just caught? I'm really interested in the girl behind." Since there were plenty of patrols around, he thought he could have a little fun. After hearing this, another thug agreed, as he heard the guy bragging and warned him not to tell the guards that he was the one in charge. The thug immediately agreed and rushed towards the girl who was last in the line of slaves. When he saw her scream reluctantly, he instantly slapped her and dragged her into the bushes. At that moment, among the slaves was a pretty tough girl, who turned out to be Soha. Watching the two of them from a distance, the thug dragged the girl straight to the nearby warehouse. He thought to himself, "Now that I've come this far, do you really think someone will come to save you?" So he gave up on that thought. But just then, the thug heard some noise. As he turned back to ask who it was, he was kicked out of the room. Blood gushed from his nose, and as he cursed, he looked up to see who had done this. Suddenly, he noticed that a slave was escaping from the container, causing him to shout in confusion. At that moment, Soha, accompanied by a werewolf, strode in behind him. As the thug stammered, the werewolf blocked out all the light from his face. Thus, the werewolf brutally tortured this thug and sent him flying into the air. A group of other thugs, who had just received orders to patrol, suddenly noticed a huge explosion in front of the containers. They rushed over to check it out. Meanwhile, a few hours earlier, at Soang's place, Sohyo raised his hand to ask the boss about what they should do, just ambush or sneak the slaves away. Upon hearing this, Hyan immediately agreed, showing support for the ambush strategy, hoping the enemy would be completely wiped out. Seeing this, Soang reminded them that it wasn't necessary to kill everyone, and that keeping a few alive was fine. However, the system indicated that Hyan didn't quite understand. Therefore, he continued to explain that based on their thinking, this organization would definitely not just stop at capturing those people. If the plan was simply to kill them all, there would inevitably be conflicts with their members in the future. So keeping a few alive would allow them to pass messages. Once they transmitted the message, they would understand their strength. And just hearing their name would scare them, making them wet their pants. This way, they would become a permanent nightmare for them. After that, Soang noticed the staff standing by his plan, and he started finalizing the attack plan, assigning the task to Soha. Since the enemy did not know her face, she would pretend to be a passerby so they could capture her first, then go into the slave confinement area to free the werewolf's people, avoiding any threats from them during the incident. Meanwhile, Hyan and Yongji would be in charge of providing support for Soha. Soang and Soeo would breach the front. If there were no further issues, preparations would begin, and they would be ready for action in 15 minutes. After hearing this, all the members agreed, but suddenly, Soang wanted to talk privately with Hyan. Turning back, the robbers could all hear the cursing because they had lost all their goods and beautiful girls. They also noticed Soha's presence and quickly chased after her. As they ran, Hyan remembered Soang reminding him to stop them if they pursued, handling it in his style. Thus, the thugs surrounded Hyan. Immediately, they opened fire towards him, but suddenly, a loud explosion occurred right where he stood. As the smoke dispersed, they were astonished to find no one there. At that moment, one thug noticed something and glanced over to see Hyan lying flat on the ground, thinking he was dead. But soon after, he was stunned when Hyan suddenly disappeared at lightning speed. Seeing this, the thug continued to fire wildly, believing that by shooting randomly, he could see where Hyan had fled. He kept shooting indiscriminately at the trucks and under the vehicles, but in the end, he still couldn't see where Hyan had escaped. So he immediately reported to the boss. At that moment, they realized someone had infiltrated the slaves to create this chaos. After a while, the exhausted thugs hid behind a car, panting heavily, when they suddenly heard noises from the front. At this time, Hyan, holding a knife, had just taken down one thug. Seeing this, the remaining thugs opened fire at him, but Hyan had already disappeared long ago. They then chased after him, but as they ran to the right, they found him nowhere, leaving them confused and scared, yelling in frustration. Just then, one of the thugs was slashed in the leg and fell to the ground. Seeing this, the others pointed at him, but when they turned to look, they saw Hyan charging at them with a knife. At that moment, one thug pushed him away, putting Hyan in a vulnerable position. Seeing this, the thugs raised their guns, aiming straight at Hyan, shooting wildly. Suddenly, one of the slaves, clutching his head, shouted because he was threatened by the kidnappers, aiming their guns directly at him. Then he yelled, "Aren't you here to save us? Come out or I'll kill him." The words he said received no response, so the thug immediately counted to 3, urging Hyan to show himself. Each thug stood on one side, guns aimed in every direction, but their hands were trembling as they reached 2. Just as they were about to read 3, Hyan appeared with a knife in each hand, plunging them straight into the necks of the 2 thugs. With one swift motion, he was able to kill both, causing the kidnapper to panic and cry out. At that moment, the system announced 2 new skills. Basic abilities were granted with the capacity to sense space within a 100-meter radius, with an enhanced perception time clearly multiplied within a 300-meter range. He received a new passive skill, a combo between perception and survival hunting, creating a brand new ability. Shortly after, the Phase 2 mission was completed, awarding Hyan an employee reward. His loyalty to the organization increased by 5 points, now totaling 66. On another side, the fire continued to grow larger, and explosions went on endlessly. In the midst of the crowd, Soeo and Soang made their appearance. The 2 of them attracted the attention of the thugs, who recognized them as the ones from earlier. But just as one thug was about to pull the trigger, the werewolf immediately appeared, lifting the thug's arms and delivering a swift kick to his chest. At this point, Soang noticed the tanks had arrived. Senka Hyan had successfully rescued them. After that, he asked Soeo to quickly find Yongji and take him out. It seemed that Soang felt the plan was progressing smoothly. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Looking for me?" This drew the attention of Soang and Soeo, who turned around. A liquid, like the one he encountered previously, had just fallen. From that substance, huge explosions erupted. Seeing this, Soeo and Soang quickly rolled to avoid the explosion. He suddenly realized he had almost caught the guy Moxong. While he was running, Soeo blocked the way, but the 2 of them collided, resulting in neither being able to catch the other. Not only that, but this monster also showed disdain for her strength at that moment. Soeo then turned to Soang to ask if he was okay, but he revealed that the werewolf had taken a hit for him. Moxong mocked these weaklings, stating that he had killed many while protecting humanity, yet Soang still dared to chase him down here. If they were to surrender, Moxong would welcome them. Soang, feeling smug, asked if they were really going to surrender to him, but pointed out that he didn't look like their leader. At that moment, Moxon laughed, believing that these trash couldn't survive without him and were not worthy of being Banyamba's subordinates. Seeing that Soameng still seemed confused, he continued to explain that they had evolved into the highest food chain of the New World, while humans could only borrow their strength to prolong their existence. Therefore, they were not worthy to be his subordinates. After hearing this, Soameng appeared knowledgeable and raised his weapon, stating that it was unfortunate their business ideals were in conflict, so he refused to submit. At this point, Moxon was ready to fight and looked quite regretful. In the first 2 seconds, Moxon unleashed some liquid to take the initiative, while Soameng avoided every explosion caused by the liquid, leaving Moxon incredulous that he could dodge everything. He noticed Soameng's every move to adapt, but even with this terrifying speed, Moxon could not dodge. He wondered why the speed was so fast but continued to unleash his liquid attack, convinced it was just luck. Behind him, Soameng endured the powerful explosions from the liquid, yet he wasn't scratched at all, causing Moxon to be cautious. Immediately, he activated his brand new skill in cooperation with Hyan. Seeing Moxon charge at him, he was hit by numerous sharp stones mid-charge, forcing him to retreat, almost falling backward. Looking up, he saw Yongji descending above with several of his subordinates tied up, continuously shouting orders for Moxon to kill Soameng and criticizing him for being as weak as a chicken. They mocked him for boasting about himself every day, yet he couldn't hold his ground for long. The more they berated him, the angrier Moxon became. Taking advantage of this opening, Soameng rushed forward with a large weapon in hand, swinging directly at Moxon. Fortunately, Moxon managed to dodge the strike, realizing he had been discovered. Soameng retaliated again, causing him to fall to the ground. Above them, the two continued to insult him, thinking they were strong, but he was merely boasting, and he had tricked them into a pitiful situation, even climbing over their heads. Soameng continued to exploit Moxon's vulnerabilities, but he turned with a face full of hatred, believing Soameng had forced him into this position. Moxon began to roar, sending dust flying everywhere. Seeing this scene, Soameng realized it resembled Guan's earlier display. After his rage subsided, Moxon acknowledged Soameng's strength, admitting he was worthy of being killed by him. At that moment, Moxon had transformed his entire body into a form that was no longer human, spewing out explosive liquid and creating increasingly louder explosions. Soameng quickly ran away from Moxon's rage. Seeing this, he mocked that since he couldn't fight back, he was just buzzing around like a mocking fly. Meanwhile, Yongji continued to launch countless small stones at Moxon, putting him in a passive position. When he realized he was being ambushed again and was about to curse, Soameng appeared behind him with what seemed like a fatal blow. However, Moxon immediately raised his fist to retaliate, only to have Soameng easily block it. Soameng then asked him, "Are you afraid of someone as stupid as you? Are you cowardly towards a scoundrel like you?" Following this, Soameng activated his cooperation skill with Soyo's combat god and declared, "I don't know fear, and I don't care about being cowardly." The two skills of Soyo and Hyan, combined on Soameng's body, successfully helped him withstand Moxon's attack. This made Moxon question how he could directly block his punch and avoid his blood-sucking attack. Did he understand his attack mode? Was it possible he always had the power to defeat him? Too many thoughts flooded his mind, prompting Moxon to curse loudly. But at that moment, Soameng revealed that when his teammates assisted him, no matter the timing or distance until it exploded, he had thoroughly studied Moxon's fighting methods. Immediately, Moxon jolted in surprise. As he turned, Yongji attacked him from behind, and he narrowly managed to dodge without taking any damage. Moxon then concluded that constantly ambushing was indeed a dirty tactic. In contrast, Soameng didn't care if it was dirty or not, because when dealing with someone like Moxon, who didn't regard anyone, why bother with such concerns? He then reminded Moxon to accept it because everything was over, and he had no way out anymore. At that moment, Moxon looked around and saw Soameng's people surrounding him, waiting for him to act to attack. Before he died, he wanted to give Moxon a piece of advice: the loser rarely receives help. His entire body trembled, and he began to feel afraid. At the same time, Soameng activated the master weapon skill in cooperation with Yongji, shooting numerous sharp metal shards at him. When these wounds struck Soang, he fell backward in pain. Above him, his subordinates continued to yell that Soang had deceived them, ultimately leading to his defeat. At this point, his body was drenched in blood. After finishing the fight, Xiaomeng stood by, watching Soang's every move. Suddenly, numerous swirling blood threads appeared in Soang's hands, indicating he was preparing to explode again. A beam of light surged forth, blending with Soang's rage, but ultimately, a thunderous explosion shattered his entire body. At that moment, Xiaomeng held a lighter, pressing it against Soang's remains, igniting his entire body into flames. He then loudly called out to his subordinates and suggested a deal, promising to spare their lives but requiring them to inform others that he was the savior company that was about to become the most powerful enterprise in the world. Therefore, if they wanted revenge, they could come to his company without worry, as they fundamentally didn't care. Because they were the ultimate victors. Along with this statement, the system announced that the mission phase was completed, and all rewards were settled, increasing Hyan's loyalty to the Enterprise by 10, now at 71. Since the battle with those guys, there have been quite a few encounters on the road. Occasionally, some Yongji provide protection for them, but they're all cut from the same cloth, like that guy with the special ability, all of them transforming into animals and attacking relentlessly. Xiaomeng, sitting in the car, recalls that Soang said it was important that he turned him into this, which makes him wonder if the others are the same. Were they all test subjects of Guan Yong? They are clearly strong enough to survive on their own, so why collaborate with an ordinary person? What is the purpose of this animal form of Yongji? After a while, Xiaomeng announces that they are approaching Bakke City. Soeo then asks if Xiaomeng has ever been here before. He admits he has been once during his fourth-year internship. It often rains here, and the hillside is undulating, making it a peaceful city. She wonders what they are doing here, and Xiaomeng reveals they are chasing after those bandits. They kept chasing until they arrived here. Moreover, there is something he's paying attention to. A few days ago, a point of light suddenly appeared on the map, making Xiaomeng very curious. He wonders why the person who activated the system didn't explain what it was. Besides, this is the first time a marked location has appeared, so Xiaomeng wants to check it out to see what it really is. Upon hearing this, Soeo pushes back, suspecting it might be a secret treasure. Seeing this, Xiaomeng realizes that since Soeo has started talking, she has indeed become more optimistic. However, in the city center, there is indeed a hidden landmark that has existed for hundreds of years. Furthermore, Xiaomeng has a college classmate in Bakke City who once brought many local specialties that were incredibly delicious, such as jelly, salted duck with 5 spices, and many others. He lists them to Soeo, making her salivate to the point of drooling. Immediately, she proposes the idea of recruiting a cooking colleague. Xiaomeng notices this and realizes that she is very enthusiastic about this topic. However, the impact of the heavy rain 2 days ago has made the surroundings quite miserable. Xiaomeng thought that after 2 days, the water would have receded, but with clear skies like this, it probably wouldn't be a problem. Suddenly, he jumps in surprise upon discovering that the front of the vehicle is submerged, so he asks Soeo to check it out. Upon receiving the task, she quickly climbs onto the roof of the car and reports back. The road seems to be completely flooded. It's unclear how deep it is, but it feels like this car can't pass through. Seeing this, Xiaomeng decides to head up the mountain to check the situation and tells Soha to stay in the car while the others follow him. This spot is not too far from the city, so they should go up the mountain to see if there's another route. Although it's said that this area often floods, the terrain here is quite high, which makes Xiaomeng wonder. Soeo runs ahead, sharing that she heard a few years ago, before the pandemic, there was a super heavy rain in the north with more rainfall than the lake water. After a while, they reached the mountaintop. Xiaomeng looks down at the city, unsure of what the scene before him is. With a tall building connected to a small island by cables, but the entire surface of the city is submerged. At this moment, Soeo points down at the city and wonders what that small island is, finding it very strange. Seeing this, Xiaomeng also suspects it is the landmark of Bakke. Soeo then changes the subject and asks what the other thing is. As she looks up, she sees a girl at the end of the cable, jumping straight into the air and landing on it. She runs along the cable with great skill, like a circus performer. Soang and Soeo gawk in amazement, and immediately the girl stops running on the cable and chooses to swing up it, then slide down to where she wants to go. Suddenly, while she's moving, she sees a strange object in the water and wonders if it has arrived. But why is it so fast? At this moment, the girl is very panicked when a zombie suddenly emerges from the water, mouth agape, ready to attack. However, upon realizing it's a zombie, she shows disdain and responds by throwing an object down at it. The zombie lunges directly at her, grabbing her head, and they both fall straight into the water, disappearing. At the same time, several more zombies appear in the water, surging up like fish-shaped zombies surrounding her. Seeing this, the girl notices they no longer care about the bait, thinking it will be troublesome this time. But suddenly, the zombies are shot several times and seem to exit the earth. At this moment, a werewolf appears on the cable, scooping her up under its arm and jumping into the air. The girl screams in fear, continuously shouting "monster." But in the end, both of them land safely on the shore. On the other side, the girl remains very frightened, continuously backing away, asking the monster not to come near her. In response, Soang reminds her not to make a fuss and reveals that he saved her. But he waits for the girl to calm down before explaining why. First, he wants to ask her why Baekje has turned out like this. After a while, on the shore by the submerged architecture, Baeon leads everyone inside. After walking for a bit, Soeo turns to ask her how it is, but Baeon says there's nothing, as she's thinking about why that monster is with humans. Upon hearing this, Soeo reveals that the werewolf is also their teammate, but Baeon still wonders how they managed to tame a monster. Soeo believes it's not about taming but that they are all friends, and moreover, they are also colleagues. Suddenly, Baeon announces that they have reached the cable car route. This is it. The cable car is something they utilized to improve access before the disaster. Earlier, everyone saw they could just slide over using the hooks. There are 4 hooks here, able to accommodate 4 people, and the others will look for another route. Then she asks who will go first, and Soeo immediately volunteers to go ahead. She tightly grips the cable and screams with excitement as she slides down. While gliding along, Soeo appears very thrilled by this game, and before long, she safely reaches the other shore. Upon landing, she presses the like button to reassure everyone. On this side, Soang observes with binoculars and, seeing nothing goes wrong, calls the next person. The second person is Soha, Hyan, and the werewolf, leaving only 1 hook left. Baeon hands it to Soang while she and Yongji will find another way. But Soang reveals he still has something else here. A little while later, he has designed a raft, feeling that this is sufficient because, given everyone's weight, he believes it will be very safe. However, Baeon questions why Yongji hasn't come up yet, to which Soang moves the raft and reminds her not to worry about her. Soang and Baeon quickly make their way across, while Yongji runs along the cable very professionally. As he moves, he apologizes for scaring Baeon earlier and for not having introduced himself. After introducing himself, Baeon thinks she has been rude to the person who saved her and introduces herself as Baeon. Soang expresses that walking on this cable is not something an ordinary person can master. Upon hearing this, Baeon thanks him for the compliment, then reveals that she once led a lion dance team in the city, so walking on cables is quite simple for her. Soang wondered why they lived in such a place and didn't consider moving away. Baeon believed that after the disaster occurred, she, her father, and everyone else in Tonu thought that the architecture was so secure, being difficult to attack, which meant they weren't fundamentally threatened by zombies, so they stayed. Previously, they would row small boats to gather supplies in a world overrun by zombies. A secluded island like this was, in fact, a stronghold. However, a month ago, zombies suddenly appeared, monsters resembling animals, and since their arrival, Tonu had become a cage. After hearing this, Soang was quite worried but still thought that at least they were still alive. Baeon sighed, acknowledging Soang's point, but she wanted to ask a bit about the monster beside him. Was it really okay? Seeing Baeon's concern, Soang reassured her that a frightening appearance didn't necessarily mean it was dangerous. Something that looked cute could be full of peril. In reality, werewolves could be gentler and more trustworthy than humans. Hearing these words, Baeon was somewhat skeptical, but suddenly, bubbles rose from the water, and immediately, a monstrous zombie surged up, wanting to pounce on them. Seeing this, Baeyeon warned Soang to be careful, but Yongji quickly dealt with it. After a swift weapon strike, Baeyeon was astonished by Yongji's prowess. But Soang reminded her that there was no time for compliments and urged her to stay alert. Immediately, the three of them were surrounded by the zombies that had jumped out of the water, leaving Soang stunned. Baeyeon revealed that there had never been so many before, but this time, with those toys, it probably wouldn't matter. After hearing this, he told Baeyeon to go ahead, causing her to be taken aback and ask what he was planning. Soang immediately jumped onto the rope and balanced himself there. Baeyeon wondered what Soang was doing, but he didn't reply, which made her anxious as she repeatedly called his name. Above on the rope, he pulled out his weapon, eager to test something. Moreover, he revealed the presence of a charm. Upon seeing it, it had to surrender to something called exorcism. Soon after, Soang activated the cooperative mode with the werewolf and closed his eyes for a few seconds, then suddenly opened them wide, and his entire body was enveloped in a dense aura of divine energy due to the activation of the cooperative mode. Baeyeon suddenly noticed a zombie charging towards her on the rope, prompting Soang to activate his special skill. The first trait enhanced his physical body for a short time, while the second trait allowed him to attract zombies' attention through sound from the area where the sound was emitted. This made all the zombies focus on him, and even the one attacking Baeyeon no longer rushed towards her. As he waited for the zombies to climb the rope, Soang jumped down a beat and then leaped back up, sending the zombies flying into the air. Next, he activated the third trait, which upgraded the host's combat desire, changing their attacking style to a certain degree. Meanwhile, Soang ran forward, slicing through each zombie, cleaving them in two. However, one more zombie from afar charged in to attack. On this side, Yongji threw her weapon repeatedly at the heads of the zombies to stop them. Soang thanked her, although he felt he could handle himself. Baeyeon watched Soang's battle in amazement, to the point of being unable to blink, exclaiming two words, "Impressive." Suddenly, as she stood there, the rope began to fray, causing Baeyeon to scream. But unexpectedly, she found herself stuck in the middle of the path, which terrified her, for if she stood still, she'd be surrounded by the zombies. Just as she had feared, the zombies in the water smelled the fresh meat and immediately surged up. Baeyeon shut her eyes tightly in fear. A sudden flash of light appeared, and when she opened her eyes, she found herself in the arms of the werewolf, with a zombie attacking its shoulder. At that moment, Baeyeon was in a panic, looking up at the little werewolf. But she noticed 4 zombies charging toward them. The werewolf, with a cold expression, raised its hand and waved, creating numerous circular beams of light. As Baeyeon looked at the werewolf, she recalled Soang's words about how something that appeared cute could be full of danger, and something that looked frightening might not be evil. At that moment, the werewolf's body was bitten all over by zombies. On the other side of Hyan, Soeo was in a panic, running to stop something in fear of stray bullets, but Soeo couldn't go up herself. If the cable fell into the water, it would be even more dangerous. Baeyeon clung tightly to the werewolf, urging it to hurry as she didn't want it to bleed anymore. Then she called out to Soang, asking if he knew a way to cut the rope. After hearing this, he looked puzzled, but she insisted that there was no time to explain and urged him to cut the steel rope. Soang was worried because if they did that, they would all fall, and fighting in the water would be extremely disadvantageous. Seeing Baeyeon's urgent expression, he reluctantly agreed. Soon after, Soang raised his sword and with one slash, he severed the rope, causing countless zombies to fall. Everyone on the rope also fell down. However, when Soang landed, he realized that they had fallen onto the roof of a building, so he believed they could fight there. Moreover, the zombies had all fled, likely due to the loss of gravity when the cable was cut. At this point, the remaining zombies swam over, surrounding the two of them. But Soang sensed he could move his limbs faster, so he entered a fighting stance. Just then, a zombie jumped up, wanting to ambush the werewolf, but as it turned back, it was shot by Hyan. The system displayed that Hyan believed it wouldn't be a problem to provide cover fire from this distance. As the werewolf noticed the surging wave charging in, it immediately leaped into the air, carrying Boivan. At that moment, she apologized, recalling that earlier, Baeyeon thought the werewolf was a scary monster. She had felt frightened upon seeing it, but now realized it was a loyal, brave, and kind monster that actively saved people. Then, Bayan concluded by praising the werewolf as the best dog in the world, making him blush all over and bark in response. After returning to Tonu for a while, Bayan explained hoarsely that they were not bad people, but everyone wanted to attack. Bayan's father asked how much the girl understood to say they weren't bad people. Did she forget how someone died 3 days ago? But immediately, a young man rushed forward wanting to attack the werewolf, believing that these outsiders brought along a monster that was clearly not good. Seeing this, Soang stepped back and immediately raised his hand, catching the young man's hammer and reminding him that attacking from behind is not a good behavior. Soang expressed that if they truly had any ulterior motives, they wouldn't have waited until now, they could talk properly now. Seeing this, Bayan's father calmed down and instructed those unrelated to go back. A little later, he thanked Soang's group for helping his daughter and acknowledged that he had been too rash and caused trouble for others. Hearing this, Soang wanted to ask about the water monkeys that they referred to as zombies, wanting to know the specifics. Bayan's father recounted a time when a storm occurred, and they wanted to go to the dam to see what was happening, but instead encountered a water monster. This monster could act even during the day, swimming in the water like a fish, and it swam very fast, capable of lunging up from below the water. However, they quickly discovered it couldn't stay out of the water for too long. If it did, it would be extremely painful, weak, and eventually die. Soang questioned if they were difficult to deal with in the water, but if they were out for a while, they would die. But Soang felt something was off. Bayan's father insisted that he was right, it would die in about 2 minutes. That was why they decided to stay in this building until the water receded. At that moment, Bayan revealed that those water monkeys could stay out of the water longer. But her father insisted that Bayan was mistaken and didn't give her a chance to explain. Immediately, Bayan shouted that when she stood on top of the building that night, she clearly saw the water monkeys on the shore, not swimming in the water, and insisted that her father was deceiving her. She then convinced them that they didn't need water anymore, if they waited, they would surely die. But Bayan's father reminded his daughter not to waste any more words since she was alone that night, and no one else saw it, so she must have been mistaken. He then asked if Bayan knew about Sotong just giving birth, saying that Mr. Liu and Mrs. Wang's couldn't even move well. Did leaving mean it was the best way? How many more people did she want to harm? Just as Bayan was about to retort, Soang intervened, telling them not to argue anymore. He understood the situation and said if they wanted to leave, he could help them, but first, they should try to catch a water monkey to see how long it could stay on land. Upon hearing about catching one, Bayan's father was surprised and worried. After a while, he led everyone to a side. At that moment, Soang asked Yongji to walk along the cable to attract them, warning her that it was very cold and not to fall into the water. Suddenly, he jolted because Yongji was heading in a different direction, not on this wire. Immediately, she jumped down, catching Soang off guard and causing him great panic. Then he laughed helplessly, thinking that Yongji probably preferred to volunteer herself. Whatever, this was our plan B. Suddenly, the water below began to churn violently. Seeing this, Soang quickly grabbed his binoculars to check and suddenly saw a zombie that looked very strange, and it smiled eerily at him. He recognized it as Ban Yongji, but simultaneously, Yongji also caught one. An hour passed, and the water zombie still didn't die, which made Bayan even more convinced of her statement and called her father over to witness it. But the strange thing was that they could leave the water without attacking humans. Soang showed them the photo he had just taken of Ban Yongji on his phone. Everyone looked extremely panicked. Seeing their confusion, he explained that it was a mutated human possessing the great power of a mutated zombie, but their tendency was to enjoy brutal slaughter. If they continued to stay in this building, they would definitely be in danger. Bayan urged her father to move and reminded Soang that he could help them find a safer place. At that moment, he looked at the people standing behind him, all showing hopeful expressions. Then Bayan's father looked up at Tonu with concern, pondering where they could go if they left here. In the evening, Soang and the staff stayed here. At this time, a boy came to ask So-yo if there really was a giant car. She confirmed that there were still many outside the city, but they were all broken. Upon hearing this, the boy scratched his head and expressed that he hadn't been out of Tonu for half a year, so he admired everyone. Then Sohyo called Soameng and asked if he had finished designing the cable car. Where were Yongji and the others? After hearing this, he reported that she and the werewolf had gone back to the vehicle to get the tools and asked how Sohyo and Soha were doing. At this moment, she reported that she had finished moving the things, while Soha was performing surgery on the injured. Seeing this, Soameng wanted to head over there first. Suddenly, a little girl pulled at Soameng's shirt and asked if it was really worth coming to this flooded place. Soameng thought to himself that this was a kid here and turned back to remind her that sometimes the issue isn't whether it's worth it or not, but whether one agrees or not. Everyone going out was the job he had agreed to do. However, at this moment, the girl spoke slowly, lost in silence. Seeing this, Soameng turned away and said that he would see her later and advised the strange girl to hurry up and pack her belongings. But the little girl kept questioning and looking after him, which he found interesting. At this moment, Soameng went to ask Baeyeon who the girl in the cloak was. After hearing this, she recounted that the girl floated on a board and arrived here before they did but had not been attacked by zombies, which was very strange. Then he informed her that he had chosen a safe point but wanted to discuss the dam with her. Upon hearing this, she wanted to talk while walking. So a while later, at the vegetable garden, Soameng was very surprised because it had been a long time since he had seen such fresh vegetables. Seeing this, Baeyeon revealed that they mostly didn't go outside, so they had tried to build an ecological cycle inside this building. The farmers then stood up to express that they could only eat fish before, but because of the appearance of the water monkeys, there were no fish left to eat. Originally, there was a small pond nearby, and they had dug a water channel to nourish the soil and raise chickens, but now that was also gone. At this time, Baeyeon introduced that most of their food was sweet potatoes and potatoes. Although the food was very limited, at least it could stave off hunger. Hearing this, Soameng felt enlightened about another city. After some time, she continued to lead him to the farmer's warehouse. At this moment, Soameng wondered why there was only food stored in the warehouse and no clothes. Looking at the pile of items in front of him, Baeyeon explained that basically, each person only had one outfit to change, and most of it was summer clothing. The thicker ones were given to the children and the elderly. Luckily, they lived in the south, so there weren't too many major issues, just that it was too humid. When there were no water monkeys around, they could also go to the edge of the water to play and catch shrimp and crabs, then go back to cook a pot of soup to share with everyone. They were very happy, even though it only had a fishy taste. After hearing this, Soameng questioned why there must have been opportunities to leave before. But they didn't go. Baeyeon recalled that after the disaster, no one knew when the city would be attacked by zombies. They hid here in panic, treating it as a base to continue surviving. Humans are really adaptable to their environment. Here, as long as they didn't go outside, they even felt as if the disaster had never happened. For some people, this place was not just a residence, it had become their world. This place was their home, and how many brave people could leave this terrifying world outside? There were many elderly and children in the building, and Baeyeon's father didn't want to abandon anyone. At this moment, Soameng called Baeyeon's father and asked for some paper. After hearing this, although he was very puzzled, he handed over the paper that Soameng needed. Then Soameng explained that because there were no materials, everyone used paper as substitutes for offerings while praying at this moment. Holding an animal made of paper in his hand, he hoped that tomorrow would be safe and sound, that everything would go smoothly, that they would survive this calamity, and that once again, they could return to this very house to start over. After that, Soameng called Baeyeon's father and presented the plan. First, they would take the young and strong group to a safe point, and then continue with the others. They would hide over there for a while, waiting for the water to recede, and then decide whether to stay or leave. Therefore, the work was divided into two groups, one large team to move and a small team to blow up the dam. Then he asked everyone if they understood everything. But at this moment, Baeyeon's father was worried and wanted Baeyeon to let him go. Seeing this, she firmly asked if her father had forgotten how he taught her. If something could be done, they had to do their best to accomplish it. This was the teaching of a father who was a national engineer. Moreover, if he went, who would manage everyone here? Upon hearing this, Baeyeon's father was stunned because he saw his daughter's growth. and he reluctantly agreed and handed her the knife that her mother always carried when she went to the army, hoping it would help Baeon somewhat. At this moment, Soang reminded them that there wasn't much time left and that they should start quickly. Seeing this, Baeon affirmed that she would not disappoint her father. Hearing this, he was worried in his heart, but he had to appear trusting. She nodded in agreement to lighten his heart, and they began to cross the river one by one to the other bank. After that, Soang reminded Baeon's father that they could begin their actions. At this moment, he clenched his fist and agreed, resolutely shouting for the others to begin their actions. But suddenly, Baeon's father questioned Sotru about why he was here since his wife was pregnant. If he died, what would she do? But Sotru believed he would be fine because his wife had agreed. This was a decision made by both of them. At this moment, when he turned around, he saw Sotru's wife with a hopeful expression, trusting her husband and the others. Soon after, Sotru and another person climbed onto the raft and began to set off. In the middle of the river, they reminded each other to hold on tight. Just then, a zombie lunged up from the water, catching Sotru off guard. But Yongji reminded him to stay calm. Immediately, she shot a weapon straight at its face and charged in to support them all the way. At this moment, both of them had safely reached the other bank, surprised that a girl could be so formidable. Over here, Soang looked through the binoculars and saw them land safely. He called the next team to set off with supplies. Seeing this, the others reported that they understood and got on the raft to cross to the other side. Meanwhile, Soang reminded Hyan to conserve ammunition since the enemy had not yet appeared. If they continued at this speed, it would take about 1 to 2 hours to basically complete the relocation. He truly hoped that everything would proceed smoothly. At this moment, there were still some people who hadn't left, but suddenly it became dark, and rain began to fall. Seeing this, Soang had a bad feeling, wondering what that Yongji was plotting. After that, he turned back to remind Hyan to quickly check, but the system displayed that he wanted Soang to look back. Seeing that, he turned to look back and saw a massive wave of water rising high. In that wave of water appeared countless aggressive water monkeys. The people, seeing this, were extremely worried because their numbers were overwhelming, urging to get across. At that moment, Soang reminded Baeon's father to continue evacuating everyone while he would think of a way. He then walked along the rope, using his abilities to move forward for a while. Soang summoned Yongji, and she took on the task of attacking several water monkeys at once while he continued to curse the damn imposter. Wondering what he was doing. Immediately, a rope was grabbed by 3 zombies, who bit it with their teeth. Seeing this, Soang had a premonition that he wanted to trap those people in Tonu. The ones who couldn't cross yet were extremely worried but didn't notice the girl in the hood behind them. At that moment, she spoke up, saying, "See, I told you, but you didn't listen. What do you mean by coming to this flooded area?" Above the rope, Soang continuously ordered the wolfmen to prepare to execute Plan 3, while Soha protected the residents. However, he was also worried because Hyan's senses couldn't see underwater, so he couldn't identify that Yongji. At this moment, Soang asked how Soeo was doing. But the more he called, the more he didn't hear her voice in response. Soang also didn't notice that underwater, Yongji was staring intently, observing his every move. Then he initially submerged and released something that looked like an earphone. Flashback to a moment before. After receiving the mission from Soang, Soeo began steering the boat to get everyone across to the other side. At that moment, Baeon stammered to thank Soeo, saying that if it weren't for everyone, they would likely die tonight. Soeo thought that if anyone should be thanked, it should be Soang because all of it was his decision. Moreover, Soang had truly guessed correctly about Yongji summoning the nearby water zombies. Hearing this, Baeon wondered, but isn't that precisely why we could get to the dam faster? Soeo insisted that even so, they shouldn't let their guard down because Soang had said unexpected things always happen. At that moment, Soeo kept feeling it was too quiet. Thinking that they should at least be ambushed somehow, but why was it so quiet? The boat was drifting very peacefully on the river when suddenly a zombie appeared, slamming directly into the bottom of the boat, causing everyone to scatter everywhere. At this moment, Soeo was sure everyone had been ambushed, and one person screamed, realizing the bomb Soang prepared had slipped from her hands. At this moment, the waves became increasingly fierce, and the earphone from the earlier scene fell into the river. Soeo felt extremely anxious because of the numerous zombies, and she began to think of Baeon and wanted to quickly get her to the shore. Meanwhile, Baeon was still sinking deeply and holding the bomb Soang had given her. Suddenly, Soeo sensed something and immediately dove underwater, delivering a fatal punch to the zombie, saving Baeon. Afterward, the two of them held each other's hands, and Soeo successfully pulled her up, secretly thinking that if they continued like this, not only the mission but Baeon would die here too. Soeo continuously urged herself to think of a way, but suddenly she saw something and confirmed that it was it. Then Soeo let go of Baeon's hand, leaned forward, and pressed the bomb in her hand. Soeo dived straight down with the activated bomb, taking advantage of a reasonable distance. She placed her hand on the button on top of the bomb and immediately used her immortal skill. Soeo dropped the bomb down while using her skill to escape from the explosion area. Instantly, a wave surged up from the river, and it suddenly exploded in a tremendous blast. At this moment, Soeo also successfully hugged Baeon and shot up to the water's surface. After that, they rolled onto the shore and coughed violently because they had to hold their breath for so long. At that moment, Baeon turned to ask Soeo, and she reported that she was fine. Meanwhile, the system displayed an upgrade in the immortal skill, and the invincible time of 10 seconds had ended. However, Baeon blamed herself, saying that Soeo had used the bomb to save her, and now there was no bomb left because of her. Seeing that, Soeo reassured her that as long as they were alive, that was enough, and they should quickly escape while the zombies hadn't reached the shore yet. But the problem was that since the bomb was used up, there was no way to destroy the dam. A few minutes later, Soeo reassured Baeon that it was okay because she had thought of a way. Above, thunder continued to rumble while below. Everyone's belongings had drifted down the river. Down here, there was only the sound of urging each other to move, and the water climbed up to the cable. Soang was still extremely puzzled about where that main culprit was. The number of water zombies seemed incorrect, just one wave entirely different from the prediction. He didn't know what his true purpose was and why he hadn't appeared. At this moment, in a building, the monster was constantly watching Soang's every move. He felt that the final opportunity had come and directly flew up to the rooftop, making the final declaration. It was his turn to retaliate. Although he could only issue simple commands, it was enough. Therefore, all this must end afterwards. The monster summoned all the zombies to his side, and they immediately rushed wildly following him, charging in for the decisive battle. At that moment, Soang also discovered their presence, finally waiting for Ban Yongjie. He also leaped into the air and directly confronted the main culprit. Soang and he stood on the cable, and the monster recognized him, calling Soang Master Soang. Not only that, but he also asked why he was helping that person, clearly knowing that person was using him, yet he still chose to sacrifice himself. Hearing this, Soang replied that it didn't matter because this was his job. The monster then asked if that meant there could be a negotiation, right? Soang wanted to hear what he had to say, but he directly lunged to attack him. At this moment, the monster questioned, Master Soang, aren't you going to stop to discuss? But Soang thought it unnecessary. Immediately, the monster suggested that Soang quickly hand over that cat bear to him, and he would spare his life. However, this made Soang extremely puzzled as he had never heard of it before. Seeing that, the monster reiterated that he only needed to hand over that person, and he guaranteed to let them go. But Soang didn't care and jumped up, saying sorry. However, his slash was successfully dodged by the monster, who moved back further. At this moment, he affirmed that he would not deal in lives with someone like that, seeing that a negotiation was impossible. The monster declared that it was time to take action without blame. With a clenched fist, he created countless strands of dark energy, causing Soang to realize with a start that it was electricity. Countless flashes of lightning enveloped the monster's body, visible before Soang, as if summoning numerous bolts of thunder, making him extremely worried. However, just a few minutes later, a zombie crawled up onto the roof where the civilians were relocating. It let out a roar, and immediately, it was struck down, exiting the story. Seeing this, Bian's father reminded him not to be reckless and informed everyone to hold on a little longer and wait for Yongji to return. Just a bit more effort was needed. At that moment, Bian's father thought of his daughter and silently promised to protect their home. Simultaneously, a zombie lunged at him, but it was quickly dispatched. The monster was still crackling with thunder and emitting black smoke from his body, seemingly transforming into a form vastly different from his original appearance. The intense aura suggested that if negotiations failed, then death awaited. After speaking, he unleashed a barrage of powerful lightning bolts. At this point, Soang confirmed that the monster's ability was electrical, but that didn't mean he was invincible, especially in this flooded area. The electric current shot directly towards him, forcing Soang to leap from one cable to another to maintain his balance. Suddenly, the monster made a proposition: if Soang begged for his life, he would spare him. Saying this, he stopped using his lightning and asked Soang if he wanted to reconsider. Seeing this, Soang charged forward to counterattack, declaring he didn't need to think about it. The monster felt that Soang was being unreasonable and raised his hand to use the lightning again. But at that moment, he felt a sharp pain in his arm, questioning whether he had been struck. Soang, feeling triumphant, taunted him about his inability to use his skills, calling him a foolish dragon and stating that he would soon defeat him. Yet the monster remained calm, asking Soang if he really thought he had time. After hearing those words, Soang was puzzled about his intent when suddenly the monster revealed he could command zombies. As soon as he finished speaking, a zombie leaped out of the water, its body crackling with electricity, ready to fight. The system then announced Soha's report on the zombies' changes, and simultaneously, Hyan reported that the attacking zombies were showing special changes, with electrical currents enveloping their bodies, becoming extremely aggressive. The zombies surged up from the water, infused with the electricity the monster transmitted, revealing Soang's growing concern. The monster roared, ordering the zombies to gather the electric energy to block Soang, preventing him from crossing over. The electric current blocked the cable on the other side, halting Soang's progress. Turning back, he saw the people on the safe shore surrounded by zombies. The monster repeated that if negotiations had failed, they should be prepared to watch each person get bitten to death. Thus, he looked at the buildings where the civilians were moving and then back at the monster. Feeling trapped, Soang clenched his teeth and leaped, declaring that as he wished, he would deal with him first. With that, lightning shot forth, splintering the area. Soeo noticed the changes on the other side of the shore and asked Yongji to protect them, promising he would take care of the Ban Yongji. However, the system displayed that even without his command, Yongji would act immediately. She faced off against a horde of zombies blocking the path. At that moment, Yongji prepared herself, while the civilians behind urged each other to stay calm since there were still young children who hadn't evacuated. Bian's father instructed everyone to grab their weapons and rush forward to assist. After positioning themselves and readying their plans, humans faced off against zombies. Bian's father struck first to initiate the battle. On the other shore, Bayan was worried about the lack of bombs and how they would manage to detonate anything, as the dam was completely blocked by the mountain. Without explosives, they would be powerless. But the more she questioned, the more Soeo sank into silence, realizing that while she had said so, it was still incredibly challenging to devise a plan. She had already used up her explosives and upgraded her skills, unsure of what to do next after being overly reckless earlier. Seeing this, Bayan called out to Soeo, noticing her dazed state. Soeo expressed that she thought if Yongji had come with Bayan from the start, they wouldn't have wasted the explosives and could have completed the mission. In the end, Soeo apologized. However, Bayan immediately countered that it wasn't the case. Soang believed that Soeo being here was essential, trusting that she could handle whatever came their way. Bayan continuously encouraged Soeo, reminding her that she was the most trusted staff member of Soang, urging her not to feel inferior. Hearing these words, Soeo recalled Soang's advice to stay safe, entrusting the bombs and healing potions to Bayan. At that time, Soeo had wondered why Soang hadn't given her the explosives to hold, to which she responded that she wouldn't be able to protect them. Bayan reiterated that both of them should remember to stay cautious, as he couldn't ascertain whether they could stop Ban Yongji from reaching their side, and there might be many zombies on the other side. Moreover, if it rained again, the situation would become extremely dangerous. Additionally, this was Soyo's first time carrying out a mission alone after leveling up. Soang gave her one final piece of advice: she could always find a breakthrough. So she should just do as she thought. His words motivated Soyo, urging her to think of new ways to tackle the situation. She then informed Baeon and dashed forward. Soyo tied a sturdy rope around her waist. Seeing this, Baeon, lingering behind, asked what she intended to do by tying herself like that. Soyo revealed it was to prevent herself from being swept away by the water. Upon hearing this, Baeon panicked, fearing that Soyo intended to blow up the dam, as how could a person accomplish that? Soyo questioned her, asking if she didn't want to save her teammates. Baeon insisted she did want to, despite this being a dangerous act. Soyo stepped forward, stating she was much stronger than an ordinary person. Asking for Baeon's trust before she jumped down, leaving Baeon stunned. In the water, Soyo activated her cannon skill, channeling all her speed and strength into her two fists and directly punched the dam in front of her. However, that strike didn't make the dam budge an inch. Seeing this, Soyo thought to herself, with the water pressure from such a large volume of water combined with the storage of an immense amount of water, the dam would surely become very weak. Moreover, within it, there must be 1 or 2 points that could be destroyed. As long as she could find those points, breaking through a hole would surely lead to success. On the shore, Baeon noticed something was wrong and shouted to Soyo not to take such reckless risks. However, she replied, "Don't worry about me," while she struck the dam with her bare hands. Soyo secretly admired Baeon's good father and was determined to complete this mission. At that moment, Soyo had already struck the dam with her bare hands to the point of bleeding but showed no signs of stopping. At this point, the system displayed that if the berserk mode was activated under high load conditions, damage could not be estimated, and there was a possibility of reverting to the basic zombie state. However, upon hearing this, Soyo felt unfazed, because if there was a way to complete the mission, it didn't matter if she lost her humanity. Immediately, she summoned the berserk skill, entering the war god state. Suddenly, a frenzy occurred around Soyo as she pushed all her strength toward the dam. It seemed like heaven had heard Soyo's plea, as a stone rolled down along with her blood, causing the dam to show signs of caving in, with water gushing straight in. Above, everything remained quiet. But suddenly a crack appeared. Seeing this, Soyo poured all her strength and stayed into another strike on the dam, causing a massive surge of water to burst out. On the shore, Baeon shouted to inform Soyo that she had succeeded. Meanwhile, below, she paused to send a message to Soang that the mission had been accomplished. However, at the same time, her strength was depleted, and she was swept straight down to the bottom of the river. At this moment, Stage 2 of the mission was also completed. At that time, Baeon's father was still fighting fiercely, having promised himself to persevere for his daughter's home and protect it at all costs. But suddenly, he felt that these zombies were incredibly fast and fierce. Moreover, the weapon in Baeon's father's hand suddenly got stuck on a zombie. Seeing this, another zombie immediately jumped in to engage in battle. At this moment, Baeon's father released his grip from his weapon and glanced over to prepare for the next plan. Above, the sky rumbled with thunder, and zombies kept falling dead from the cable. Yongji at this moment was being obstructed by countless water zombies. But she was determined to save someone, which gradually filled her heart with anxiety. Perhaps it was Yongji's instinct as a soldier, or due to having lost too much before, she was like that once again. Therefore, she decided once more that at this moment, Yongji held a long string of firecrackers in her hand, launching them toward the zombie horde to attract them behind her. In no time, she aimed straight for the river and plunged down without hesitation. Above the cable, Soang called to Hyan and Soha to protect the people at the safe point, stating that no matter what happened to him, they were not to run over there and help the werewolf with recovery medicine before continuing the mission. However, at this moment, Soang saw Yongji dive straight down and shouted at her to get to shore. On the opposite side, the monster saw that Soang was still free to issue orders, reminding him to take care of himself first. At that moment, he had a huge electric surge in his hands, which shot directly towards Soang, causing him to be suspended from the cable. Seeing this, Soang realized he could not delay any longer but was unsure what was happening with Yongji, so he needed to rush over there. At this moment, Soang took a few steps back but was suddenly halted by something protruding from the cable. Sensing that the situation was dire, he began to worry about everything. However, the monster continued to remind him not to lose focus. Just then, when Soang looked at him, the monster directly charged forward to attack. Soang had to step back a few paces, wanting to gamble, but immediately a weapon was lodged firmly into the monster's side. Soang thought to himself, "Let's go down together, Ban Yongji," and thus, both of them fell straight into the river. The electricity in the water would obviously enhance his damage capability, but Soang didn't understand why he had never tried to pull him down into the water to fight. If he was not mistaken, it was because of Yongji that he decided to take the risk. Soang activated the cooperative mode with Berserk, his whole body enveloped in divine energy and rage. Seeing this light, the monster rushed forward, warning the human not to be so ostentatious. Seeing that the cable around his legs was tightly bound, Soang felt as if he was correct and raised his finger to challenge him. However, the monster warned him that even if he dragged him into the water, it would be useless. While saying this, he continuously struck Soang toward the building below the water. After that, the monster declared, "You will die faster too," and directly raised a weapon, charging the cable with electricity, causing it to light up. He believed that this was the full power of his energy and that surely no one could survive. But at the same time, one of the monster's hands trembled due to exhaustion of power, and he decided to escape first because now controlling the zombies was beyond him. Suddenly, he found himself stuck, but then sensed someone was exerting strength. However, alongside this moment, the system displayed that due to excessive fatigue, the werewolf's functions were automatically released. Still, its mission to protect Soang had been completed. Looking up, the monster saw the werewolf showing astonishment, wondering if he was mistaken. He couldn't find Soang anywhere, so he turned around to search. Suddenly, he spotted him holding a weapon. Indeed, the monster's ability to control electricity in the water would be greatly diminished, unable to determine the point of attack and unable to gather energy like before. Just one moment would provide a chance for a counterattack. Not only that, but he also had to thank the werewolf's protection. Immediately, a slash swept across the monster's face, causing him to cry out in pain. Soang thought the monster was too weak. With 2 strikes, he split him into 4 pieces. At the same time, the system announced that the survivor's escape mission was completed. Thus, whirlpools appeared on the surface of the river, pulling down debris and even trees. Not only that, but the monster was also submerged under the rushing water. The safe point assigned to Hyan and Soha on that side was surely no longer an issue, and the current was getting stronger and stronger. Soeo must have finished, so she would soon return. Soang worried whether Soeo had been injured or not. Fortunately, he had prepared recovery medicine for her early on, hoping it wouldn't be needed. Now, only Yongji remained, so Soang asked the werewolf to secure the cable tightly, not letting it snap. He would definitely find Yongji before she got swept away. Without the oxygen tanks and more equipment, perhaps it would be better for the werewolf to go and save her. But Soang felt uneasy because their state was weaker than his. However, the system showed that Yongji was nearby, so he decided to go down there and would return shortly. Saying this, Soang jumped straight down and announced his departure. The map indicated that Yongji was definitely close, but right now, the current was too chaotic. After teaming up with the werewolf, perhaps Soang could only endure for a little while, especially 5 minutes. At that moment, he suddenly admired the zombies. Just then, Soang was startled when a tree trunk came hurtling toward his face at incredible speed. Immediately, he grabbed the rope and pulled his whole body up to avoid the tree. He felt it was too dangerous because the direction of the water was flowing chaotically, becoming too unpredictable. In an instant, he encountered another group of zombies charging at him, making Soang even more puzzled about why they were attacking him. Then he realized that the zombies from Ban Yongji were rushing in, but Soang didn't have time to deal with them, only focused on finding Yongji. Suddenly, he recognized a familiar figure. It turned out she was fleeing from the zombies, who had spotted their target. However, Soang was extremely panicked when he saw Yongji had been bitten in the stomach by a zombie. At that moment, he rushed forward, warning it not to touch his employee. Those damn zombies over there. She had also pushed the zombie away, and Soang silently blamed himself for always putting himself in danger. Worrying every time. So, when he gets back on land later, he would definitely deduct her salary. At this moment, the distance between his hand and Yongji's was close, almost touching. Suddenly, Soang was slammed against a piece of wood, losing control and falling backward. When he turned back, he found the gap between him and Yongji had become too far. He kept calling her name until his vision blurred and he shut his eyes tightly. After a moment, upon regaining consciousness, Soeo was continuously calling Soang. She had used the recovery medicine meant for employees that he had prepared earlier to heal the injured tissues after the fight. Notably, this was Soang's last dose. At this moment, she waved her hand toward the building, announcing that she had found the boss and quickly pulled them in. Inside, everyone saw that Soang was quite seriously injured, likely losing a lot of blood. But someone wondered where Yongji was. After hearing this, Soeo reported that she couldn't find her, but the werewolf felt she was nearby. She deduced that if the boss was here, then it was not unexpected, as they were relying on the system's employee locator to find Yongji. However, Soeo's authority over the system was too low to see anything. At this point, Baeon asked someone to quickly search the east because Yongji must be being swept in that direction. Also, one person needed to call Soha down here because Soang likely needed surgery. At the back wall, Baeon's father observed his daughter's division of tasks and saw that Baeon had matured a lot, not to mention the mysterious girl in the full cloak who always thought about why she helped them. "This is my job, what a scam." After that, she jumped up and plunged straight into the water, clearly resembling a toothless old hero but reminded herself of that song. At this moment, the girl swam straight down to the riverbed and discovered Yongji surrounded by zombies, preparing to attack. Then she reached out, grabbed Yongji's hand, and pulled her up, still whispering that song. But at that moment, the mysterious girl looked over and saw the monster let out an exclamation, "I knew you were still alive." However, thinking it over, it could also be understood, after all, you managed to escape from me, so you can't die at Soang's hands. After hearing this, the monster responded that he wasn't slashed by the mysterious girl this time, so he could still regenerate. Seeing this, the mysterious girl asked the monster if he thought Soang was strong. He affirmed that Soang was very strong and would eventually deal with all of them. But at this moment, the mysterious girl's expression remained unchanged as she wanted to reveal something to the monster. Upon hearing this, he appeared very astonished and stunned. However, at this moment, the mysterious girl said farewell to the monster, who was now standing on the brink of death, silently thinking about Q-Truck, wondering if the person had thought this from the very beginning. On the shore, Baeon was quite worried because everyone was reporting that they still hadn't found anything, so she wanted to use heavy equipment to go down and search herself. She feared that if Yongji died, she wouldn't know how to face Soang. Suddenly, a resident called Baeon and pointed over there, where the strange girl had pulled Yongji up onto the shore. Seeing this, they called Soang to inform him that Yongji had been rescued. At this moment, he opened his eyes and saw his employee, feeling relieved, and slowly passed out again. The next morning, when the sun rose, was also when Soang woke up after his fainting spell. At this moment, he found himself in a very large empty room. At the same time, the system indicated that Soha had observed that he had regained consciousness, so she relaxed her vigilance. Immediately, Soeo burst through the door, asking if the boss was okay. He then asked how long he had been unconscious, and she revealed it was about 6 hours. Thankfully, Hyan had come by the front of the car when Soang fainted. He had brought the first aid kit here. Upon hearing this, Soang felt that Kid had turned into a zombie yet was still so agile. Suddenly, he remembered Yongji and panicked, asking about her condition. Soeo reminded him to calm down a bit because Yongji was fine. Soha had checked on her before coming to take care of him. After hearing this, Soang felt much lighter, but he still wondered about the werewolf and how everyone was doing, wanting to go check. After that, Soang changed clothes and went downstairs, where he encountered everyone there, including Baeon. Seeing this, she asked Soang if he felt any discomfort and needed further examination. However, he expressed that he was just a bit sore and asked what everyone was doing. After hearing this, she revealed they were working on repairing the defense system, planning to connect the two buildings so that even if the water receded underground in the future, it wouldn't be too safe. Sohyo announced that the werewolf had returned to the car to defend, while the others were cleaning up the surroundings and fixing a few things. Since the water was receding, everyone was fixing the lower floors and immediately getting to work. Seeing this, Soameng sighed in relief that he had dealt with Ban Yongjie and that Yongji was not injured, resting for a while, helping everyone with repairs, and now assisting in building the elevator on the east side. After that, Baeon wanted to take Soameng to see other places, as they had been digging up the ground all morning. In the future, they wouldn't have to worry about not having food. Seeing this, Soameng asked if all of this was Baeon's idea. However, she revealed that all three of them had been chatting merrily. Just then, Baeon's father appeared, looking still tired with a bandaged arm. When Xiaomeng saw him, she was extremely astonished at his current appearance. At that moment, Baeon also just met her father and asked him, "Wasn't it just a scratch? Why do you have to bandage it like that?" Upon hearing this, Baeon's father expressed that during yesterday's defense, he was pushed down by a zombie. Luckily, Sohye helped treat his injury, allowing him to endure until now. Baeon's father thought he would mutate before everything was arranged, but fortunately, everyone worked very smoothly, and Baeon organized everything quite well, even without needing him to show up. However, Baeon's father wanted to say goodbye, which caused everyone to panic. Seeing this, Baeon was the most worried one, directly asking Sohyo and Sohye if it wasn't about zombie research, so they should hurry and cure her father. But Sohyo stammered, making Baeon feel helpless. Right after that, she wanted to cut off her father's zombie-infected arm because there had been cases before where it was done without resulting in mutation. Seeing that, Baeon's father thought too much time had passed and reminded his daughter to listen to him. Suddenly, Baeon shouted loudly, "What to listen to? Anyway, all you will say is to be strong, to be calm, and to understand things. If not, then what are you telling me about entrusting everyone to me and telling them to continue surviving? Who would want to listen?" Clearly, he had said before that he would wait for her to come back. As she spoke, Baeon cried loudly and felt completely helpless. Seeing this, Baeon's father went to pat his daughter's shoulder, apologizing for not keeping his promise, but in the house, there was not only him but everyone. If Baeon's father could still be alive and personally hand over this house to Baeon, that would truly be great, but hearing these words made her even more heartbroken and cry loudly. Then directly rushed to hug her father. After that, he turned to ask Soameng for help once. Finally, seeing these scenes, he also felt very heartbroken and reluctantly agreed, and Baeon's father also helplessly thanked him. Time passed about a week later, during which Soameng waited for the wound to heal. The staff helped rebuild, so after the water receded, they decided to set off again. At this moment, he advised Baeon and everyone not to send them off anymore since they still had many things to do. After that, everyone expressed their gratitude to Soameng, not only for helping them a lot but also for leaving behind many supplies. They promised to remember this kindness forever. But at this moment, Baeon mentioned her father. And Soameng informed her that he had arranged well for him. After hearing this, she thanked him and admitted that she still lacked the courage to face it. Seeing this, Soameng placed a hand on Baeon's shoulder and reminded her that such things might happen again in the future, but she must continue to guard this place. So be strong and remember what her father said. After that, he said goodbye and drove away. Although parting with loved ones was very reluctant, one day, the little bird would fly up to the sky by itself, and the next staff member of Soameng was Baeon's father, with an initial loyalty of 40%. Currently, he was on a mission to stay and guard Bak Hae. At this moment, Soameng breathed a sigh of relief because, in the end, Bak Hae's issue had been set aside, preparing to handle the next matter. Then he glanced over to ask Ban Yongjie, and she was sitting munching on a bag of snacks on Soameng's own car.